Chapter 143 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 143. A scene in Winchester Cathedral. The Cathedral Robbers. A storm. The vaults beneath the aisle. The flight of the robbers and the resuscitated corpse. The sun had long deserted the horizon, and the good city of Winchester had been buried in darkness many hours, while the moon, though high in her course, was obscured by the hazy clouds that drifted from the southwest. The gusty winds whistled round the walls of the cathedral church, producing an unpleasant sensation, with a foreboding of a coming storm. The inhabitants of the quiet, orderly town were steeped in repose, and a stranger who might by chance have wandered at such an untoward hour abroad would not have found one single ray from any window, save perhaps at one or two hotels, which merely keep open till the London mail pass through, lest any passengers should make their stay at Winchester. Save at these places all were reposing peaceably in their beds, and the tower of the cathedral frowned majestically upon the tombstones below, and upon the surrounding buildings, which appeared to peep upon the limits of the graveyard, while the fir trees that were yet standing bent beneath the blast as it swept across the low walls, by which the cathedral on one side is bounded. But the solitary churchyard was not without its occupants, living or dead, for its sanctity is invaded by the presence of three men, who emerged from the narrow streets and courts situated between it and the cross, and then crossing beneath the shade of some object, they stood beneath the low wall which surrounded the churchyard. They paused for several moments, and gazed around them in every direction, and up at the houses that were nearest to them, but there was no sign of light or anything stirring in any of the houses adjacent. "I think all is right tonight," said one of the men to his companions. "Aye, right enough. There will be nobody near us tonight." "No," replied a third, "and if the signs of the weather are good for anything, why we shall have a rough night, and though that is unpleasant, yet it makes interruptions less likely, and success more certain." "You are right, Josh, we shall have a good job this time." "There then, that will do until we are safe. It's no use talking here. If the old watchman comes around we may have to book it, and then we may not have a chance." "Ha ha ha! As for the old watchman, he is not the fool you take him to be. If you imagine him at all likely to disturb himself on such a night as this, he'll sleep in his box till he wakes and finds it is fine." "Well, be that as it may," said the other impatiently, "it is all right now." "Yes, all right. Then just help me over and I'll get down on the other side, while one of you can get up on the wall and hand the tools down to me." "Can't you throw them over?" "I could, but it is not worth while to make any noise, even though we felt sure that it will not be heard. There have been most strange things done in our time, you know, and there's no telling what may happen." "Ah, the dead may come to life, Josh." "So they might, and a pig might fly, but, as they say, it is a very unlikely bird." "Well then, up with you." As he spoke, one of the men gave one of his companions a lift up, and with this aid he got on the wall, and then quietly slipping down into the burial ground, he awaited his companions, one of whom immediately mounted the wall in the same manner, and who received a bag, which he handed down to his comrade, who was in the graveyard belonging to the cathedral. "Well, is all right?" he said. "Yes, all right. Don't stay up there like a cat on a wall. Come down, or you may by chance be seen." The other two men immediately came over the wall, and they all three collected round a monument that stood up, and here a short consultation took place. "Now, how shall we proceed?" "We must get into the vaults somehow or other if we dig our way in, which I think is much the most easily done." "What, undermine the building?" "Scarcely so much as that." "Well, but we can get into the body of the cathedral and then into the vaults that way. There is a door." "Yes, there is a door, but it is so close to the verger's door that you are sure to awake him." "I have opened more than one door in my time, and yet I never awoke anybody in doing so. He must sleep wonderfully light." "Aye, so he may, but in this case the door is so strong that there is no chance of breaking it open without great inconvenience and noise. There is no room to work in, and moreover, the verger keeps a little cur always sleeping on the mat close to his door, so that no one can approach without his giving alarm." "What a brute!" "Yes, but there is a means of entering besides that." "Where? And how?" "In the back of the cathedral there is a large marble slab, on which is carved some letters, that I never could make out, but I'm told it says that somebody lies buried underneath that stone, but I know immediately below are the vaults." "Well, but the marble you speak of would weigh 14 or 1500 weight, which would be no joke." "No, by Jove," said his companion, "we had better by far dig our way in, since we shall have so much difficulty in getting in. We can soon dig out soil enough to let us get down into the vaults." Well, we had better set to work at once, lest we lose all chance. If we have a long job, we had better set to work early, as well as stop here, for if we are surprised, we shall have to run. And the yard will be watched ever afterwards, as sure as we shall have a storm presently. So we shall. Work away, Josh. Where are the tools? Here they are, said the man, throwing the bag down and opening it, and then he pulled out some tools, consisting of pickaxe and shovels, and a crowbar or two, and several other little materials, which were useful upon such occasions. Well now, where shall we commence? Just at the side here. We are safe to get in somewhere where the wall is weakest, for I believe the vaults are all walled in. They must be, to have a secure foundation for such a weight as there must be about it, and, to my mind, we have got a decent job. It's very much like a fortress, and if it was easy to get in this way, we should hear of such things being done much oftener than they are. That is my opinion. And a very good opinion it is, too, until another is heard. But it is no use being faint-hearted. The harder the job, the harder we ought to set at it, that's all. But there are some few things not thought of by others, you know, and it is sometimes the hardest thing in the world to think of the most simple. There's some truth in that. The men having found the spot they most desired, they set about digging and picking it up in good earnest. But it was difficult work, and the soil about the cathedral was very hard, owing to the quantity of rubbish that had been driven or trodden into the earth for centuries, either through accident or design, to harden and secure the permanency of the work around. There were many heavy and large stones, as well as small broken stones, also flint in no small quantity, that every now and then resisted the blows of the pick. Well, I'm thinking we have all three worked half an hour and have not got a foot deep yet. We have not got much deeper, certainly. Do you think we shall get in tonight? Tonight or never, said the third man. You are right, comrade. Shoulder your picks, and then we shall see what way we can make in another half hour. Who can tell? We may come to a softer soil below. This is only the filling up. The men again set to work heartily, but they seemed to have no success. They could not make anything of it. It appeared to resist all their efforts, and the sparks often flew from the blows they made with their tools. The perspiration ran down their faces, and as they paused to wipe their foreheads, they gazed upwards at the clouds. It was heavy, and the wind was blowing fresh, and now and then a heavy spot of rain. By St. Peter, said one of them, I expect we shall have a storm presently. I already feel the heavy drops that fall occasionally, and if one may judge by them of what we may expect, we shall have it heavily. So much the better, we shall have less interruption. Well, I don't know what you call interruption, but this is a complete stopper. I can't make any impression with the pick. It is as hard as rock. And then come some of those old walls that are rather harder than granite. You may as well pick at a cartload of pig iron. As this was said, the clouds suddenly appeared to open, and such a deluge of rain descended that the earth seemed to smoke. The drops appeared to be continuous small spouts of water. A shower is too mild a word. It was a deluging, as if some waterspout had burst. The men stood a moment or two, but it was useless to work. They could not do it, and they rushed to a part of the wall which sheltered them from the fury of the storm that was raging. Well, I never saw anything like this before. Nor I. Hark at the thunder. There's a flash. Who would have expected that at this season of the year? Not I, nor anyone else. But it seems to me as if we were to be defeated tonight. I am sorry we made the attempt, since we are sure to find the yard watched after this, for they will see what we have been up to. Yes, it is vexing, but we cannot help this. It is quite impossible to do anything in such weather as this. I do not care about a wet jacket, but I cannot see, and hardly breathe, with so much falling water about me. Nor I, but yet I am loath to give it up. Consider the jewelry and the money he had about him. It will pay us handsomely. Well, it was a strange start of him at all events. I wonder how he came to be buried in such a manner. How was it? I don't know. All I know is that the thing was kept secret because it was considered that it would be a temptation to disturb any grave when it was known that he was buried in his clothes and jewelry, and that his money was buried also with him. It was certainly a temptation I could not resist. Are you sure? Yes. I will tell you, another time, how I came to know all about it. Indeed, I saw him screwed down, and the consequence is, I know that he has the money and the valuables about him. Then I am sure we had better get into the church itself. We can do more with your slab of marble than on the outside of the wall, and besides that, I do not think that this rain will give over. The hole we have already made is fast filling up with water, and we shall find it impossible to work. So we shall. What do you say to getting inside the cathedral? Agreed, my lads, as quickly as you like, for if we stay here much longer, we shall certainly be drowned. I'm wet through as it is. So am I, but never mind, my boys. Bright gold and jewels will warm your hearts, and that will keep your outsides dry, or at least you will not feel it. I am sure that I should not if I can but get it. Aye, that is all I care about, but if you get foiled, you may depend upon it you don't feel any better. You are rather worse, and feel everything more. But what do you say to yon window? That will do if we can reach it. That is my only difficulty. That is one that is easily overcome, said his companion, for I know where the ladder is, and that is just over our heads. All you have to do is put the point of the crowbar under the staple to which the chain is fastened that secures it, and then you have the means at once of entering. But if we get in and are detected, how shall we get out again? Are we not 3 to 1? If the old verger should come, I think we could make a dead body of him in a very short while, and I cannot tell where you will be if you can't get the better of the old man. Well, say no more about it. Up with the ladder, and we will get in and chance it. Such a night as this, it would be strange indeed if anybody heard us, but as there is much to be got, why, we can't grumble at the risk. The 3 men set to work about wrenching the staple out to which was attached a chain which secured the ladder. That was soon effected, and the ladder placed against one of the lowermost windows, and then one of the men went up, and forcing the window open, said, after he had looked in, "All right, come up, we have got to the right place." They all 3 came up, one after another. When the first up crept in at the open aperture, and by means of ornamental work, and a monument that there projected from the wall in a manner that enabled them to descend with ease, and in a few moments more the whole 3 stood in the old cathedral of Winchester. At that moment the bell tolled heavily the hour of 12. The sound was solemn, and it made a deep impression upon the robbers. "What a dismal, hollow sound that has, to be sure," said one. "Yea, it sounded like tolling." "Pshaw!" said one of them. "'Tis no matter, if it be tolling it is not for us, nor for the man we come to visit, so no more old women's fears. If you don't like stopping in this place, you had better set to work and be quick, when we shall have no further need of staying. Of what use is it for you to stare and gape about with white faces and swelled eyeballs like so many cats? Be men, be active, and use your arms." "Well, where are we to use them? What are we to do? You brought us here, and yet you do not tell us what we are to do. You know all about this matter, and you cannot or do not point out where we are to commence. Here then, on the very stone you are standing. Set to work to raise this, and then we shall soon find our way into the vaults below, and we shall then satisfy ourselves for our trouble, and be well paid too, I hope. I hope so too, Josh, for, to tell you the truth, I don't ever recollect so uncomfortable a job as that which I am in tonight." "Well, you ain't got paid all, I'll warrant." "I haven't got paid at all yet, but we waste time. Lend me a pick. I don't see how I am to get a tool in here. The chinks are all so small that you can hardly put in the blade of a penknife." "There is a hole somewhere near the head. There is a small piece of black marble." "Yes, here it is." "Well, chip that out, and then you may insert a crowbar or a pick beneath the stone, when you will find that it will lift up, and then by main strength lift it back, and we may go down." These instructions were followed out. The black marble was discovered and then knocked out, when a large crevice was discovered, into which a powerful crowbar was immediately thrust, and then by one united effort they contrived to lift the marble slab up out of its place, though not above a foot, which required a great effort when it is considered that it was embedded in cement. "Well, we shall be able to get it up now, I think. Don't be too sure, for we have not got it far. It is enormously heavy, and the lever has done all as yet." "Well then, are you all ready? A long pull, you know, comrades, and a strong pull does the business. Now then, all together." "Heave ho!" whispered another, and they all 3 made a prodigious effort. It was not only a strong pull, but a very long pull, for the stone was so heavy it came slowly and unwillingly upwards, and it was nearly 3 minutes before the enormous mass stood upright in the aisle. "Well, I didn't think it would have been done. That's the hardest job that ever I had a hand in, and don't desire to have such another, but yet, hard as it is easier than what we had to do outside." "Yes, much, and you will soon find it so. Lend a hand to clear away the rubbish that lies here. There's a trap-door underneath that leads into the vaults. It belonged to the monks of old, of whom it is said it served either for the same purpose of burial, or for a cellar of wine." "Well, well, there are some things better than wine, I trow, in the cellar. Now, if we can find the coffin. There has been no other burial in the vaults since he was buried, so we shall not have much trouble. But what are we to do with the stone? If we let it down again, we shall do some mischief. We must turn it corner by corner until we get it against the pillars, and there leave it. For if we let it down, it will go down like the report of a gun, and smash all that comes in the way." That was agreed to, and it was not long before they propped the heavy mass of stone against one of the pillars, and then returned to the place where it had been raised, and began to clear away the rubbish, when a trap-door was plainly observable, and after much labor and force they contrived to open the door, where there appeared a dark aperture, into which they could not look without some misgivings, for nothing could be seen. "Well, who's to go down?" This was a question that no one liked to answer, and certainly no one would volunteer to go below. It was too dark to be inviting, and the men looked at one another as well as they could, for it was total darkness, or nearly so, in the aisle, and below it was so utterly dark that it was impossible to make out anything. "What is to be done now? Have you got the lantern?" "I have, and matches, but did not think we ought to use them before, lest we attract attention. However, we will have a light now, and should anybody look down, they will think there is a general meeting among the dead." So saying, he lit the lantern, which threw a light into the vault, and rendered visible a flight of steps that ran up to the opening, but which were invisible in the darkness that had reigned in the place. "Now then, jump down and see where the last coffin is placed. It is easily known from all the others, for I don't think there has been a burial here for many months. The old cathedral is not often disturbed for the reception of the dead, and only when some rich man dies, and fancies he may lie more comfortable here. Aye, rich men can afford to be buried in a good suit of clothes, and money in their pocket to bribe St. Peter to open the gate. Ha ha ha! Well said! Peter has the keys. Yes, and here we have the coffin. Have we? Is this it? Yes, don't you see that it has all the signs of newness about it? There is hardly any dust collected upon it. Here we shall find our treasure. The coffin is a strong one, and will, I think, take some trouble to break open. Indeed, we shall be choked with the horrible stench which we have below. I can't stand it another minute. I shall be sick. Aye, and I too. Here then, I have the lantern. Lay hold of the coffin and bring it upstairs. We can carry it amongst us. Aye, anything but remain here. That I cannot do. Be quick, for confound me, but such a mass of putrid flesh as there must be here is horribly sickly. I would sooner be hanged than pass an hour here. I'm not so afraid of death as all that. I could manage to live through a night. You might, but you would soon find out the ill effects, and die of some fever or other, and that is what we shall have if we remain here much longer. The three men then shifted the coffin from its place, and then onto their shoulders, one at either end, and one under the center. The coffin was heavy, very heavy, and the men were tottering under their burden. They were strong men, but hardly equal to the task of carrying so dead a weight, but yet they never shrank from it, but, with slow and unsteady steps, they gradually neared the stairs that led upwards. They paused. If it was a task before, it was worse now. What more exertion could they make? "Do you think the steps will hold us?" said one. "I'm sure I cannot say, and perhaps not. I think they are rotten, or partially so. What do you say? How shall we get the body up?" "There is a rope, is there not?" "Yes." "That will do then. I will get that. By its means we may hoist the coffin up to the stone pavement above. I'm almost sick. And I too. This place is enough to breed a pestilence in a town." The smell in the vaults was certainly very strong and very pernicious. The fetid odor that rose from the vaults was especially disagreeable. The smell that comes from the accumulated and putrefying remains of human bodies is of all odors the most noisome, and, to our tastes, the worst. Right glad were the men who had propped the coffin up against the ladder, to get up into the aisle above, to breathe a less impure atmosphere. They gasped again, and one of them climbed up the monument to get to the open window, at which they had entered, to inhale some of the pure moistened air, and then, after a few inspirations, he returned, at the call of his comrades, to aid them. The rope was procured and secured round the coffin, and one man remained below to guide it, while the two others remained above to haul up the rope, which would bring the body, coffin and all, to the top. "Well, Josh, how goes the storm?" "It is blowing over, I think. It does not rain, and it is breaking. I shouldn't wonder if we don't have moonlight after all, and if we should, we shall have trouble to get away unperceived." "You forget what hour it is." "Hark! There are the chimes." The 4 quarters now chimed from the great clock, and sounded solemnly and mournfully in the dead of the night. The iron tongue struck 1, and the last sounds of the clock died away before any of the men moved or spoke. "Well, we have been here an hour, and nearly 2 hours since our first commencement. It's nearly time, I'm thinking." "Yes," said the man below. "Heave ho!" called out the leader of the gang in a low voice. The 2 men at the top hauled at the rope, while he below pushed the coffin up with all his strength, and after a time they succeeded in causing it to rise about a foot, or something less, at each haul, and as it got higher, the man below could better apply his strength to it, and at length it came up to the top. Here, however, they experienced another difficulty. It was hard to pull up so high as to enable them to throw its weight on the pavement, and the rope was almost useless as a means of pulling it up higher, and the only one who had it in his power effectually to apply his strength was the man below. However, after a while, to their great relief, the coffin lay fairly upon the stone pavement. A good job done! So say I, Josh, and such another would completely finish me for the night. I might lie down and defy the world. How about the coffin? There's no time to rest. I have a small flask of rum in my pocket, which we will discuss as soon as we have broken open the coffin, which I expect is the last hard job we shall have. And a hard job it would have been had I not come provided with a screwdriver, one that is used by undertakers in such work. Set to work. Good luck to you. I am quite dry and quite tired too, and the sooner this is over the better. There, the screws come out easily enough, though they are long and hold firm. Yes, they go deep, but they have a wide worm that carries them down or brings them up so quickly. In a few minutes more the whole of the screws were drawn, and the lid of the coffin was thrown on one side, and the corpse was at once discovered to them. It lay calm and quiet, but yet it was terrible to look at. The living man had been tall, remarkably tall, as well as remarkable looking. He was dressed as if for walking. It was strange, the corpse was apparelled as if were in life, and this perhaps caused the extreme paleness, even extreme for a corpse, to be so apparent that they spoke not, but gazed in silence upon it, until at length one of them said, "Put out the light. We have the moon's rays. At least there is enough to enable us to see what we want, and the light is dangerous." The light was put out, and the subdued light of the moon rendered all apparent enough to the robbers. The storm had lulled and altogether ceased, while they had been busy in the vaults, and getting up the body, and now it was a perfect calm. The moon, though obscured at the moment, promised to shed her rays upon the earth, and as it was at the full, and the clouds clearing off, the probability was that the town would become as light as day. "There he is," said one of the men. "Yes, and about as ugly a chap as ever I saw." "He is no beauty, but he's been a fine man." "If you mean tall, I dare say you are right, but he's not as fine as I take it. He's not quite full enough about the chest and shoulders. He's got some fine rings, and a gold watch and chain. Well, there's a good 10 or 15 pounds each, and if his pockets are well lined, why, he will afford us a tolerable good booty. Yes, we must not complain. Shall we replace all?" "It is not possible to do so either in time to enable us to escape, or to do it so as to escape detection. Besides, there would be no use in it. See how bright the moon is getting. We shall have as much to do as we shall get through to escape being seen. I am sure we shall run a great risk." "I think so too." "Well then, commence proceedings. Ha!" The moonbeams had fallen upon the corpse just as he was speaking, and he thought he observed a motion in the body. "What is the matter, Josh? Didn't you think he moved?" "Ha ha ha ha! Dead! Ha ha! Dead moved! Buried moved! Ha ha ha! Eh? Why? Oh, it's all fancy. You'll see me believe it presently, I do declare. Well, a man dead and buried, I suppose a week. No. I think so. Well, it does not matter much how long he has been buried, but he can't move unless you move him. Damn!" As he spoke, he started to his feet, and his hair began to straighten, and his limbs quiver, and yet he appeared to think he might be mistaken, for he endeavored to speak to his companions. Pointing to the corpse, he contrived to say, I take the jewels. He moves." "Eh? Well, I told you I thought so, but you said no, and only laughed at me for doing so. But stand on one side, and let the moonlight come down upon him. We can tell better than if he really does move, though notwithstanding all I saw, am inclined to believe it is quite an impossibility, but the more light we have, the better we shall be able to tell how the mistake arose." I thought I saw his eyes move." As he spoke, he moved on one side, as he had been standing between the corpse and the moon's rays, and for the most part intercepted them. But the moment that he did move away, and the rays came full upon the corpse, a shivering motion appeared to pervade it, to the intense horror of the robbers, who could not believe what they saw, but believed they were mistaken, though they were too much terrified to speak or even move. They stood gazing upon the body with bursting eyes and gaping mouth, as if they had suddenly become spellbound by the wand of some magician. Presently the corpse opened his eyes and glared full at them. Oh, such glistening, lead-like orbs, that froze the very current of their blood. They knew not what to think, but when the body turned on one side, towards the moon's rays, all doubt vanished, and the spell was broken. "The devil bite!" exclaimed Josh. Not another word was uttered by either of the other two, but they sprang like emancipated madmen up the slippery sides of the monument and out at the windows, as easily as a fly can run up a wall. It did not occupy more than a few seconds to enable them to clear the place. Half a minute had not elapsed before they stood shivering by the beautiful old cross at Winchester. The corpse in the cathedral, which mysteriously became animated when exposed to the moonlight, turned towards the moon's rays and gazed upon the flying and terrified robbers who had just exhumed him. No word passed his lips, and he looked around him for some time in silence upon the scene before him. The moon came in at the tall windows of the cathedral, throwing long streams of silvery light upon the stone flooring and upon some of the monuments that were erected by the pillars or columns that rise to the roof. All was silent, all was still, no movement was discernible, save in the form that now sat up and leaned on his elbow in his coffin, and he but turned his head slowly from side to side, as though he were meditating upon the lovely and solemn beauty of the place. At length he arose, but he appeared to move with extreme difficulty, and once or twice he placed his hand in the region of the heart, as if he felt something there that pained him, and tottered about, but seemed to recover himself a little after a time, and muttered to himself, in low but distinct tones, "I must have been another victim. I am weak, the vital action is languid, and my veins are empty. I must satisfy the instinct of my nature, and another victim must restore me to life and the world for a season." He looked up towards the window, gave one look around him and on the coffin, while a shudder passed through him, and then gazing on himself and feeling for his valuables, he slowly clambered up the monument and carefully got through the window, and thence into the open air, and he finally disappeared from Winchester churchyard. End of chapter 143 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 29 April 2010.
144 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST.
Chapter 144, The Star Hotel and the Stranger's Arrival. A remarkable countenance. The illness and death of the stranger. A strange request complied with. Some days previous to the scene related in the previous chapter, the London coach drove up opposite to the Star Hotel, and, as usual, out came a couple of waiters to see what there was from the metropolis in the shape of a passenger who might become an inmate of the hotel, and a customer, of course. "Now then, Billy," said the guard, a stout, good-humoured fellow, to a very stiff and punctilious waiter, dressed in black, with a white neckerchief. "My good friend, my name is William. If you must be familiar, though I am sure I don't number you among my acquaintances." "Very good, Billy. I declare you are one of the politest waiters that is to be found between Portsmouth and London. And more than that, you are the politest. Didn't you say you were educated among a lot of gals, or young ladies, I mean?" "I never held any discourse relative to my early days with you, my friend. I am not, just this moment, aware of it." "Ah, I see you are too polite to pass an east wind without taking your hat off to it. How do they when they have none?" "Have you anybody for us?" said William mildly. "Yes, my pink, I have." "Who is he, and where is he? I must not waste my master's time. It is an impropriety I am especially anxious to avoid." "You needn't be in a hurry, nevertheless, especially as I see he is fumbling about for small change. But what will you say if I introduce a customer to you, a good 6 foot high, and perhaps a little to spare, and the colour of a well-scraped horseradish, eh? What do you say to that, my Primrose?" William did not know what to say, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, "We don't charge our customers by the room they take, or by their personal appearance. A gentleman is a gentleman, Mr. Guard, all the same whether he have a red face or a white one. Well, that's good, Billy, but the chief thing is, after all, of what color his money, and how he parts with it, eh? The guard winked, and William's impassive features were lit up with a spark of intelligence and vivacity, which, however, was only transient, and he relapsed into his old state of extreme and unimpeachable gentility. "Hold your tongue, Billy, here he comes." At that moment the gentleman pulled down the window, and said to the guard, "Open the door, if you please. I shall get out here." "Yes, sir," said the guard, who immediately obeyed the injunction, and a tall but awfully pale individual descended the steps, wrapped up in a huge cloak, so that but little of his person was seen, or features either. What little there was visible was not prepossessing by any means by the color. "This is the Star?" said the stranger, inquiringly. "Yes," said the guard. "I'll stop here. Are you the waiter?" said he, addressing William. "I am, sir," said William. "Will you walk this way, sir?" "Yes. Show me into a private apartment. Let me have a good fire, for I am exceedingly cold." William immediately took him into a room where there was a fire, saying, "If you please, remain here, sir. We will make you a fire, and warm the room, and as you are cold, perhaps you will prefer this to going into a room without a fire there already lighted for your reception." "Certainly, I much prefer it. Would you like to take any refreshment, sir?" inquired William. "Not now," replied the stranger, in mild accents. William left the room, muttering to himself, "Well, he deserves to be a prince. He is as mild and gentlemanly as a prince. I vow I never heard anyone speak in such a tone, and with so much amiable condescension. What a pity he is so white, at least, that he is so. I only infer from the nose, and part of the forehead, and cheeks around the eyes, these being the only parts that I have noticed. He is, indeed, not much unlike, in colour, to the guard's vulgar simile, a well-scraped horseradish. I never saw white so opaque and dead before." While these thoughts passed through the mind of William, he saw the apartment was placed in readiness for the stranger's reception, and placed himself in communication with the proprietor, and obtained his orders, and then returned to the stranger, and conducted him to his proper apartment, and then awaited his commands. The stranger gave him some orders, which were at once executed, and then he said, "I shall sleep here, of course." "Yes, sir," said William. "I am very particular about my beds. I must have my bed well and thoroughly aired." "Oh, yes, sir," said William. "We always—" never mind all that," said the stranger blandly. "Never mind all that. I know what you would say. All your beds are always aired. Well, be it so. I have no desire to dispute it. But I once slept in a damp bed. I felt ill, and have never entirely recovered from it." "Oh, that makes him look so horrible pale," thought William. "So you perceive, my friend, that I have cause to be particular, and therefore you will excuse me when I inquire minutely into the character of the beds." "Oh, certainly, sir. Certainly, sir." "Then you will see that my bed is aired, will you not?" "Yes, sir. I will take care that it is especially aired, and if you approve my doing so, sir, I will have a fire lit in your bedroom." "If you please. If you will do all this, you will greatly oblige me. Are there any females in the family?" Yes, sir, the servants," said William, fearing some impropriety was meant. "Oh, the servants, and no others?" "None," said William, quite suddenly. "Oh, yes, that is right. None but the servants. Then my requests will not put you at any serious inconvenience?" "Not in the least, sir," said William, pleased to find that the females had only been inquired about for fear of annoying them. The stranger sat up in his room, and appeared to be very ill, and ate and drank but little, though he ordered whatever was requisite for a liberal individual, and though taken away untouched, yet it was clearly understood he would have to pay for it. The bed was used and approved of, and the tall, remarkable-looking stranger expressed himself satisfied to the proprietor of the hotel, who came to inquire if he should desire anything more or different from what was already done. This was at once answered in the negative, and the proprietor retreated, by no means prepossessed in the stranger's personal appearance, which was remarkable to a degree that was noticed by everyone in the hotel. "Winchester is an old town, a city, sir," said the proprietor, by way of entering into a conversation with his guest. "Yes, very old," said the guest. "And the cathedral, sir, has been built in part ever since the Saxon times, and then increased by the Normans." "Ay, it is very beautiful. One could wish to lie there, it is so calm and beautiful," said the stranger, with a shudder, which he endeavoured to suppress, and then he added, "The graveyard is quiet and retired." "Yes, sir. You have been at Winchester before?" "I have," replied the stranger. Finding any further attempt at conversation likely to appear intrusive, the landlord quitted the apartment with a bow, which was condescendingly returned by the guest, who folded his hands one over the other and turned towards the fire, upon which he gazed thoughtfully for some time in silence. The strange and ghastly-looking countenance of the stranger had created quite a sensation among the individuals at the hotel, all of them declaring they never heard of or saw anything equal to it in all their lives. But what was it? How did it happen so? They had seen dead men, but they had never seen any so ghastly and so fearfully pale. "He doesn't seem long for this world," said one of them. "If you had said he didn't belong to this world," said another, "I should have been inclined to believe you." "He does look like a corpse," added an old woman. "Yes, and what a tooth he has projecting out in front! Upon my word, I have never saw his like." "And I," said another, "never beheld such eyes. Why, he is scarcely human. Such eyes as those I scarcely wish to look at again." "He always appears to me to be in some dreadful agony," said the cook. "He really looks as if he had a perpetual pain in his stomach, and had eaten something that had disgraced with him." There was some truth in this last assertion, for the stranger always did appear as if suffering from some internal pain, mental or physical, or both. And it was soon seen that he was rapidly losing strength, and could scarcely walk abroad. The cause of all this none could tell. Possibly it was only a sudden illness, or perhaps it was a long affliction, to which he was used to, and hence the terrible expression upon his countenance, which appeared as if it had never been otherwise, so deep and so settled was the expression of pain. The stranger appeared anxious to get out, but was unable to do so. He could just walk across the room several times in the day, but was unable to get downstairs, and whenever he attempted to do so, he sunk down, his limbs losing the power of sustaining his weight. "I can go no further," he muttered to himself, as he endeavoured to walk down the stairs. "I am lost." As he spoke, a truly horrible expression came across his countenance, that made William, who came to his aid, step back, terrified. You are ill, sir," he said, in somewhat uncertain accents. "I am ill," he replied, "very ill." "Will you allow me to help you up, sir, to your room?" "If you please," said the stranger, who was endeavouring to rise by the aid of the banisters, and by these, and with William's assistance, he got up, and then, with some difficulty, he reached upstairs, his own bedroom. "I will send master immediately, sir." "You need not be in any hurry," said the stranger. "I do not desire his presence." However, William left the stranger to seek his master, and when he found him, he said, "Oh, sir, the strange-looking gentleman in number 5 is very ill." "Is he, William? What is the matter with him?" "I am sure I don't know, sir. He sank down the stairs just now, and could only get up to his room again by my help. Something serious, I think, then. I thought he appeared ill when I first saw him, from the expression of his countenance." "Yes, sir, 'tis very strange." "Very," said the landlord thoughtfully. "I'll go and see him, but in the meantime you had better send for Dr. Linton, who knows me and will come at once." "Yes, sir," said William. The landlord immediately sought the stranger's apartment, which he entered without any ceremony, and advanced to the bed in which the stranger lay, and upon his first glance at the occupant, the landlord stepped back in a fright, so truly terrible did the countenance of the stranger appear. "Ah," said the stranger, as he turned his glassy eyes upon him, "I have come to see you," stammered the landlord. "I have come to see you. My servant informed me you were ill." "I am very ill. I feared so, and I have sent for Dr. Linton, who will be here immediately." "It is of no consequence, I believe. I am too far gone to recover." Another horrible spasm passed across his countenance. "What does your illness arise from?" "Decay of the system. I want renovating," said the stranger. The landlord paused. He didn't understand this at all, for the stranger did not bear the appearance of decay about him. He was tall and seemingly of middle age, he thought, and nothing about him to savour of decay, save, indeed, the terrible and remarkable paleness which his flesh appeared to bear, and his system generally, in other respects, bore nothing of the appearance of the general decay. "Shall I send for anyone, sir? Have you any friends I could write to for you?" "None, sir, thank you," replied the stranger, who, however, bated nothing of his politeness, even in his present position. "Have you any desire to see anyone in particular?" "No one, I thank you." At that moment Dr. Linton was announced, and the proprietor, having introduced him, left the apartment, leaving the doctor and his patient together. The former at once perceived and wondered at his extraordinary paleness. After a few preliminary questions, he appeared quite puzzled, and said to him, "May I inquire what is the cause of this extraordinary complexion?" "Certainly," said the stranger. "It was caused by damp beds." "Damp beds," muttered the doctor, amazed, and hardly comprehending what was said, or the nature of the reply. He was at a loss, but did not say so. What was the connection between cause and effect? "Yes, damp beds," said the stranger. "Have you ever suffered in this way before?" inquired the surgeon. "Yes, more than once." "And have you ever recovered?" said the doctor abstractedly. "I am here," said the stranger mildly. "Truly you are," said the surgeon. "I had almost forgotten that. Your case is so singular. Your pulse is very low and irregular." "It is," coolly replied the stranger, but immediately a kind of spasm shot across him, as he had before exhibited to the landlord. "Do you feel much pain? Does it happen often?" "No, only occasionally." "I don't think you are at all likely to benefit me, sir," said the stranger, with much more courtesy in his manner. "I do not mean any disrespect to you, but my complaint is a fatal one in our family." "Are you all afflicted in this manner?" "Yes, all before me died," replied the stranger. "And when it does come on, we have no means of avoiding the end that approaches. There is no medical aid that can be rendered, ever did us any good." "You are quite an exception to nature," said the medical man. "Quite an exception. Your case cannot be beyond the assistance of medicine, if not cure, to ameliorate, though its nature may not be ascertained. But if we could do so, we could tell you what we might be able to do." "That has been attempted before," said the stranger mildly, "and hence it is I am loath to give you needless trouble. Well, I will call upon you, and see you again. But you ought to take some medicine. I am persuaded that it is some great and extraordinary derangement of the system, a complete sinking of the whole system." "Most undoubtedly it is a sinking of the whole system, a sinking which has never yet been stopped by human aid. But you can pursue what course you may deem proper." "Will you take medicines if I send any?" "Yes," replied the patient. "I will take them when you choose to send them." "I will endeavour to send you something that shall infuse something like vitality into the system. That will help you to rally." "That will, indeed, be doing something more than was ever yet done by any one who attended any individual of our family. I feel I am very weak, and am sinking fast, and do not expect that I shall again have the honour of seeing you." As he again spoke, the same spasm seized upon him. His frame was convulsed for more than a minute, and his pallid features appeared to give forth expressions which it was impossible to describe. The doctor paused, and gazed with something like fear and awe upon him. He had never before seen such a case so destitute of facts, nor yet such a man. It was quite beyond his experience. There was nothing like it in all his previous experience. There was no apparent cause for all that he saw. It might be some severe chronic disorder which did not manifest itself outwardly. If this were the case, it was most extraordinary. But more extraordinary than all was, apart from the medical question, the strange and terrible appearance of the stranger. His paleness, the terrible expression of his features, the strange and even revolting cast of his eyes, that completely baffled all his attempts to understand them, or to remember anything he had ever heard of or seen. The stranger languidly turned in his bed, and then closed his eyes, leaving his medical attendant to his reflections. "Well," muttered Dr. Litton, as he looked at his incomprehensible patient, "I never met with so fearful a human puzzle before. I never saw such an expression of countenance in all my life, nor did ever I meet with such a case. Had he been one of the fabled monsters of old, the creation of the German mind, he could not have been more unlike a human being to wear a human form." As he spoke, he quitted the room, and made his way to the proprietor of the hotel, who was as anxiously waiting to see him as he was to meet him. "Well, doctor, what do you think of the patient?" "Why, I don't know what to think. I never saw such a man before in all my life. I cannot make him out." "Nor I. I can't understand what he means, or what he is. Nor anybody else. But he is quite a gentleman. And yet there is something very frightful to be seen in him. I don't know why it is. I don't care about going oftener to him than I am obliged. I don't doubt it. There was something in the feel of his hand more of a corpse than anything I ever felt before. Indeed, it is a queer affair." "Do you know him?" "No, I do not," replied the proprietor. "He has not been here more than 2 days, and when he entered he had that deadly paleness which he has now." "Did he indeed? It is, I dare say, natural to him, though it must create an unpleasant sensation, go where he would." "He must feel it to be so, no doubt, but, at the same time, he could not avoid it. Have you come to any conclusion respecting his complaint?" "I have not, indeed. I will send him some medicine, though, to tell you the truth, I can hardly tell you what is the matter with him. His disorders seem to consist of a rapid sinking of the whole system, accompanied by a few minor symptoms, and a spasm, which must be very painful, for it produces an extraordinary effect upon his visage, and his eyes glisten like a piece of tin." "That's it, doctor. Do you know, I have been thinking for something to which I could liken those eyes to, but could not do it. When do you see him again?" "Tomorrow sometime. In the meantime I must bid you good day, for my presence is wanted in the Dundrum family." "Oh, have you any of them for a patient?" "Yes, 2. Good day. Good day." "Good day, doctor," said the proprietor of the hotel, as he bowed the doctor out, and then, returning to his own apartment, he wondered, in his own mind, at all that had been said by the learned individual when William entered his room with a hastiness of manner quite unusual to him. "What is the matter, William? Oh, sir, I beg your pardon, but the strange gentleman—" Well? What? Why, he's dying, and he wants to see you, sir." "To see me, William, and dying?" "Yes, sir. It's very sudden, but good Lord, how dreadful he looks! He clasped his hands and shook. It made the bed shake, and the windows rattle, just as if an earthquake were taking place." "Goodness me!" muttered the proprietor, who immediately quitted the apartment, and followed William to that of the stranger, who lay in the same attitude as that described by William, but he was evidently endeavoring to repress all nervous emotion, and by the time he was spoken to he succeeded in this endeavor completely, and lay apparently calm and collected for the landlord's appearance. "I believe you sent for me," said that worthy in a subdued tone. "Yes, I wish to speak a word to you before I die." "Die!" said the landlord with a start. "No, no, you cannot mean that. You will get better. You are deceived." "No, no. Do not endeavor to persuade me from believing what I know is truth. I shall die, and that, too, before many hours." "If the case is so urgent, let me send to Mr. Linton. He cannot have gone far, and he will return." "Nay, do not do that. His aid is utterly useless. Utterly. He is a clever man, but still. If your own feelings tell you that you can't live, allow me to send for a clergyman." "My friend," said the stranger, "I have settled all that in my own mind. My affairs are all made up, my account is cast, and I shall learn the balance where I am going to. I wish, while I have breath, to beg a favour of you." "Anything on earth that I can do, I will," said the landlord. "Nay, I do not decline. All that I only want you to promise me you'll attend my funeral." "All shall be done as you desire." "My breath, I feel it going. I have money enough about me. You will find my pocketbook and purse, a certain sum." "Yes, sir, yes." "And with that you will have the goodness to liquidate my debt to yourself, my funeral expenses, and place the residue of that sum about my person." "When you are dead!" exclaimed the landlord. "Yes, will you promise me? Will you swear to see it done?" "Yes, I will. I do swear." "See you keep the oath. My breath is going fast. My strength is leaving me, and I will do all," said the landlord again. "Will you have any friend attend your funeral obsequies? It's melancholy, but I am obliged to speak of it to you, because I cannot otherwise know your wishes." "Do not mind that," said the stranger, turning towards the landlord. "But when I am dead, dress me in my clothes, just as if I were about to walk. Let me have all my property and my money, such of it as remains after paying all charges, the remainder cause to be placed about my person. In fact, all that belongs to me, and place me. Where would you be buried?" said the landlord. "Place me," gasped the dying man. "Place me in the... A gurgling noise, succeeded by a sharp rattle in the throat, was all the sound that escaped him, while his glazed eyes were fixed, with a truly horrifying expression, upon the features of the landlord, whose presence of mind appeared to forsake him. And he exclaimed, falling on his knees, affright, "Lord, have mercy on us! What a dreadful affair!" "Horrible, sir," said William. "Oh, are you here, William?" inquired the landlord. "Yes, sir," replied that individual. "Oh, I'm glad of that. Did you see him die?" "I did, sir. How dreadful!" "Very, but I am glad you were here, because he has made some singular requests about burying him, and in a certain manner, with all his clothes on, and his jewels and money about him. Now I should be considered foolish if I did anything of the kind, but I have promised. As he has no friends, I will do what I have promised." "It is very good of you, sir, though I think he has been very silly in making such a request." "You cannot be so considered for performing the wish of a dying man. It is the duty of any one so promising to perform it." "Quite right, William, quite right. But did you understand what he meant by his last words? I mean, where he wished to be buried?" "I don't know positively, but I think he meant the cathedral. I thought so, at least. I am not sure he said so, but I believe he meant to do so." "Well, I think so myself, and in the cathedral he shall be buried. But it is a terrible-looking corpse. I could not sleep in the same room with him, poor fellow. What he'll come to at last there is no telling." "Yes, sir, he does look dreadful." "You needn't tell anybody we have a dead customer in the hotel, William." "No, sir." "Because people might be curious and wish to see him, and if they were to do so, I'm sure they would leave the house." "So they would, sir." "He's a dreadful-looking corpse. I never heard of such a one. What can be the cause of it? And to be buried in his clothes, too? And his money and his jewels, that is very strange." "Very strange, sir, indeed. And the fewer persons who know of it, the better, else the body will not lie very long in its grave. There will be those who would not mind turning resurrection men for the value of what he had about him." "So there would be, William, and now I think of it, the authorities of the cathedral shall know nothing about it, for who can tell what fancy they may take concerning it being an unchristian burial?" "And yet, sir, he paid all of his debts like a Christian." "Yes, and left a remembrance for the waiter. There could not be a more Christian act than that, for who could be more Christian-like than to remember the waiter?" And William at once admitted the truth of the assertion, and they both left the room, and instructions were given to William to obtain the proper aid respecting the funeral, and an order was given to the undertaker to come and measure the corpse for its last garment. All these things were duly attended to and kept secret, so that a very few persons were aware of the fact that so strange an occurrence had taken place in the good city of Winchester. Much less were they acquainted with the precise locality of the very house in which the occurrence took place. When the morning arrived on which the funeral was to take place, some persons were surprised to behold a couple of mutes standing side by side at the door of the Star Hotel, and there had been no previous sign of mourning. The hearse and one mourning coach, however, was all that attended, into which one solitary mourner entered. There were several others made up for the occasion to give the cavalcade an uniform appearance. The body was carried down by 8 men. It was very heavy, and the men bent beneath the load they bore, and when it was placed in the hearse, the one mourner got in, and they proceeded towards the cathedral, which was quite close at hand. A few, very few minutes served to bring them to the goal, and before the entrance of the cathedral they stopped, and out came the undertakers, who contrived, with much exertion, to carry the body into the church, and then, after some preliminary ceremonies, it was conducted into the vaults, where it was deposited, and the burial service was said over it most duly and solemnly, and then left, it was presumed, safe and secure to abide its final doom at the day of judgment. But many thoughts prove but the shadow of our wishes, and this seemed to be as a mocking shadow, as our readers are aware by this time of what actually took place in the dead of the night. In what name was the deceased registered? The burial, I mean, inquired the clergyman, whose memory, like some of his other faculties, was obscured by age. His name was Francis Varney, replied the chief mourner, who was no other than the proprietor of the Star Hotel. End of chapter 144.
Chapter 145 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shane Nolan. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Peckett, Press. Chapter 145. A rural scene by moonlight, the storm, an accident on the road, a new and strange acquaintance acquired, a disappointment. It was one of those pleasant, moonlit evenings that are frequently felt, as well as seen, towards the end of August, that a party of individuals sat in a traveling carriage, and were proceeding at an easy pace on one of the crossroads that run from Winchester to Bath, and also from Southampton, the Isle of Wight, between Salisbury, more properly speaking, and Bath. The evening was lovely. The day had been sultry, and the sun had not been gone down so long but that the heat of its rays yet remained. Indeed, though the moonlight gave light, yet the radiated heat from the earth first received from the sun was so great that the light evening breeze barely tempered the air. The party thus proceeding had been spending a few weeks in rambling about Southampton, Portsmouth, and Salisbury, and were now wending their way to the city of Bath. They consisted of but 4 individuals: Captain Fraser, his wife, her sister, and younger brother. The latter did not count more than 12 years, while the sister, Miss Stevens, was just 17 years of age. Captain Fraser had scarce been married 6 months, and was upon one of the early matrimonial jaunts which often take place in the earlier part of the married life, when all is sunshine, and the matrimonial barometer might have always have the index nailed to "set fair" at such periods. The lady's sister and brother were residing with her, for their parents were dead, and hence they, the captain and his lady, were their natural protectors. They were riding in an open carriage. They had parted and thrown back, and even in this manner they felt the evening air was scarcely, though riding, cool. "I don't think," said Mrs. Fraser to her husband, "that ever I beheld so beautiful a scene. The time, the warmth of the air, the occasional delicious feel of the light evening breeze, the serene light of the moon. Altogether, I never felt so comfortable, or, may I add, so happy as I do at this moment." "I'm glad to hear you say so," said the captain. "It gives me an additional pleasure to find I can please you." "Now, Fraser, that is too bad of you." "What is too bad, my dear?" said the captain inquiringly. "Why, to say you are glad you can please. That is as bad as to say it is a very difficult matter, and you know I am very easily pleased, especially when you make the attempt," said Mrs. Fraser. "Well, we will not quarrel about that, my dear, but I must say with you this hour, time, and place are all one could desire, and such as we seldom meet. The scene across the country is truly beautiful." "Yes," said Miss Stevens, "it is beautiful as far as we can see." "What river is that yonder?" inquired the brother. "That is the Willy, the same that we saw at Salisbury," said Captain Fraser. "Indeed, I thought that came from another direction more northerly." "That was another arm of the same river, and joined this about there, and all the low grounds on this side of yon hills are called the Valley of the Willy, and a beautiful little vale it is, too, fruitful and picturesque. How beautiful the moonbeams glisten on yonder water!" "They do, but not so strongly as they did." "No? What is the reason of that? The air appears to darken. I have noticed it for some minutes past. Why is that?" "I suppose it is caused by the evaporation from the grounds, and heavy dews, to compensate for the want of rain that usually takes place at this time of year." "Then we shall be obliged to shut up the carriage, for the dew is more likely to cause cold than anything else." "It is so, but we are upon comparatively high ground here, and moreover, they will not reach us yet. But here are shawls you can wrap up if you feel chilly, or you can put on your veils." "It's yet so warm," said Miss Stevens, "that I should be reluctant to put on any more clothing yet awhile." "Do as you please, but do not take cold," said Captain Fraser. "How indistinct the scene becomes around the river, which we just now saw so plain, is quite obscured, and you can scarcely tell where it is, save here and there, where the dotted willows appear, and which mark out the course of the stream." "It is so," said the youth. "I can see the green tops of the trees appear above the thick mist that rises from the river below." "Exactly. That is the fact. And see how it spreads itself over the cornfields and meadows." "Was that not a flash of light?" said Mrs. Fraser suddenly. "Light? I saw no light," said the captain. "Nor did I," said the youth. "Did you, sister?" "No, I did not so, but it is very sultry, and therefore it is very likely just at this time of the year. How much farther have we to travel before we stop for the night?" "I suppose 7 or 8 miles, not more." "There! That was no mistake, however," said Mrs. Fraser, as a flash of light shot across the heavens and left not a trace behind it. "No, there was no mistake about it, nor did I think so before," said Captain Fraser. "Only I have not noticed it, but it is harmless. It is what is called summer lightning, and has none of the ordinary results of lightning." "It will possibly make the air cool," suggested Mrs. Fraser, "and in that case we shall have a more agreeable temperature. To tell the truth, the extreme warmth and dryness of the air gives a strange uneasiness to the body." "Another flash. Ah, that's a change in its character." "Yes, that is the blue forked lightning, and I am much mistaken if we do not have a sudden change. Hark!" At that moment a sullen and deep rumble was heard in the heavens, followed by another flash, and then such a peal of thunder that boomed and rattled through the air in a manner that startled the dull echoes of the night, and made the welkin resound with the fearful sounds that filled the heavens. "We shall have a fall of rain in another moment," said Captain Fraser. "Push on, drive on, and let us get out of this soon as we can." "Aye, aye, sir," said the driver, and crack went his whip. The horses increased their speed, and they rattled on at good pace. "Had we better not stop and have the hood closed?" "No," said the captain. "I can manage that very well, with the assistance of your brother, and we shall not lose time." Captain Fraser and the young gentleman alluded to brought the coach top up and secured it, just as a heavy shower descended in such torrents that they could scarcely hear themselves speak. So heavily did it rattle upon the leathern covering of the vehicle, and they sat there for some time in silence. Soon, however, the thunder and lightning filled the air with sounds and flashes in a manner that began to create a feeling of alarm in the minds of the ladies, and some uneasiness in the mind of the captain, not upon their account only, but because the cattle might take flight under the circumstances, especially as they were fresh and had now scarcely run 3 or 4 miles, for their stage was a long one before they reached their destination, which was now about 2 days' easy journey. The thunder and lightning appeared to become more and more terrible. The storm, indeed, appeared to increase rather than diminish in intensity. The very center of the storm appeared to be fast approaching, and making the spot on which they stood the pivot on which it turned. Its fury increased, and with it the horses were each moment becoming more and more unmanageable. Though in some measure aware of the fact, Captain Fraser kept his place, fearful lest he should alarm his wife and at the same time distract the coachman. Suddenly there was a bright and vivid flash of light, such as they had not seen before, but which illumined the whole place around them, and made everything as visible as if placed in the strongest light imaginable, followed by such a crashing peal of thunder that the living earth appeared to rock again. It wanted but this to make the horses perfectly ungovernable, and they dashed away at a furious speed along the road. "Good heavens! The horses have taken fright," said Mrs. Fraser, as she became aware of the speed they were going at. "They have merely taken fright, my dears," said the captain, unwilling to increase their alarm by informing them of his own. "He will keep them in the middle of the road, and we shall be at our journey's end the sooner, and the more so the better." They were upon the point of being satisfied, when the jolts of the carriage, added to its eccentric course from one side of the road to the other, attracted so much of their attention that Mrs. Stevens said, "See, Captain, how the carriage sways from side to side. We shall all be over in a minute or two. We shall all be killed." "There goes the thunder again, worse than your kettle drums," said young Stevens, who appeared to think it rather a joke. "The lightning flashes, too, as if we had got an electrical machine." "Do not talk in that way, Charles, for goodness' sake," exclaimed his younger sister. "We shall all be killed presently." "I hope not," said Captain Fraser, "though I admit it looks serious. But all you can do, and the best under all the circumstances, is to remain calm and quiet and see what happens." "See what happens? Dear me, Captain, what do you think we all are made of that we should sit calm?" said Miss Stevens. "And see what will happen when there may be broken limbs at the least, if not death." "It's the best advice I can give you." "Had we better not get out? I don't mind trying." "Aye, if you wish to run imminent risk of instant and violent death, you will make the attempt. If you remain in here shut up, you have every probability that, if we do have an upset, which is not yet certain, we may all escape with a little fright or at most a few bruises." "Yes, sister, you had better wait for the worst, if the worst must happen, rather than rush into it." This was sensible advice, and the whole party fell into a deep silence, which was unbroken save by the sound of wheels, the rattling of the carriage, the rain, and the roar of thunder, enough to employ their minds, and at the same time keep them in momentary dread of the fearful catastrophe. Suddenly there was a crash and a dreadful jolt. They knew not what had happened, except that they felt the vehicle was turned over. In a moment more the door was opened, and the stranger lent assistance in getting out the unfortunate travelers. "Do not be alarmed, ladies," said a strange but courteous voice. "No further mischief can happen now beyond inconvenience." As the stranger spoke, he lifted the two ladies out of the carriage and placed them in a sheltered position by the body. "Are you hurt?" inquired the stranger, as he assisted Captain Fraser and young Stevens out of the falling carriage. "No, sir, I am not. Thank you for your timely aid. Where are the ladies?" "They are, I hope, uninjured." Captain Fraser immediately ran up to them, and seeing them in safety, said, "I am glad to see you are safe. I was stunned at first by a blow on the side of my head." "Yes, we are safe, but we have to thank this gentleman that we have been so speedily and so easily extracted from our unpleasant prison." "I am much indebted, sir, for your aid to the ladies. May I trespass upon your kindness to lend me a little further assistance?" "I shall be happy to assist you under these unpleasant circumstances, but allow me to suggest as the first thing that the cushions be placed under the hedge for the use of the ladies, and what cloaks or coats you have should be thrown over them." "Right, sir. I thank you." "If you are deficient in them, my cloak is at their service, though I am afraid it is almost saturated." "I have enough here," said Captain Fraser, as he pulled out several articles of that nature, and then he, with the assistance of the stranger, placed them so that Mrs. Fraser and sister were almost, if not entirely, sheltered from the storm. "Now," said the stranger, "the first thing that can be done will be to right the carriage and place it in a position where it will receive no further damage." "But the driver and horses," said Captain Fraser. "I must look after them." "Had we better not look after them? He may be dying." "By no means," said the stranger. "He will do very well if we place the carriage upright. We shall be able to replace the ladies." "We can," said the captain, who appeared to be divided between the duties of humanity and the tender anxiety he felt for his wife. "Exactly," said the stranger, "and permit me to suggest that he has either gone on beyond our aid or does not require it." "It is possible." "And very probable," said the stranger. "But if you prefer it, and think the ladies will not suffer, we can walk on ahead till we come up with them, if they stop before the end of the stage." "No, no, sir, you are quite right. I will get the carriage up if you can so far assist me. We shall then place the ladies in comparative safety." "We shall so." They immediately walked round the carriage and examined its position, as well as they were able when, to the captain's great relief, he found that it was still on its wheels, though the body was thrown over on its side. "How can it have happened?" inquired the captain. "I cannot well see," replied the stranger, "but you will perceive something must have caught the off-side wheel and turned the whole of the fore carriage that way, which has left this corner of the body without support, added to which the speed of the momentum much have acquired in this course has thrown it over." "Precisely. I see now how it is. But if we get the body up, it will fall again over on this side, since it has no support." "Oh, yes, it will remain up, since it has lost all force, all moving power, unless, indeed, any of the straps are broken. We can try." "Here, Charles," said Captain Fraser, "we will want your aid." "Oh," said the stranger, "the slightest assistance is valuable. It is the last strain or effort that may complete the removal. Now, if we can lift it up from the side, we shall soon right it, and then the fore carriage can be forced round, the ladies replaced, until we get better dispose of them." The stranger placed his shoulder to the carriage, as well as the captain and his brother-in-law, young Stevens, and thus aided, he soon lifted it up into its old position, and there it remained very quietly. "Now we had better pull all the wheels round." This was done, and the carriage assumed its former state. "Well, how could they have gotten away?" inquired Captain Fraser, examining the axles and the bars. "All appears right." They have broken the splinter bar, and here are the remains of the traces. The splinter bar, I find, has only lost its hooks, so it will do again. Come, sir, you have less damage to regret than I at first thought possible. You could have escaped with. I am truly glad it is so. Thank you, sir. Your kindness and assistance has been truly great and efficient. But I have yet to find the poor fellow who drove us. We will seek after him, or I had better ride on to the next town or house where I can obtain assistance, while you will be better able to protect the ladies by remaining with them, and my horse will carry me quickly enough. Oh! You are mounted. I am, but the ladies wait. Thus admonished, the captain turned to the ladies, and with the stranger's assistance, he conducted them back to the carriage, where they were replaced, without any material damage or misfortune of any kind, save what might arise from fright. "Someone is coming this way," said the stranger. "If I mistake not, they are your runaways by the sounds." They listened, and distinctly heard the sounds of horses' feet coming along, with the jingling of harness. That made it pretty certain that what the stranger said was correct, and that it was most probable that this was indeed the man who drove them coming back with the same cattle, or some fresh. A few moments more decided the speculation, and the man himself rode up and looked at the carriage, saying, "Well, I thought it was upset." "So it was, but we have righted it now. Has no accident happened to you? But these are the same horses." "Yes, sir. When they got loose or broke away, they went as if they were shot out of a gun, and away they went for some miles, until I contrived to stop them, which was a hard job. However, I thought then, as there was nothing the matter with them or me, I'd better return and see what was become of you, sir, and the ladies." "Quite right. Do you think they will go quietly in the harness again?" Oh, yes, sir." "Then we will harness them and go to the end of the next stage, when we can see exactly what mischief, if any, has been done." This was immediately put in practice, and they were soon harnessed, the broken straps and traces being mended in the best way time and circumstances admitted, but effectually enough for the present purpose. "Now, sir," said Captain Fraser, "do you continue on this road or the one we have come? I suppose we must have overtaken you as you were coming this way." "No, I was a traveler going in the same direction. I saw your speed from a distance, and believing your horses to have taken fright, I rode on, and being well mounted, I overtook you just as the accident happened." "Then we may have the pleasure of your company on the road for some distance to come, I hope, sir." "As far as the next place to stop at all events, for I do not desire to travel further than I can avoid tonight." "Then I shall be able to thank you more at leisure, and at a better opportunity than at present," said the captain. "Do not name it. I am too happy to have had it my power to render you any assistance. Shall I ride on and secure your proper accommodation when you do arrive there?" "Your kindness is very great," said the captain again. "I am much beholden to you, but if we can get as far as we hope to, we shall not require it. There will be sufficient for travelers under the ordinary course of events. We shall do very well, and if we should not be able to get so far, we must make our accommodations content with whatever chance accommodation we get on the road." "Then we will journey for that distance in company," said the stranger, as he mounted his horse, which had stood quietly by while the tall stranger rendered the timely assistance he had to them. They proceeded along now at a cautious pace. The weather had abated, and the rain was now less severe. The thunder only heard in the distance, while the lightning could only be seen in occasional flashes in the distance, in a direction away from them. The clouds began to lighten, and then the diffused light of the moon came and shed a gentle light upon the scene, though it was very scarce and of comparative little use, save it enabled them to see their way all the better. The roads were good, and they traveled onwards with some increase of speed, and finding none of their amended horse tackle had given way, they still kept journeying onwards at the same pace. Time brought them to their destination, and when they arrived at the inn, at which they were to stop for the night, They found it had not made much more than an hour or an hour and a half's difference. When they were fairly housed, the stranger took an apartment to himself. It was while he sat before the fire that Captain Fraser entered his room. "I must apologize for my intrusion," began the captain. "Don't say a word on that head, sir," said the stranger. "It is no intrusion. You are welcome. Be seated, if you please. I am alone and perfectly at leisure. I have come to thank you for the service you have done us, and to beg that you sup with us, and permit the ladies to have an opportunity of thanking their preserver in person. You will oblige us all by accepting the invitation." "I am much obliged for your courteous offer," said the stranger, who was a tall, dignified man. "I will come after supper, if you please, and shall feel it a great honor, I assure you. But I am so truly sensible that my efforts were more owing to accident than to anything else, that I do not wish to hear anything more of it." "You must not be so self-denying, sir. We do not wish to put any more merit on your act than we think it deserves. But that much you must accept, if you will permit me to use such a word. Shall we have the pleasure of your company?" "After supper." "I will not press you against your feelings, but you will come after supper, sir. I hope I may have the pleasure of drinking a bottle of wine with you. Will you come?" "I will, sir, and thank you for the honor." "May I have the pleasure of being able to introduce you to the ladies by name?" said the captain with a little hesitation. "Oh, certainly, certainly. I beg your pardon. I am somewhat forgetful. I forgot I had not passed through an introduction," said the stranger. "Permit me to give you my card." As he spoke, he handed Captain Fraser a beautifully embossed card upon which was printed in Italian characters, "Sir Francis Varney." Captain Fraser took the card and read the name, and then passing a compliment, he said that since he could not have his company to supper, then he should expect him when he felt at leisure and disposed to do. "I am sorry he will not come, though under other circumstances I should have been glad of it, but I am sorry on this occasion." "And why would you have been glad?" "Because after the flurry and upset we had, I'm hardly fit to see anyone, much less a stranger, but he so kindly and promptly rescued us from our danger that I cannot feel a reluctance at any time." "Yes," said her sister, "and I must say I never heard a voice that sounded so really like a gentleman's indeed. I could fancy that anyone could speak positively assert that he was a gentleman, only from hearing him speak, without seeing him at all. But be that as it may, I felt convinced he was such." "He's very courteous, I must say," said Miss Fraser. "And who do you think he is?" "I have no means of forming any judgment." "Well, then, he is Sir Francis Varney." "Sir Francis Varney? Well, I do not know the name. I've never heard the name before that time, but I think there is some one of that name in the time of Queen Elizabeth, an attendant on the Earl of Leicester." "Are you not joking?" "Indeed, I am not. I have read so." "And do you think this gentleman may be a descendant of his?" "There is no impossibility nor improbability about it that I see," said Mrs. Fraser. "But I am the more obliged to him for his timely assistance. I am sure it was fortunate that he was so close at hand." "Yes, it was very fortunate. Mary, my dear, we shall be introduced to a baronet. It was quite a prophecy of yours in saying he was a gentleman, when you only heard him speak. By the way, Fraser, what sort of man is he?" "Very singular indeed." "Singular! Ah, he is very tall." "Yes, he is tall, but very pale, more remarkable and dignified than handsome, extremely courteous and polite." "What age is he?" "Well, I cannot tell. Perhaps 40, perhaps not so old by 10 years. It is quite impossible to say." "Dear me, how strange. I think I could guess anybody's age better than that." "You shall have an opportunity of doing so, then, in an hour or so, when he will come, and I think I may venture upon saying you will be pleased with his dignified politeness, and say he is much superior to most men." The supper ended, and the wine was produced, and Captain Fraser, his lady, and 2 young relatives were seated round a good fire, for the storm had chilled the air. Besides, the damp they had stood in rendered such a precaution necessary and pleasant, notwithstanding the day had been sultry, but the change in the temperature was sudden and great, awaiting, with something like impatience, the stranger's arrival. "He does not appear to come," said Charles Stevens. "He is not here, certainly, but he will come, no doubt, the moment he is quite sure that we had done our supper, and he had finished his own. Perhaps he takes longer than we." "Perhaps so, but I am strongly tempted to go to him again." "It might be construed into undue urgency or something of the sort," said Mrs. Fraser, "and yet he might be waiting for something of the sort." "So he might," said the captain. "At all events, I will go and see. If he were inclined to do so under other circumstances, he would not take offense under the present." "Perhaps not." At that moment the door was opened, and the waiter presented a note. "A note for me," said Captain Fraser. "Yes, sir." "Who can it be from?" "From the gentleman upstairs, sir, who came with you an hour back." "Oh!" exclaimed Captain Fraser. "He has taken ill and obliged to go to bed, sir." Captain Fraser immediately tore open the note and read as follows: "Sir, I deeply regret I cannot keep my promise to take a glass of wine with you, and have the honor of being introduced to the ladies. Favor me so much as to make my excuses to them. It is a great pleasure lost to me on the occasion. Permit me to say deferred rather than lost. And if I might venture to make an appointment under the circumstances, I can only say that, if convenient, I should be happy to breakfast with you, and then have the honor and happiness I have now the misfortune to lose. Sudden and severe indisposition alone have caused me to retire before I have the honor of seeing you, and expressing my inability to attend you. Yours obliged, Francis Varney." There was a blank upon the countenances of all present. Evidently a deep disappointment was felt by all, but the captain was especially surprised, and turning to the waiter, he said, "Did you see this gentleman?" "Yes, sir." "Was he unwell?" "Yes, sir." "I mean, was he, or is he, dangerously ill?" "He was very ill, sir, but I don't know that he is dangerously ill. He suffered much pain, and he was obliged to have aid to go upstairs." "Did he say what it was that ailed him?" pursued Captain Fraser. "Not that I heard, though some say he had got the cramp and cold by being too long in the wet." "Perhaps so. Very likely, very likely. That will do. Let me know how he is the first thing in the morning. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir. I will take care." "Well," said Mrs. Fraser when they were alone, "I did not expect such a disappointment this evening. However, he makes up for it by appointing the breakfast hour for our meeting. It is the more agreeable, as we shall have had a good night's repose, and shall be the better able to appear to advantage." End of chapter 145. Recording by Shane Nolan.
Chapter 146. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Hoover. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, Chapter 146. The Alarm at the Inn, Bedchamber Terrors, A Night Scene, a morning succeeding to a night of adventure. The inmates of the inn are all fast bound in sleep. The senses of all seemed steeped in deep forgetfulness. Even the hour of dreams was past. The storm, which had raged so violently in the early part of the evening, and which had appeared to have gone and a calm succeeded, had returned, and the fury of the blast was only equalled by the deluging rain and the fearful rumbling of the thunder. But calmly slept the beautiful and innocent Mary Stevens. She was young, and her mind bore no weight of care. When she slept, no dreams disturbed her rest, but a calm, death-like sleep sat upon her soul, and steeped it in forgetfulness. The storm raged around, but she heard it not. She was unconscious of it. Perhaps the disturbance and fatigues of the previous day caused a greater degree of depth to her insensibility, and rendered her mind less liable to slight interruptions, but she slept soundly, and did not even hear the intruder, who walked across the floor of her bedroom, and stood gazing on her fair arms as she lay sleeping. The intruder was a tall man, enveloped in some strange mantle, all white. He stooped over her, as if he listened to the beating of her heart, while his strangely bright eyes, which shone fearfully, appeared to express a horrible kind of joy, too terrible for human nature to contemplate. He stooped. He placed his hand upon her heart, and felt its pulsations, and a terrible and ghastly smile passed over his features, while a movement of the lips and mouth generally appeared as if anticipatory of a coming meal. Then he took the white arm in his hands, and cast a longing look at the features of the maiden, who appeared disturbed by the rude action, and moved in her sleep, and was suddenly aroused from her slumber by a severe pang in her arm, as though some creature had plunged its fangs into her flesh. She started up, and found herself flung upon the bed with gigantic strength. She screamed, and uttered scream upon scream. The old inn was filled with sounds of terror and pain. There was a loud knocking heard at the door. Then, indeed, the assailant left his prey to provide for his own safety, but it was almost too late, for the door was burst open violently as he made for another means of exit, which was the means by which he had entered the apartment. But he was prevented, and, as the first person entered the apartment, he threw him down by placing something in his way. The light was thrown against some furniture, which immediately rose up into a flame. "Help! Help! Fire! Fire!" These were fearful sounds, such had never before been heard in that place, and the inmates, woke up by the screams from deep slumber, were startled and terrified at these sounds, and springing at once from their beds, echoed the sounds as they run wildly about from place to place. "Where is the fire? What's the matter?" "Fire in the young lady's room." All eyes were directed to that quarter, and in another instant there were several persons rushing to the room, the glare of the fire in which at once attracted their observation, and they rushed to the rescue, among the foremost of whom was Sir Francis Varney, whose bedchamber was not far distant from Mary Stevens's. He rushed to the bed, and wrapping the bedclothes round her, he carried her out of the room and the scene of danger, and, as he came out of the room, he inquired, "Where is Captain Fraser?" Here I am, Sir Francis," said the captain, coming hastily forward. "Then, Captain Fraser, I resign my charge up to you. You are her proper protector, but I must apologize for my hasty intrusion into her apartment." "Do not think of speaking in that manner, Sir Francis. We are already indebted to you for our lives, and now we are again your debtor. Your ready aid has twice saved the young lady." Captain Fraser took Miss Stevens from Sir Francis, and then carried her, as she was quite insensible, to his own room to his wife, her sister, where she was laid upon the bed, and found to be quite insensible. There was much confusion in the inn. People were running about from place to place, and tumbling over each other in the confusion of thought, and the moments were precious, for many were running about, yet none did effective service, though all were willing enough to do all that could be done by them under the circumstances. "You had better get some water," said Varney, "as quickly as you can. It is useless to run about and stare at each other. Get all the buckets you can. Be quick about it. There may yet be time enough to save the inn and keep the fire to the room where it is, but that time will soon be at an end." Instantly 2 or 3 of the men ran down and got a plentiful supply of water. and then, under the direction of Sir Francis Varney, the fire was very soon got under, and the flames were extinguished. Then came an inquiry how the fire had first appeared. "Do you know how it happened?" inquired Sir Francis Varney of the innkeeper, who stood quite mute with astonishment at the scene before him. "No, sir," said the innkeeper, "I don't know anything. I don't know myself. I don't even know where I am or what's the matter." "Then I beg to tell you, sir," said Varney, with much suavity of manner, "then I beg to tell you, sir, that there has been a fire in your inn, a young lady frightened out of her senses, and I know not the cause." "No more don't I," said the landlord, with a short grunt, indicative of wonderment and alarm. "I wish I did. I wonder who set the place afire, that's what I wants to know, and why he did it." "The motive was not a bad one, I believe." "Not a bad motive? That which causes one man to set fire to and destroy another man's property?" "Not when it is not only not done with any evil intention, but it was not even done wilfully," said Sir Francis. "Perhaps you saw it done?" said the landlord, with another grunt. "I did," replied Varney. "Hearing the disturbance, I hastily threw on some of my clothes, and ran out of my apartment to ascertain what was the matter, and found several others had got here before me, and had burst open the door. The first who entered had a light in his hand, and fell with it, setting the place on fire, which burned furiously for a minute or more, the hangings being dry and old. I took the young lady out, else I am sure she must have perished." "Well, I saw you come out with her in your arms like a salamander, but what I most wanted to know is, what was it that disturbed my customer? That is of the greatest consequence to me." "You are perfectly right, my friend," said Sir Francis, with much composure, "to make that inquiry, that being the origin of all that subsequently took place. You are a man of discernment, and must see that the young lady herself can alone give us any account of that." "True, sir, but I am much obliged to you for the trouble you have taken, not only for the young lady's sake, but for the property you have prevented being destroyed. You have, no doubt, saved the inn and all it contains." "That is enough, sir," said Varney, waving his hand. "You have said enough. I am glad I have rendered you a service, and that it has been effectual." "It has been just the thing," said the landlord. "Then take my advice. See the place is secure, and send all persons to bed, save, perhaps, a single individual who might be set to watch the room which has been on fire, and which may have some slumbering spark in it, though I think not. But the quieter the place is, the sooner the young lady's alarm will be over, and then all will be well." "Certainly, certainly," said the landlord. "It will be better to do so. But here is the only gentleman who can tell us how the young lady is." Sir Francis Varney turned round, and beheld Captain Fraser coming towards them with a very grave aspect. "Captain Fraser," said Sir Francis, "perhaps you can tell us what we are so very anxious to learn, and what we have been inquiring about." "What may that be, Sir Francis?" "We have been trying to learn what it is that caused the young lady to scream out in such a fearful manner. We have settled the cause of the fire. That has been manifest enough to us all." "Indeed! I am not acquainted with it." "It rose from the first person who entered her apartment after the door was burst open, falling over something, and setting fire to the curtains, which blazed up in an instant, and set the whole room on fire." "Indeed!" said Captain Fraser, almost incredulously. "Yes, I saw that myself," said Varney, "and I stepped over him as he lay on the ground, and therefore know it. But how is the young lady? Has she recovered from the extreme fright into which she has been thrown?" "It is a much more serious affair than I had any notion of, Sir Francis." "I am concerned to hear you say so." "Shall I send for the doctor?" inquired the landlord. "Do. That is what I came to ask you to do. She has recovered once, and has fainted again. I know not what to think. She has a singular wound in her arm. I can't understand that, at all events." "I did not see it when I took hold of her, though, to be sure, what I did was done in smoke and flame, and I could not be supposed to scrutinize very closely had I been so inclined. But what kind of wound is it?" "I can hardly describe it to you, save it is a bite. and there are teeth marks plain enough to be seen, though we have no means of telling what kind of creature it was that inflicted the wounds. Indeed, I am concerned, for the effect upon the imagination will be very bad. But did she not see, or fancy she saw, the object that injured her? It was dark, and the storm raged without. Moreover, she was held down by a powerful grasp, and when she attempted to rise, she was flung down, and she could feel the blunted teeth enter her flesh, and the creature appeared to suck her blood. "Dear me," said Sir Francis, "what a very strange affair! It is fortunate I was obliged to retire early, and I slept the lighter, and was therefore easily aroused from my sleep. But I am proverbially a light sleeper." "Are you, sir? But what has caused the wound in her arm I cannot tell. It is quite a mystery. She has got a fancy into her mind that it was a human being, but that could not have been the fact." "I should imagine not," said Sir Francis. "And then I know of no animal who could commit such an act. A cat or a dog could not have done it, though a dog might have made the teeth marks, but a dog would hardly have attempted to suck blood." "They will do it," said Sir Francis. "That I know to be a fact, and I believe it to be one that is generally admitted by all persons, especially that breed of animals mostly kept, which have something of the bulldog in them." "It may be so, but how could she be held down by one of them? She could not be struck down when she attempted to rise." "It is not for me to combat the young lady's opinions, but remember, my dear sir, how terrified, not to say how horrified, she must have been at such an unusual and, I may add, unheard of an attack. If you consider such things, and the improbability, not to say what appears to me the impossibility, you will see plenty of room for mistakes to arise and give her notions a wrong turn." "That is very true. And besides, I would, if I were convinced of the contrary, endeavor to persuade her of her mistake, unless you can discover the perpetrator of the outrage, when justice demands that such a savage should be severely punished." "By God, Sir Francis," said the captain, "if I could see him, I would shoot the scoundrel. But then I am getting angry without a cause. It may not be what she thinks, and then, you know, all one's anger goes for nothing." "So it does, but in the meantime, great care and attention is requisite to regain her confidence and serenity of mind." "Oh, a day or two will make a great difference in these matters when we come to change the scene." "Are you travelling far, Captain Fraser?" "As far as Bath," said the captain. At this moment the landlord returned, saying to Captain Fraser, "I have sent to Mr. Carter, who will be here, no doubt. He is close at hand, and will come in a moment. He is a very clever gentleman, is Mr. Carter. I saw him perform 4 operations on coach accidents." "Operations on coach accidents," said Sir Francis Varney. "A curious matter, that. How did they succeed upon such materials?" "Oh, they were 2 broken arms and 3 broken legs." "Indeed! Did they all recover?" "No, only one got over it." "Upon my word, a promising member of the faculty to entrust so tender a charge to, under such delicate circumstances. But, landlord, have you any bad characters about your house, or in the neighbourhood?" "I can't say anything about the neighbourhood, though I believe it is as quiet and orderly as can be, or usually is. I never hear anything against it, and know nothing against it, and as for them in the house, I can answer they would not hurt a fly, unless provoked to do so, but what I mean is they are all honest and tried servants." "Well, that is saying a good deal," said Captain Fraser. "But have you any dogs about the house? I mean any large dogs?" "Ah, dogs! Yes, I have several dogs, and good dogs they are, too." "Could any of them get into the rooms? The sleeping rooms, I mean? Could any of them get into the room that has taken fire?" "No, unless the door was opened," said the landlord. "They are not allowed to run about loose here, lest any one should get up in the night and be mistaken for intruders, for my dogs, gentlemen, would take any one they saw moving about outside of a night. But otherwise they are quiet, well-conducted dogs." "Well, you mean to say they could not have got into Miss Stevens's room?" "I do. I am sure of it. They could not, because there were none of them about the house when we went to bed, when the house was shut up at night. However, here is the doctor." The medical man now arrived, and was forthwith introduced to Captain Fraser, who conducted him to the apartment in which Mrs. Fraser and Miss Stevens were awaiting the coming of the doctor. Captain Fraser, after having introduced him to the invalid, returned to the landlord and Sir Francis. "Well, I cannot make it out at all," said Sir Francis. "There must be some mystery in it, I am persuaded, and if that could only be discovered, the matter would lose half its terrors to the mind of the young lady." "No doubt it would do so," said the captain. "The fire and her wound together have made a deep impression upon her." "The wound?" said the landlord. "Is the young lady hurt, then?" "Hurt, indeed. She is seriously hurt. She has received a severe wound in the arm by some one or some dog having seized and bitten her seriously." "God bless me!" said the landlord. "I never heard of such a thing. Somebody began to eat her, I suppose? Upon my word, it would almost make one believe we are in the Cannibal Islands, to say the least of it." "Here is the surgeon," said Sir Francis, who noticed that gentleman's approach. "Well, sir," said Captain Fraser, "how is your patient?" "I fear she is much terrified, and if she were to remain here long, I should hardly like to answer for her health. She has received a very severe shock." "Her wound, what think you of that, sir?" "I really can't say anything about it, save that it is a bite, but how inflicted I cannot say. It is very mysterious indeed, very strange. But what I look upon as most important in the affair is the impression it has produced upon her mind. That, you see, may last her all her life, and produce very unfortunate consequences. I do not know that it will be so, but I state what there is a possibility of, or I may more correctly speaking add, of what there is a great probability." "I regret to hear you say so," said Sir Francis Varney. "Do you really imagine the young lady has been bitten by any animal?" "Yes, I do. There are evidences enough to prove that. There is the wound in her arm, and the marks of the teeth quite plain, and she suffers from the anguish of it much. But I shall be better able to say more about it early in the morning, when I call again to see her." "She will be able to travel, I hope?" "Oh, yes, she will be able to do that, indeed. I would recommend she should try to do so, as the best means of throwing off all the unpleasant feelings and thoughts upon the occasion." "Will you call early tomorrow?" "I will," said the doctor, and then he bade them good evening, and left. "Well," said the landlord, "I'm amazed at what the doctor says about the young lady. I'm sorry it should have happened in my house, but I hope something will turn up to make it turn out different." "That, I'm afraid, is not possible, seeing you have a clear demonstration of what it is now. The mischief has been done." "I am the more sorry," said the landlord, "that it is likely to prey upon the young lady's feelings, which are to be considered in the case." "Certainly, certainly. There is where the mischief is likely to spring from. However, it is of no use to stand here all night. It is cold. I must get an hour or two's sleep before I get to business in the morning." "I think so too," said Captain Fraser. "Well, I will bid you good night, Sir Francis, and shall expect you in the morning to breakfast." "With pleasure," replied Varney, and they all parted, each going to his own dormitory, to sleep or to think over the events of the night, as best they might. End of chapter 146. Chapter 147 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Hoover. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 147. The next morning came, and with it came also the usual bustle of a country inn, when strangers are stopping there, especially carriage strangers, as well as the usual coach stoppages, when they change horses, which they did more than once that morning. It was at a later hour than usual when the party breakfasted, and it was somewhat late when Sir Francis Varney entered the room. "Good morning," said Sir Francis, with great suavity of manner, and in a most courtly tone, "I trust I see you somewhat recovered from the fright you were put to last night?" "Oh, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Fraser, "it was a dreadful fright indeed, but we have so much to thank you for. To you we owe much, and my sister owes to you a double obligation. You have rescued her twice." "I am happy to think I have been a fortunate instrument in serving you. I trust Miss Stevens is better than she was?" "I think she is better, Sir Francis, but she desires to remain in her apartment until we are ready to start, though I thought it somewhat unreasonable, because if she is to travel she had better have come out. But her rest was disturbed by the accident, and it might have been early before she slept, and an hour's rest and repose might do much towards recovering her," said Sir Francis. "Her own feelings are a good guide under these circumstances." "I think so too," said Captain Fraser. "I," said young Stevens, "was awoke by a desperate riot caused by people running about. I did not hear anything of the scream." "I was awoke by it," said Captain Fraser. "How did you hear of it? How were you awoke?" "By a loud scream," said Sir Francis. "I was asleep, and when it awoke me I knew not what it was. I remained for a moment or two in doubt as to whether I had not dreamt, but a repetition assured me that I was not dreaming, and knowing from the sound it was a female's voice, I jumped up and dressed myself as well as I could, but before I could do that I heard people running about, and when I got into the gallery I heard the door burst in." "Did anyone come out?" "I cannot say. I saw no one. But the man who first entered the apartment fell down, from some cause or other, and set the bed-curtains on fire. Accidentally, of course, but it was the same in effect." "Did you see any one in the room, Sir Francis?" "No one at all. I did not even know who slept there, but seeing the form of a human being lying there, and wrapping the bedclothes, or rather seizing her and the bedclothes by grasping with both arms, I carried her out. I used but little ceremony, and the urgency of the case must be my excuse." "And it is, Sir Francis, though I know not in what way we can manifest our feelings of gratitude to you." "You may, madam, by saying no more about it. But I shall be delighted to think you have such a good opinion of my services, and the knowledge that they have been useful, that is a gratification to me." "And one you are well entitled to, Sir Francis," said Captain Fraser. "How far are you travelling?" inquired Mrs. Fraser. "As far as Bath, madam, for the benefit of my health." "We are going to Bath, Sir Francis, as well. I am sure it will be a great pleasure to Captain Fraser to find that we are to have such a travelling companion, that is, if you can accommodate yourself to travelling in a carriage." "I can travel as you please. I am mounted, and am used to such travelling, for months at a time." "Do you travel much at a time, Sir Francis?" "Yes, I have been a great traveller for years, not so much as regards distance as to the constancy of my perambulations, for I continue for months together out, riding from one town to another." "Without an attendant?" "Always. I never carry a servant about with me. It cannot be done with comfort by anyone. You have always proper attendants if you stop at a respectable inn or hotel, or, if not, if the road you have to travel be a cross route, you cannot expect any additional comfort from a servant, but you are troubled at his not being comfortably lodged. At least I am, for I have tried it." "I dare say there is much wisdom in that. I know from experience that a single traveller, who has leisure and is willing, may enjoy himself better than he could if he were attended by his servant. You are somewhat restrained in your motions, and cannot do as you would please under all circumstances." "I am fully persuaded of that from experience. But I shall travel on horseback till I get to Bath, and then I hardly know whether I shall remain at an hotel, or take lodgings for the season, or what." "What we intend is to take lodgings," said Captain Fraser, "for a time, as long as we feel inclined, and then to enjoy ourselves." "Quite right," said Sir Francis, "quite right. I am glad to hear you say so, and I hope it may be of advantage to Miss Stevens." "I hope so too. Shall we have the advantage of your company en route?" "I shall have great pleasure in having your company so far. It will give me great gratification indeed. I shall be most happy to bear your company as far as the city of Bath, and shall consider myself the gainer by your society." No, we shall be the only party that will benefit by it. But we shall feel greatly your kindness, and I, for one, anticipate much pleasure on the road from your society, and also when we arrive in Bath. I feel such will be the case. At this moment Mr. Carter was announced also. In a few moments more this individual was introduced to them. He was a plain, gentlemanly man, who really was a clever man, notwithstanding the fearful account of his prowess and skill which the landlord had descanted on the previous night. "Well, Mr. Carter," said Captain Fraser, "how do you find my sister? Do you think she is any better than she was?" "I think she is calmer, and much of the first violence of terror is gone, but I cannot say any more. She is still much disturbed. Do you think there is anything dangerous in her state?" "No, sir, I do not. Though I cannot hide from you the possibility that there is of her being permanently affected by it. I mean mentally. It may take a deep hold of her, and there will be no getting her free from it, save by judicious treatment." "You do not consider much, then, of her wound?" "The arm? Oh, yes. That looks very angry, and has been a very severe bite, and has caused her arm to swell, though I have no doubt about its getting well. Still, it will be very painful for some days, and had it been a little more severe, it is possible that some of the tendons might have been injured, or an artery wounded." "Upon my word," said Sir Francis Varney, "this had very nigh turned out a very bad and serious affair, if not a dangerous one." "Of that there can be no doubt," said the doctor. "Well, but, after all, what was it that has caused all this disturbance? What was it, a man or brute?" "Decidedly the latter," said Sir Francis Varney. "Decidedly the latter, be the form of the creature what it may." "Indeed you are right, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Fraser. "But she insists it was a human being who made this abominable attack on her. Why or wherefore no one knows, but she insists it was a man." "What do you say, doctor?" "I only know, sir, what the young lady says." "Do you think it probable?" "I cannot say I do. I think it most unlikely, though, to be sure, there is nothing in it that is impossible. Had anyone felt maliciously towards the young lady, they might have perpetrated the crime, but in the absence of all malice, I cannot think so bad of human nature as to believe it." "You discredit it, then?" said Sir Francis Varney. "I do," said the doctor, "with all due respect to the young lady, but the probability of mistake is so great, and when you consider the terror so natural to the occasion, her powers of observation were limited and liable to error, that I cannot myself believe otherwise than there is a great mistake." "And what do you consider of the wounds? I mean, do you think it possible that they were inflicted by human teeth? Are they of that shape and character that could be inflicted by human teeth?" "Yes, decidedly. That is, so far as I am able to judge, while the wound is swelled and angry, I should consider them just such as might be inflicted by the teeth of a man or woman." "That corroborates the young lady's own belief." "It does, so far," said Mr. Carter. "Then comes the question of how it could have been done, and by whom. These seem to be questions which cannot be answered. I asked the landlord all that could tend to elicit that information, but with no success. He knew nothing that could throw any light upon the subject." "Perhaps he knew nothing," suggested Mrs. Fraser. "Most probably he did not," was the reply. "I know the landlord to be a respectable, though somewhat eccentric man, and I think him quite incapable of being a party to such an outrage upon any person, much less upon a lady who was stopping at his house." "Well, however true that may be, yet it is undeniable that this outrage has been committed, though by whom we cannot say, for we do not even suspect anybody. I can't understand it at all." "Nor I, but, as you observed, sir, the outrage has been committed, and here too. But, unfortunately, no one is suspected, and justice cannot be done, which, in such a case, ought to be fully and clearly made out, for there can be no palliation." "None at all." "I wish," said Captain Fraser, "I had been first in the room." "Why, sir?" inquired Sir Francis Varney. "Do you wish that?" "Because, you see, sir, I should have felt that inward satisfaction arising from the fact that I fancy I might have ascertained whether anyone was or had been in the room." "The young lady said there was," said Sir Francis. Yes, but then you saw the door opened and saw no one come out." "I did not, though after I had Miss Stevens in my arms I came away, and then it was possible anyone might have got out, though there were others who would have seen them. But still, in the bustle and confusion of the moment, there might have been somebody." "Yes, there is that possibility," said Captain Fraser. "And I don't see why I should trouble myself about this affair. I mean, by wishing myself there. But I should have done nothing but carry out the body. That would have been my first act." "No doubt," said Sir Francis. "And what made such an act the more necessary is the fact that she was in instant danger of death from burning or suffocation." "True, true. Who would have coolly gazed around him when there on the bed lay the unfortunate victim of God knows what? Well, sir, I must bid you good day. I have some patients to visit." "Not before we square accounts, which is easily done. Let me know how we may stand, sir, and I will pay you at once." This little affair was soon settled, and the doctor was about to depart, when he said, before he left the room, "I have given the young lady directions what to do relative to her arm. She must not use it much, but any medical man who may chance to see it will be able to prescribe for it, though what I have given I deem almost enough to effect her complete restoration as far as regards the arm. The shock the mind and nervous system have sustained will only be eradicated by time and change." "Thank you for your advice. That shall be attended to." The doctor now quitted the hotel, and the landlord entered the apartment with a very serious aspect, and, after making his bow, proceeded to say, "I'm very sorry, sir, for the occurrence of last night. Very sorry indeed. Indeed, sir, I cannot make it out at all. I have inquired all over the house, and nobody at all knows anything about it, nor can't think how it could be. A good many of them won't believe it at all, though I told them there could be no doubt of it, for the young lady was burnt and the bed set on fire." "You may be sure of that, landlord. The young lady has been bitten on the arm most severely." "And as for the fire," said Sir Francis, "I saw how that occurred." "So you said, sir," replied the landlord. "If that fellow as fell down had stood up, why, it wouldn't have set the curtains afire." "No, that is true." "Well, then, he would have been able to have seen what was the matter, instead of his filling the room full of smoke and fire as he did. He hadn't no excuse to tumble down. Nobody knocked him down." "But didn't he hurt himself very badly?" "Oh, only about 2 or 3 square inches, or perhaps a patch as big as your hand off his chin. That's nothing to such as he." "Very good. But have you examined the place to see if anybody could have got in and concealed himself? Was there any possibility of a man's getting into your house and secreting himself in any part of the bedroom, which would thus afford him an opportunity of doing what has been done?" "Why, sir, I don't think it likely. And yet these people are so cunning that you could not, by any possibility, guard against them in any way, especially in an inn. But there is no house free from intrusion of that character. But in this instance they could have had no notion the young lady was to sleep there." "That is very true," said Captain Fraser, "and tends to show she was not singled out for outrage. But what seems very singular is that anyone should secret themselves, and that with a view to commit such an outrage." "That is very true," said the landlord. "But people do very strange things sometimes, and I think the object of anyone hiding himself in the house in such a manner as this rascal must have done was robbery." "But he met with no resistance, and there could have been no excuse for so cowardly an assault as this complained of." "There is much truth in that, and yet we don't know what human nature is capable of," said the landlord. "I have known a few things in my time, but the man, or whatever he might be, might have been tempted to make the assault complained of." "What, then, landlord, you imagine that a thief who had got into the house would make an attempt to eat a young lady?" "Why, as to eating her, sir," said the landlord, scratching his head, "I cannot say he would. I don't know what his intentions might be, nor do I profess to understand it all.
I can't, however, see what can be the motive, save malice and spite. They mightn't care whom they injured, so long as somebody was hurt." "They must have been very bad." "Yes, sir, and I wish I had seen them. If I had, I would no more mind chopping them in two than I would cleave a marrow bone. I truly hope, sir, you won't consider that, however unfortunate the circumstances are, that I am blamable in this affair. I took all the usual precautions in this affair. That is, my house was secured as usual, and the place watched during the day, for we are particular in that respect, knowing that we are very liable to be robbed." "Exactly," said Captain Fraser. "And though I much regret the occurrence, yet I tell you, I do not see anything in which I say you are to blame. It is simply a great misfortune, and there ends the matter." "Thank you. I regret it as much, I am sure, as anybody, because I am very likely to be injured by it." "You are not to blame. Allow my carriage to be at the door in half an hour, as we shall leave almost immediately. And my horse, too, landlord, as I bear this gentleman company." The landlord departed and went towards the stables, and gave the necessary orders, while the guests remained, conversing on the extraordinary occurrence that had taken place, and much pleased with the courtesy of their new friend. Many were the speculations that were indulged in respecting the attack upon Miss Stevens, many of them wild, but all wide of the mark, fortunately, for her frame of mind. And then, before they had at all come to any conclusion, or any satisfactory probability, the carriage was announced. "Well, Sir Francis, I presume you will ride with us?" "Yes, on horseback." "I understand so. We shall be much indebted to you for your goodness. But here is Miss Stevens." At that moment the young lady entered the room, ready attired for travelling, but looking very pale and timid. Sir Francis advanced, and, taking her hand, said, "May I have the pleasure of hearing you say the occurrence of last night has done you only a temporary mischief?" "I hope not," said Miss Stevens, "but to you, Sir Francis, I owe everything. I am grateful to you for your ready and effectual aid under such trying circumstances. I am sure I can never repay you for your goodness." "Nay, the task is easier than you imagine," said Sir Francis. "To know that I have saved you, and to see it has been effectual, is repayment enough. I am sure we never feel so much satisfaction and pleasure as when we find our endeavours, however important or unimportant they are, have proved effectual, that we have done what we desired to do. That is ample reward." "You are so good, Sir Francis."
"We will say nothing about that. None are so perfect but we may see room for amendment. But we will have a truce, I hope, upon this subject, and now converse upon the pleasures of our journey."
"They, I hope, will be many,"
said Mrs. Fraser. "I have every expectation of it myself," said Sir Francis. "The day appears fine, and the sun is high. The storm of last evening has cleared the air of much of its heat. It is cool and pleasant. The country will look refreshed, the fields will be quite gay and pleasant, and the face of nature renewed."
"Well, I am certain it will be a pleasant journey under such change, for I must say it was very sultry yesterday."
"It was," said Captain Fraser. "The appearance of the earth alone will tell that. But are you all ready?"
"Yes, all,"
replied Mrs. Fraser. "Now, my dear Charles, what are you about?"
"I'm looking for my gloves," said the youth, "but I can't find them."
"Never mind them, we shall be off without you." "I'll come before you have all got into the carriage, so don't wait." "Permit me, Miss Stevens," said Sir Francis, as he offered his arm, "to have the pleasure of seeing you safe into the carriage." The young lady accepted of the proffered arm of Sir Francis, though not without something like reluctance, though why she could not tell. But yet she did not like to appear to hesitate, and forced herself to do what common courtesy, if not gratitude, demanded she should do. She took his arm, and the whole party were shortly seated in the carriage, and, with Sir Francis Varney mounted beside them, they all quitted the inn, where they had experienced such strange vicissitudes of fortune during one night that it would never be erased from their memories. End of chapter 147. Chapter 148 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Emily Hoover. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 148. The Road and the Travellers, The Pleasures of Doing Good, The Beggar Woman, Sir Francis Varney, a Philanthropist. The road was pleasantly bounded on either side by hill and dale scenery, while it was itself of a very diversified character, and at one moment they passed through long avenues of trees, at other times a bare heath without so much as a dwarf hedge, and then well-cultivated country would succeed, studded with handsome villas and country seats, old half-castellated mansions and halls, where gentlemen lived in the abodes of their ancestors, and felt pride in doing so. The air was balmy and beautiful, every object appeared fresh, and every tree and shrub looked as though new life had been infused into it. The birds sang merrily, and the whole party were in high spirits. "Such scenes as these," said Sir Francis Varney, "please me better than the gaieties and follies of the town. I am sure there is much more happiness to be found by a contented mind than there is in the feverish pleasures of a city." "There is much truth in that, Sir Francis," said the captain. "But in my own case, connected as I am with my professional friends, I cannot follow what is the natural bent of my taste, but I find pleasure wherever I go, for I am determined to make the best of all that passes beneath my observation." "Sweets can be extracted from every bitter, and therefore it is good policy to take the bright side of a picture in all the ordinary relations of life. We are better men and better subjects by so doing." Thus the distance was soon passed over, and a stage was but the same as a pleasant morning ride, and then an hour or two spent of the heat of the day in quiet in some small but respectable inn, with wine and pleasing conversation, gave them a relish for the life they led. The style of the conversation of the stranger, Sir Francis Varney, was pleasing in the extreme. He was evidently a man of great and varied talents and attainments, and one of great experience, and who had seen much of life. 2 days passed this way, and they had not reached Bath. They were tempted to stop longer by the way than they would have done. "To-morrow," observed Sir Francis, "we must reach Bath. About 3 short stages will place us within its precincts, and then, I presume, the assembly-room, as well as the pump-room, will occupy much of your attention." "We shall certainly go there." "Have you been in Bath before?" "Yes, but many years ago, when we were quite children, so that I have no recollection of the place." "And you, Captain Fraser?" "No, I have not. I am quite a stranger there. But for the kindness of your offer, I should have to trust to strangers, or my own good fortune to find out those things which strangers usually seek, and those places they usually visit." "I shall have great pleasure in showing you that which is worthy of your attention. It is now some years since I was there, but I believe, though there may be improvements, yet the place is essentially the same." "No doubt. Cities seldom alter much, unless it be in their suburbs." "If the alteration be great, it will point itself out." "Exactly so." The party were seated beneath a large cedar tree, which stood in the inn garden, with a table upon which were spread some wine and biscuits, walnuts, and a few things besides, of a character agreeing much with the place. Into this garden crept an unfortunate beggar-woman, who, espying the party from the road, escaped the vigilance of the waiters and menials who hung about the inn, and entered. She crept timidly towards the party, looking wistfully but yet fearful of the consequences of the intrusion, for there was a notice in the village which gave forth fearful threats to them, should they dare to beg for the bread for which they were starving. Presently, finding the captain's eye fixed upon her, with a beseeching look, she dropped her curtsy. "Who is that woman, and what does she want?" All turned to look upon the unfortunate creature, who began her petition by saying, "Kind ladies and gentlemen, pity a poor woman who is starving. I am very weary,
and am weak with travelling." "Eh, what do you do here?" exclaimed the waiter. "Come, come, we don't allow beggars in this place. The high roads or the Bridewell are the only places we have in these here parts." "Do not be in a hurry," said Sir Francis to the officious waiter. "It might have been right enough to prevent her entering, but now we have seen her, I cannot, if she deserve it, refuse to aid her in her affliction." The woman dropped a very low curtsy. "My good woman, where have you come from?" "From Bath, sir," said the unfortunate creature. "From Bath, eh? And what took you there?" "I lived there." "You lived there? If that were the case, why should you leave a place where you did live, to wander about where you cannot live? That is a bad policy, methinks. What do you say, Captain?" "I think so too, Sir Francis," said the captain. "But that may be only a verbal blunder of the woman. We can't expect propriety in speaking from such people. It would be expecting too much." "So it would," said Mrs. Fraser. "I have left Bath for 2 reasons, sir," said the woman. "One is, I was too unwell to work, and then my rent got into arrears. While I could work, I did pay my way, though living very hard." "And what was the other reason?" "Why, sir, I was turned out of my lodging, and having nowhere to go to, and finding nobody would assist me, was compelled to beg." "What induced you to take this road, my good woman?" "Because, sir, it will, if I live long enough, carry me to Portsmouth." "Are you known there?" "No, sir." "What induces you to go so far? Speak out, and do not be afraid. We have no object in asking you questions, save with the view of assisting you if we find you a worthy object." "I am going to Portsmouth," replied the poor creature, "in the hope that I may hear from my son, whom I have not seen these many years, and who went to sea about 7 years ago." "You have a son, then?" "Yes, sir, I had one. God knows if I have one now." The poor woman uttered these words with such sorrowing accents that all were convinced of the truthfulness of them. "Speak out, and tell us your story." "Bring the poor woman some refreshment," said Sir Francis. "Her tale may interest us, and give us food for reflection. I am sure one cannot hear the misfortunes of others without feeling grateful for the luxuries and blessings one enjoys over and above the common lot of mankind." "That is very true, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Fraser. "And I am sure we ought not to pass those whom we can assist by a trifle, when our means will permit our doing so." "You are perfectly correct, ma'am." "Have you no husband?" inquired Mrs. Fraser. "None, ma'am, none. When I had one, I had a good home over my head. I would not wish for happier or better days to come again." "What was your husband?" "A respectable tradesman, who kept a good house and his own servants. We spent such a life as that for nearly 15 years. "And how came it to a close?" "His death, sir, which was brought on by a sudden cold. In a few days he was a corpse. I can never forget that dreadful day. We were living very comfortably and happy. My husband had just at that time entered into some speculations that promised to make a handsome fortune in a few years, and all promised success and happiness, complete and continued." "How great a change!" said Miss Stevens. "Yes, miss, great indeed. My husband, hearing some news that caused him to be anxious to ascertain its truth, he left home one wet night, and got drenched through, and where he went to, he was obliged to remain in damp clothes, and, not being a strong man, he took a violent cold, and inflammation followed. After this he had medical advice, but he soon sank, and was pronounced beyond recovery. He died a very few hours after that, and I was left a widow. A few short hours caused a great change in my circumstances." "What became of the business?" "Why, that was carried on for a time, but an accident deprived me of that." "What was that?" "I will tell you, sir. My son was about 14 years of age when his father died. and was just able to carry on the business, and I believe we should have done pretty well, because he was a steady youth, and I could trust him, and he looked after the men employed, and I was not robbed. However, a severe misfortune awaited me. I thought the loss of my husband a dreadful misfortune, and I believe it was. But in his case he left one behind who could help to maintain me. His loss I mourned, but it did not produce the same disastrous results that the loss of my son produced.
"How came you to lose him?" inquired the captain.
"Why, sir, I had occasion to have some business transacted at Bristol. I could send no one else, though I could ill spare him. But then I was compelled to send him, and did send him. It was to accommodate some terms of sale, and he only knew the affair. He, therefore, went to Bristol. He was pleased enough, being his first journey, and I could hardly have resisted his importunity if I had been so inclined. He left me, and arrived safely in Bristol, and was there a day or two, when, walking about one evening by the waterside, he was seized by a press-gang, and carried out to sea. It was useless for him to complain or to entreat. They would take him, and forced him on board a man-of-war.
"He served his king and country, then?" said the captain. "I honour him, upon my soul. And you are going to learn something of him, if he be dead or alive?"
"Yes, sir. I know this much. He was alive about 2 years ago, and expected to reach Portsmouth in a couple of years."
"Well, proceed."
"When I heard my fate, the detention of my son, I was thrown on a bed of illness, in which I lay for nearly 3 months, during which time I was completely robbed and run into debt, and when I recovered I had but a few pounds in the world, for an execution had been put into the house, and all was sold. Thus I was left without a friend or a soul to comfort me, or any relative upon whom I could call for aid and assistance. I had no right to do so to anyone, and after my misfortunes I found that my former friends deserted me. I found that it was necessary to have the means of purchasing friends, just the same as anything else. I could obtain them for money, but without money I had no friends. I was by far too independent to ask for what I felt I was capable of earning. I could live upon little, and I at once left all who had formerly known me, before I attempted anything. I was determined that I would not even ask work at their hands, but get it among strangers. Of course, this caused me to seek a subsistence in the lowest capacity, and I cared not for it, because it put a still greater barrier between me and my late acquaintances. It was a long time before I obtained any employment, because I was unknown to anyone who could recommend me, or who wanted my services. This was to be expected, but the first place I obtained work at was through the interest of my landlady, and then I obtained more afterwards, and one led to another, until I obtained a hard-earned but honest living. I had a little money by me, some 2 or 3 pounds, in case of being out of work, or in case illness overtook me. Then I had something to fly to, the workhouse being a place of all others I most dreaded. Sooner than go there I would consent to die by the roadside, and I have put my resolution to the test."
"You lost your work?"
"I fell ill for some months. All my little store of money was gone, and my rent grew in arrear. I became more and more deeply indebted, and what food I obtained was given me by others out of charity. But this could not last long, and as soon as I was able to walk, my landlady asked me for my rent. I then told her that I had no money, but that in a few weeks, if I could find food to enable me to get up my strength, I should then be able to work, and I would then pay her off by degrees, until I was out of debt. She knew what I had been, and had some thought that I had money, or if I pleased I could obtain it from my former friends, and expected me to make the attempt. But this I refused, and upon my doing so, she, after the first expressions of astonishment and anger, gave me the alternative of doing so, or leaving the house. I was turned out, and had no refuge. I wandered about, and knew not where to go or what to do. Indeed, I was houseless and friendless, a wanderer without a penny. I could not now obtain work. I could not do it,
and my appearance caused people to shut their doors against me, and I wandered about begging. This was the first time I ever took what I had not earned, save what was voluntarily given me when I was ill. One evening, as I was creeping about, I heard some men conversing about the different vessels that were out at sea, and one of them named the one in which my son was. I instantly listened, and heard one of them say that she was on her voyage homewards, and would be home in a month. I had no sooner heard this than I had some hope. "I will go," I said, "to Portsmouth. I will meet my son, and he will not refuse to support his unfortunate mother. I know his disposition too well to dream of it, and should he be unable to do so, I will beg for him." I slept in Bath that night, and then began to consider how I should get to Portsmouth. It was a long road. Many weary miles must be walked over ere I could get there, and as for the means, I must trust to the charity of the passengers. It would not be much more than what I was doing. I could sit on a doorstep and beg, but to walk on the road, where there were few or no passengers, I might starve. However, I resolved to make the attempt, because I loved my son, and if I could see him, I should see an end to my misery. I started out about 4 days ago, and I have got this far, but I have had only bread on the road, and almost despair of being able to reach there, and the charity of people is not enough to support life upon." "And where have you slept as you came along?" "Wherever I could, sir, beneath a haystack or even a hedge." "Where did you sleep last night?" "Beneath a haystack about 7 miles from this place." "And is that all you have got through today?" "Yes, sir, every step. And, considering my weak state, I consider it good travelling, and shall feel thankful for even that rate of travelling. You do not know how intensely I wish to get to see my son." "I have no doubt of it, my good woman, and if I can, I will help you on the road. I think yours is a case that deserves some attention. If you choose to remain here all night and rest, you may. You shall have food till you go, and some food shall be placed in your hands before you go." "God bless you, sir," said the poor woman in tears. "You will, indeed, do an act of kindness to me." "You will stop?" "And be grateful to you for your kindness." "Here, waiter," said Sir Francis. "Yes, sir," said that worthy, running up. "Just take this person and see that she wants for nothing. Let her have a bed here, and breakfast in the morning, and let me know what the charges are, and I will pay for it. Do you hear what I say to you?" "Yes, sir," exclaimed the waiter, who considered the charge as one beneath his dignity, but he was forced to obey, and the woman was desired to follow him, which she did, after thanking Sir Francis Varney for his humanity and generosity. "Upon my word, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Fraser, "you do those things as if they were common occurrences to you." "Why, madam, I am, and perhaps I ought to abstain from making the confession, one who does not love to come in contact with misery. But then one does not feel justified in turning away from it." "You must have a deep purse to be able to satisfy all such claimants." "I cannot do that, if I were inclined, or they were deserving, which many are not, as you, no doubt, must be well aware." "Indeed, that is a fact. Very few of the claimants possess the same strength of right to our pity and commiseration. I am certainly struck with the woman's manners, and her artless mode of telling her story." "Exactly. It bears the impress of genuineness about it." "So it does." "And when that is the case, I cannot resist the sense of my duty, which impels me to aid the distressed. But then I injure no one. I have ample means, and, therefore, others may do less, and yet deserve more credit. I have no heirs to come into my property, and I cannot, therefore, injure anyone. If I were to give it all away, I should be entitled to do so." "You are so good, Sir Francis, as you are courageous and fortunate," said Miss Stevens. "I am sure I have every reason to be thankful to you for 2 preservations." "Nay, say no more about the past. You say things at which I ought to blush to hear, for my modesty is greater than you imagine. But seriously, I take more pleasure in it than most people, and that may be a set-off against my disinterestedness, for I am only laying out my money in pleasure and amusement."
"No, no, that will not pass."
"It will, I hope. But permit me to return and see how they have disposed of this temporary protégé of mine." "Certainly, Sir Francis. Don't let us detain you. We shall remain here some time longer, and then we shall leave the shelter of this house." End of chapter 148.
Chapter number 149 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Press. Chapter number 149. After Sir Francis Varney had left the place where the Frasers were sitting, there was a long silence, in which each of the party appeared to be engaged in meditating deeply upon something or other, and yet each shrunk from expressing them. The first who broke the silence was Captain Fraser, who said, "Well, my dear, what do you think of our new acquaintance?" "I think he is a most amiable man." "Very courtly," observed his sister. "Yes, a sure sign of good breeding, of good company." "He is that," said Captain Fraser. "I never met with one in whom dignity, ease, and complete and unceremonious courtesy were so blended." "And he appears to be a very kind and amiable man." "But," said Miss Stevens, "he is also a very strange and a very singular man. A very singular man indeed. I never saw such a man before, or anyone approaching him. What a strange complexion!" "He has a singular complexion, and it strikes me he's well aware of it, and that is the reason why he prefers a country to a town life, and his solitariness, together with his manners, all indicate that his peculiarity in this respect causes him much annoyance." "I dare say it may," said Captain Fraser. "I never saw anything so truly terrible," said Charles. "Hush! Do not speak in that way, Charles. It is ungrateful." "I hope not. It's merely the truth. I never saw a corpse so pale. Indeed, he is just such as one you might imagine to have started out of a grave with an unwholesome life, and whoever had resurrected him had forgotten to warm his blood, or to put blood in his veins." "How very absurd of you, Charles! I'm sure St. Francis Varney deserves better of you than that. You're under a great obligation to him. I feel assured he feels the peculiarity of his complexion. I mean, it has an effect upon his mind, and if we knew the cause of it, it is possible some disinterested action, terminating in evil to himself, has been the cause of it." "Well, sister, I do not mean to say that you can admire such a visage, but you ought not to say I am ungrateful, for I am not. And moreover, I never saw any gentleman whom I liked better. His conversation is quite superior. But then gratitude surely does not prevent one noticing so glaring a circumstance." "Certainly not," said Captain Fraser, "though I fancy it would be better to remain silent upon such topics, if we cannot commiserate them." "I think you're quite right, Fraser," said Mrs. Fraser. "He deserves respect at our hands, and the less that is said in regard to his misfortunes, the better." "I think the evening is getting very cool," said Miss Stevens. "Will you remain here any longer? I shall return to the house." "We may as well all go, especially if you feel chilly." "I do." "Then come along. Tomorrow we shall be in Bath. Come, sister, you must be quite well to share in the gaieties of the place. You know you said you should have all the greatest pleasure there, and have been anticipating it all along. "I did," said her sister. "Well, but you will do so now. Why should your expectations not be fulfilled? I see no reason why they should not. Bath is a gay place, and a city apparently made solely for the amusement of those who can pay for them." "I have been so alarmed and terrified, sister." "I know that, my dear, but you have now had 2 days' constant change of scene, and lived, I must say, almost wholly in the open air, so that you ought not now to be very nervous, sister." "I might have been worse under other treatment," replied Miss Stevens, "but at the same time you can have no idea of what it is to suffer from such an outrage. You cannot conceive anything like it." "I dare say not. I am sure it must have been dreadful." "It must," said the captain, "but we will not say anything about a matter so disagreeable and so inexplicable. Suppose we go in." "With all my heart. We shall be in Bath tomorrow, and you will have nothing to fear. How does your arm feel now?" "Sore, but much of the inflammation has gone down. That, I think, will soon be well, and then I shall be able to use it as I used to do. I don't think it will leave any permanent injury of evil behind." "I'm glad of it," said the captain. Now they all returned to the inn, while the whole of the party passed the remainder of the evening in company, retiring at an early hour with the view of rising early for the purpose of getting into Bath in the afternoon or before the evening set in, at all events. The next morning came, and with it a cloudless day. They were all in high health and spirits, and sat down to a breakfast that was especially prepared for them. "What has become of your protégée?" said Mrs. Fraser to Sir Francis. "I have not seen her this morning. I've not risen long, and I've had no time to spare, but intend to see her before I go, and see that she has means to reach Portsmouth in safety." "Will you send for her here, Sir Francis?" "Certainly, if you wish it," said Sir Francis. "I will tell the waiter to inquire if she be ready, and, before she goes, to send her up." "That will be best." This accordingly was done, and in about a quarter of an hour the poor woman came up to the room. There were several alterations for the better in her appearance, and she did not look so careworn and cast down as she had done. She appeared thankful and refreshed with rest and food. "You are now ready to start, my good woman?" said Sir Francis. "I am, sir, thanks to you. I wish you all possible success in your mission, and I hope your son may be living, and prove grateful to you as his mother." "If living, I am sure he will, sir, and I do not doubt now but I shall be able to meet with him, thanks to your bounty." "I hope you may. Have they treated you well in the house below?" "Yes, very well, sir, and kindly." "I'm glad of it. Have you any food given you to carry you on your road?" "I have, thank you, sir." "Then there remains now nothing to be done but to give you some silver to enable you to provide lodgings, and now and then a lift on the road." "Thank you, sir," said the unfortunate widow as she took the silver which Sir Francis held out to her. She could only shed tears of gratitude, and Miss Stevens added some to it from her own pocket. "You have our best wishes," said Sir Francis Varney. "Go now. We have done all we can for you. Good day." "God bless you," said the woman. "May you never experience misfortune, or ever know the want of even luxuries. You who can give deserve to have. The poor and unfortunate have few such as you, sir, for benefactors." "That will do," said Sir Francis. "Good day to you." "Good day, ladies and gentlemen," said the woman, curtsying low, and then turning round she left the apartment. "Poor thing," said Sir Francis, "she has a long journey before her. A temporary aid given to poor people often lifts them above want and places them in a decent position in society." "So it does," said Mrs. Fraser. "Yet you see, people disclaim charity, and say private charity is pernicious in its effects. But are there not two sides to any picture? An individual might as well say it was pernicious to take medicine, because people sometimes poison themselves with some of the ingredients. Besides that, it does good to the state, for it often prevents such a one from coming to the state and being a burden upon society at large. I'm really of opinion that much temporary distress might by aid be avoided, while without that aid it would in all probability become permanent." "There is much wisdom in what you have said, Sir Francis, though you must be aware that it opens a door to much abuse and reliance upon the charity of others, which can scarcely be credible." "Oh yes, I expect there is an abuse of everything, but we do not from that argue its total cessation." At that moment the landlord entered the room, saying the carriage was ready as it had been ordered. "Then we may as well at once proceed to the carriage, which is waiting, and we are ready to depart." "And," added Sir Francis, "I am ready too." They once more left the house they had slept in, and the carriage again bore them onwards towards the city of Bath, which was now only 3 short stages from them, and where they could arrive at almost any hour they pleased, if they chose rapid travelling. But this they did not, because it deprived them of much of the pleasure of travelling, the views and beauties on the road. There were many gentlemen's seats on the road which called forth comment and admiration, as well as many smaller estates and houses that were often picturesquely situated as well as lonely. At length they came within sight of the famed city, and each moment they neared it saw fresh evidence of a large and populous place. However, they stopped not, but the closer they came to the town the faster they went, until they were really within the city. "Here we are in Bath at length," said Sir Francis. "It is a fine city, and much of fashion and talent may be found here." "I am glad we arrived here at last," said Captain Fraser. "And so am I," said Mrs. Fraser, "for I am almost tired of riding every day. I began to want rest. I want to stop for a time in one place." "We get fatigued even with change," said the captain, "after a time, and yet our lives are a complete round of change." "Yes, if you consider the character of time." Now they stopped at one of the principal hotels, into which they all entered and ordered their dinner, and while the ladies arranged themselves for the occasion, Sir Francis Varney and Charles walked out into the town, where they amused themselves with looking at the different objects which were presented to the gaze of the stranger. In all these things Sir Francis appeared to be well versed, knew what was now and what had been formerly. 2 days had passed, and there had been but little time lost, so far as the visiting of one part of the city and another was concerned, and they gradually became acquainted with and visited the different places of amusement, at least so many of them as could be visited by them in the time. Sir Francis Varney was the chaperone, and as he obtained attention and consideration wherever he went, he was a valuable aid and assistance, and the family had now got quite used to him, and he to the family. The peculiarity of his countenance or complexion wore off, his pleasing manners producing an effect that acted as an antidote to that, which was likely to cause some peculiar feelings in all who looked at him. But his courtly manners completely took from any one with whom he came in contact the power and the desire to exhibit any dislike or aversion. However, there was not one among all those who looked upon him who did not look upon him with various emotions, but they were only such as result from a source that acted upon their feelings and tastes without producing any deep or permanent emotion in anyone. Great care was taken by Sir Francis in dress, and his display was altogether good, but there was no ostentation. His manners were those of a man who was used to the position and sphere above what he had even then moved in. There was no mistake in the matter at all, and the Frasers were well convinced that he was what he appeared to be, and there was, moreover, an evident partiality for Miss Stevens manifested by him, which had already been more than once remarked by the captain and his lady, who tacitly approved the honour, though nothing was broached on either side. "Sir Francis appears to be a very gentlemanly man," said the captain. "Very," said the lady, "very. I never saw one whom I could find so little fault with. Indeed, I may say he had none." "That is a very extensive compliment in all events," said the captain. "No fault is a thing that you can say of but very few people indeed. I mean, as far as personal behavior is concerned. Of course, I know nothing more. His demeanor appears perfectly unexceptionable. I am sure I never saw anyone at all his equal in that respect." "Perhaps not. He appears to be very attentive to your sister. Indeed, I should say he appears to be very partial." "I think so too. What do you say to Sir Francis Varney, Mary?" inquired Mrs. Fraser. "As a lover, eh?" "I cannot think of him in such a light," said Miss Stevens. "And wherefore not?" inquired the captain. "Because I could not bear the idea. I don't know why. I can't tell you. But I could not do so. It would be against my nature to accept of such a lover. It would much pain me to refuse one who had done so much for me, but I could not accept of him." "Upon my word, you appear to feel strangely upon this matter," said the captain, "but I think you might think twice before you answered thus." "No, think how much I might, it could make no alteration in my mind, for the more gratefully I think, and the more I endeavour to be, yet the stronger would be my repugnance to have such a man for a lover." "Dear me, Mary, how can you say so?" "I do indeed." "Ah, well, girls will be girls, but he has not done you the distinguished honour to ask you, so you must not refuse in anticipation. You may consider the grapes are sour because they hang so high." "You ask me a question to which I have given you the best answer I can upon the moment. Besides, we know nothing of Sir Francis. We know enough of him, I think, to speak and think with the utmost gratitude of him. Not that that should make any of us overlook the precautions that are usual on such occasions. And as for your opinion, why, that might be amended by time, and I'm sure that what we do know of him is enough to cause us to respect him and to have confidence in him. He has not sought our acquaintance, and that is one guarantee in his favour." "So it is. But all this is useless. Sir Francis appears very sensitive. He is of retired habits and tastes, and perhaps something of that may result from the disadvantage under which he lies, which he may feel severely." "So he might, and therefore I would never, if I could help it, make any personal allusion of any character before him, even though I were speaking of someone else, and it had no reference to him, as he might apply it to himself." "That is quite right, and just what it ought to be." End of chapter 149. Recording by Sandra Estenson. 150 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Estenson. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 150. Sir Francis Varney, when he walked out into the city of Bath, appeared to be lost in deep thought, and walked along as if he saw nothing that was going on around him. He was lost in meditation. Something weighed heavy upon his mind, and he now and then muttered inaudibly to himself. Whatever might have been his purpose, he merely wandered about without going to any one place, as if he were in search for an adventure rather than having any specific and determinate object. But after much wandering about, he came near the corner of a street, where he saw two persons conversing together. A stray word appeared to rivet his attention, and he paused and stepped into the shadow of a doorway and listened. "You see, Martha, Aunt Matthew is an old miser. She would sooner see all the world at the last gasp before she would dream of parting with a shilling. I'm sure it is much too bad." "What is too bad?" "Why, that she, and such as she, should have so much money, and others who work hard should have none, or even the means of procuring it." "Yes, it is hard, and yet if those who have it did not keep it, there would be no one who would be worth money." "That is all very well, but the more money circulates, the more hands it gets into, and that, of course, enriches every one who has for a time the possession of it, for they do not part with it unless they have value for it." "Well, well, that may do very well, but it does not appear to me to be any business of mine that such as one should beg anything of anybody else. But no matter, she has money enough." "She is single, is she not?" "Yes," replied the other. "Then you may, after all, possess all she has." "I may, but she is fat and 40. She may live for years, and in the meantime I am a beggar all my life." "No, no, not so bad as that. And what is worse than all, while she is living she is decreasing the money she has, and it will yearly get less and less, till, if any comes to me, it will be so small a portion of it that I am sure there will be but little good come of it." "Indeed, if she is such a miser as you speak of, I should have imagined that the property, personal or real, would increase under such management as that." "It would, if she were not living on the principal." "On the principal? What do you mean?" "That she lives on the principal, as I told you. She has got some strange fancies in her head, and one of them is that the banks will break, all and every one of them, from one end of the kingdom to the other." "What a notion!" "Yes, and that is not all. She believes that all banks will break, so all the public securities will be of no use, but only so much waste paper, and real property will all be seized, and there will be, I don't know what, universal ruin, desolation, and disorganization." "What does she do?" "Why, keeps all of her cash at home, and then goes to her strong box and takes out her bright gold guineas, which appear in such abundance that it would seem as if it could never sensibly diminish, and thus she's been going on for a matter of 2 years or more." "Upon my word, what can she dream of?" "If she go on in that manner, I'm sure too that she will be a beggar." "That is certain, but she thinks not, and you can't argue her into any other belief whatever that is contrary to this matter. However, I have no favor in her eyes because I am a relative." "And why should that be?" "Because, bring her relative, she thinks I may be wishing her dead every day she lives. So, you see, if she go on with this feeling about her, she may take a complete dislike to me, and I should never have a farthing left, even if she died before all was gone and dissipated." "Very true. Where do you live?" "I have been living with my aunt." "Indeed! "And where may that be?" inquired her companion. "Where? Why, don't you know number 109 Chapel Street? But I have left there. That is, I shall do so tonight." "Will you? You are wrong." "I doubt it very much indeed." "What motive can you assert there is to make a good policy in doing this?" "She will think I do not care about waiting for her money, and that motive being observed, I am sure it will influence her in my favor." "Then you will not go back tonight?" "No, not at all." "Well, you know best. But I should go, however. I must now leave you and bid you good day. I must go." "Good day," said the other, and they quitted the place. When the two speakers had left the spot, Sir Francis Varney came forth from his hiding place and gazed after them for some moments in silence. But when they were no longer in sight, he muttered, "Could anything be more fortunate? I am reduced to the last guinea. I have not another pound to pay my way with, just at a moment, too, when I think I may be successful at last in securing a victim." He then walked onwards until he came to the neighborhood of the street he had heard the stranger name, and then he paused and approached the house with some curiosity, but passed by it without stopping. It was a corner house, and a blank wall ran a short way down the street, being the side of the house, and a small portion of ground called a yard. Here the wall was lower. There was a chance of getting over, and here Sir Francis Varney paused a moment, as if examining the place with care and scrutiny. He looked all around and saw no one approaching. He heard no sound, and he saw no face in any window that was within sight. It was, moreover, too dark to be seen, and he, without a moment's hesitation, ran a few paces towards the wall, and by a violent effort succeeded in placing one hand upon the summit, and then the other soon followed. Sir Francis Varney was a man of great agility and strength, and he was not long in drawing himself up to the top, and then he dropped down. It was fortunate he dropped heavy, and also fortunate, from that circumstance, he fell upon something soft. The good fortune of the occurrences was dependent upon each other. We say it was fortunate he fell heavy, because he fell upon the old lady's yard dog, an unamiable cure, and prevented an alarm, for the dog was crushed and unable to utter a single howl before the animal died. There was now nothing to do but enter the house, if the back door was opened. But upon trial this proved not to be the case. This was a matter that required some consideration. The door was not to be forced, and he hoped to get in by that means, but he was foiled. But yet it was something to have possession of the yard. He could hide there, but yet that increased his danger, for if he remained there he was liable to a discovery, and that too before any attempt had been made upon the coffers of the old woman, and no good effected by him. What to do he could scarcely tell, but after some thought he determined to attempt the back windows in the parlor or room above the ground, and to effect this purpose he would have to get upon a water butt, and thence to the railings facing the windows of the room, and which appeared to have no shutters. Having once made up his mind, he set about it at once, and was soon on the top of the water butt, and made good his hold upon the small balcony, and then he drew himself up. This was a work of some difficulty, because the balcony was very close to the window, and left him no room to lean over, but yet he succeeded, and found to his great joy that the window was only closed without being fastened. He had only cautiously and noiselessly to lift it up, and he could enter it. This he did at once, and then stood in the room. But all was dark, and he could not hear a sound throughout the house, for he listened many minutes, lest he might be suddenly interrupted on by someone, and then there would be no escape from there, and he would possibly lose all. Caution, therefore, was the order of the day, and he gently closed the window, lest the draught might be felt in some other parts of the house. That was very fortunate, for there was every possibility of a discovery resulting from such a course, for anyone feeling a greater than usual draught would soon inquire into the cause. Having got thus far, he opened the door and walked into the passage, and then he heard the sound of conversation being carried on in an undertone. He listened at the door and heard two female voices. "Betty," said one. "Yes, ma'am," replied the other. "Have you shut the shutters and locked up all the doors?" "Yes, ma'am." "The kitchen door?" "Yes, ma'am, all right as can be. Nobody can get in, I'll warrant." "You don't say so." "Oh, but I do. The dog's out in the yard too." "When you have had tea, I'll have him brought in. He mustn't lay out there, poor creature, to spoil his coat and catch cold. I'm almost thinking I ought not to let him stay out to this hour." "He's well enough. He'll not hurt. He's got the kennel to sleep in, and he's plenty of straw. There's many a one about these parts as would be glad of such a bed. I've taken care of him." "Very well, Betty, sit down to tea, and when it's over I'll bet you anything that old Martha Bell will be here." "Lord bless me, ma'am, you don't say so." "Yes, I do, but I won't be at home. She and I have fallen out of late, and I'm not inclined to make up the quarrel, for she won't believe the banks will break, and you know they will, Betty." "To be sure, ma'am, they will. I know very well they will. It's quite certain as the almanac." "Yes, and what's worse, she wanted to borrow £10, and that, you know, will never do at any price. She would break too, and then I should have lost number one, and no one can tell how soon number two might follow." "He, he, he, he," said Betty. "Oh, locks, I shall split." "What's the matter now? What are you laughing at, silly?" "Oh, you're so funny, ma'am. I'm sure you'd make anybody laugh. You do joke so. It makes one laugh." "Laugh? What is there funny in losing £10? I should like to know. Nobody would laugh at that, I should imagine. I'm sure I should laugh at nothing of that sort. If you were to lose 10 shillings, I'm sure that I should not laugh at you, nor do I think you would either." "No, ma'am, I'm sure you would not, and I'm sure I should not. But you do say such things that make me forget all about money." "Well, then, go downstairs and fetch some more coals." "Yes, ma'am," said Betty, and before Sir Francis Varney had time to slip back and open the door of the other room, the door of the one he was listening at was suddenly opened, and Betty stood before him. She came out plump before he had time to step back, and she ran against him before she was aware anyone was there, for coming from a room where there was light, she could not see at all in the dark passage. "Oh, my—" She had got thus far in her exclamation when she received a heavy blow from the intruder which felled her senseless to the floor, and as quick as thought he drew his dress sword and plunged the point through her heart. Not a groan followed. She was dead, and might be said to have died while bereft of sense or motion. "What is the matter, Betty?" said the woman, her mistress. No answer was returned, and Varney paused, as if uncertain what to do. He was in some doubt if he should or not go in, or await the woman's approach to where he stood. He had not been seen, or she would have screamed out, and if he went to her she would see him and have time to alarm people. He paused and waited her coming, but she appeared to defer doing so, and merely said, "Betty, Betty, what has ailed you? What can be the matter? You don't mean to say that the tea has got into your head?" "No, no," she muttered, after a pause. "That can't be the case. She must have been to my medicine bottle, and that has been too strong for her. I shall discharge her. She'll be breaking something or other, and then who knows where that will end? Begin by breaking a basin, and end by breaking the bank." So saying, she muttered something unintelligible to Varney, and then began to rise and walk along the room towards the door. This was a moment of suspense. The door opened suddenly, and then she stood before Varney, who made a rapid thrust with his sword. This would have been as fatal as that which she had dealt Betty, but the mistress was more fortunate at the moment, for a steel busk was the means of preventing its taking effect. "Murder! What do you want? Oh, you wretch! I know you now. Depend upon it, you shall be hanged. Murder! Murder!" "One word, and you are a corpse," said Varney. "Mercy! Mercy! Will you spare me? Will you spare my life?" "I will." "Oh, thank you, thank you. I never hurt you, and I don't think you would me. I'm very sorry that I made any noise. But you will spare me?" "Yes, upon one condition." "On a condition?" said the woman tremblingly. "Yes, upon a condition." "Tell me what it is that you require of me. I will comply." "Then," said Varney, after a moment's pause, "show me where you keep your money. I must have money, so give me plenty." "Plenty of money, did you say?" "Yes, plenty. I want some. You have money, I know. Gold. Gold in quantity." "Gold! Oh, yes, gold. How funny!" "Funny? Is my sword funny?" asked Varney. "Because if you think so, you may have a small portion of it, which you may consider funnier still." "No, no, but I have no money, none at all, save a little money I have for immediate expenses. I have but little, for nobody nowadays keeps money in houses if they can get any at any time." "But you have plenty of money." "I haven't any, upon my—" "You have. You keep it in the house, you know, because the banks might break, and you would lose all. Now give me some at once, or you are dead as any nail in your house. Mark that." "Oh, dear! Oh, yes! What would you have of me?" "Money," said Varney, pressing the point of his sword against her side. "Oh, mercy! I'll tell you all, but you must be satisfied with what I have got, and not leave me a beggar, or kill me because I have no more." "I will be satisfied with what you have got, but that I know to be much more than I can carry away with me." "Oh, good Lord, you don't know me, or else you would know the reverse of that. A poor lodging housekeeper is not the person to have money in the house. But if the truth must be told, I have upstairs my quarter's rent, which I ought to give my landlord. I can give you that, but God knows how he will believe me when I tell him that I have lost it." "You have all your property about you. You have gold in quantities." "I have not." "Then take the fruits of your obstinacy," said Varney in a fury, and making a savage and sudden lunge at her, he passed his sword through her breast, and with a smothered scream she fell to the earth, where she lay gasping and writhing for several seconds, when a rapid gurgling sound came from her throat, and she died. "'Tis done," said Varney to himself. "'Tis done, and it would have been as well if I had done it first. But no matter, 'tis done quietly." There lay the two bodies upon the flooring, the one in the passage by the door, and the other in the parlor. There was a long pool of black blood extending from one to the other of the two corpses. They mingled their blood in death, though they held different positions in life. What could be done? There they were, and even Varney could not pick his way without treading in the blood. He at once entered the apartment and began to examine the whole place, but he did not find much there, a few odd pounds, and yet he turned everything upside down, to use a common phrase. But yet there was nothing of the sort which he hoped for and expected to find. "Can I have mistaken the place?" was his first thought. Upon consideration he saw reason enough to make his mind easy upon the score of mistakes in that matter. There was the number and the street. The old woman and her conversation answered exactly to what he had heard, and after a few moments' consideration he muttered, "It must be right. There are more rooms than one in the house. I will go and search through the rooms, and if I don't find any, I will set the house on fire. Indeed, I think that will be better done, and it will prevent the deed taking light, and as little suspicion may be as well incurred as can be." This was a thing only thought of to be resolved on, but he cast that aside and proceeded with his search, and having finished that room he splashed through the blood and once more stood in the passage. "And now for the bedrooms," he muttered. The candle he held was the only one he could obtain, and he was compelled to walk steadily, lest he should lose its aid by going out. However, he soon got up the stairs and walked into the best bedroom, where he again began to search about for the hidden treasure, but found it not. Curses upon the stupidity of the old fool! Where does she hide her money? I'm sure that she has it here, and I want to get back without delay. I did not want to be away long, and I have been, I dare say, an hour." This was true, and he turned things over and about in great haste, but his endeavors had likened to have been useless as regarded the discovery. Only his eye chanced to light upon a panel. He started up and pulled away apart the bed curtains, behind which it was partially concealed. "Ha, ha! What have we here? What I've been wishing to find, no doubt. This is the secret hiding place of her gold, the treasury." However, whatever it might be, it did not appear to be in his power to determine, for he could not open it. This was of course a provoking state of things, and Varney seized hold of each implement that came to his hands, but threw each down again, being unable to effect his object by any means whatever. He started up suddenly after making many desperate attempts to break the door open, which, however, were futile, and exclaimed, "There are keys to these places, and I'm sure the old woman must have them about her. If this place be really the receptacle of her wealth, as I have every reason to believe it is, I will find out if I can. No doubt, however, I shall find it upon her somewhere. I'll try." He immediately went downstairs and found the body of the old woman. It was fast stiffening, but the clothes were all sopping in blood, and he turned her over hastily until he found out the pocket, and from that he drew a bunch of keys. They were all bloody, but he did not hesitate about seizing them. "These will no doubt let me into the secret. I shall find my way in now, and then the house will no longer hold me." He turned and quitted the corpse, and in going upstairs he saw for the first time that the stairs all bore the imprint of his own foot. He saw they were stained in blood, and were clear, distinct, and well defined. "It matters not," he muttered. "The fire will and shall efface that. And besides, if it did not, what care I?" He ran up the stairs and again entered the bedroom, and was once more kneeling in front of the door of the cupboard. The bunch of keys was composed of many, and he tried one after the other, until after many trials he came to one which was of a peculiar make and shape, and which convinced him he was now in possession of the right key. "I think I have succeeded now," he muttered, as he put the key into the lock. It fitted very closely into the lock, and then it slowly turned, and he saw the door open, but it only disclosed another door. "What is the meaning of this?" muttered Varney. "What, is there another door to be found? I suppose some of these keys will fit this as well." However, he was not compelled to make the search, for the key of this inner door hung up by one corner on a little hook in a niche which had been apparently cut out on purpose. This was soon opened, and then came rather a startling sight. In a small cupboard were packed a heap of human bones, more than bones, for they had yet the flesh dried and sticking to them. The skull was brown and bare, save here and there remained some hair. "What's the meaning of this?" he muttered angrily. "And have I troubled myself in this matter for only a few bones?" It was, however, an apparent fact. There was the place, and it was now opened, and the contents were plain enough. Bones, bones, human bones. There could be no mistake, and Varney rested his hand on his knee and gazed intently into the cupboard at the bones, and everywhere else. He was about to rise, when somehow or other he was induced to push the bottom shelf. Why, he could not tell, but when he had done so, he found it give downwards. Yes, the whole cupboard went down. He pushed and pushed until the roof was no higher than the floor. Then indeed he saw a sight that caused him to feel a satisfaction. "Ah!" he exclaimed. "Ah! This is what I have sought, and I will have it. Gold, gold! Aye, here is gold in heaps, more than I can carry." He stretched forth his arm and leaned into the cupboard, and then examined the contents, and felt assured that there were several thousands of pounds. The glittering heap before him was what he wanted, and for which he had remorselessly committed such fearful crimes. "But I must make haste, I must make haste. I shall lose what I have such a certainty of possessing." So, muttering to himself, he put as much gold into his pockets as he could, and carrying a bag under his arm, he relocked the cupboard. Having retraced his steps below, he replaced everything, while at the same time he carefully examined his person to see that there were no traces of his deeds upon him, and then, wrapping himself up in his cloak, he left the house and proceeded towards his hotel. End of chapter 150. Recording by Sandra Estenson.
Chapter 151 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessie. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3 by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 151. The scene at the hotel. The relation of the cause of Sir Francis Varney's paleness, When Sir Francis Varney reached his hotel, he hurried to his own apartment, and then he called for his luggage. And when that was brought to him and he was alone, he unlocked a portmanteau and placed his gold in it. And then, having taken care to dress himself, he again met the Frasers below at the evening meal. "I have been strolling the streets for an odd hour," he said, "and find things pretty much as they used to be. I don't see many alterations worth speaking of." "And yet they say they are improving daily." "They may be, but only in parts and places, and it does not alter the general plan of the place, though appearances may be benefited." "Exactly. That, I dare say, may be the case, as indeed it is most likely to be the fact, especially when we see that, save in the case of entire new streets, all improvements are effected by individual exertions." "Exactly, but life and happiness is the result of individual exertions," said Sir Francis. "But yet many shrink from prosecuting a scheme of happiness, lest barriers be placed in their path that would be as injurious to all as they are effectual." "Indeed, that is often the case." "I have met with many instances of blighted devotion since I have wandered about over the green vales of England." "I dare say you have met with some adventures?" "I have, sir. I have met with many that, perhaps, few men would have ventured into and ever expect to come out alive. But I have not done so without paying dearly for my temerity." "Indeed! Have you incurred much danger?" "I have, sir." "But still, it must be pleasant to fall back upon the remembrances of the past, and recall scenes and events that possess interest to your mind." "It is so. I remember well that, some years ago, when I was in the north, that an occurrence took place that has left a lasting memorial upon me, and one I can never forget as long as I live." "It must have been a serious affair." "It was a serious affair, a very serious affair. I was going to Scotland, when, by some accident, the carriage in which I was travelling broke down, and it was unable to proceed, and I took up my abode at the nearest inn, where I determined to remain until the carriage was repaired, which would, it was said, take a couple of days at the least. Well, in the evening of the first day, I walked about visiting the different places where I could hope for any pleasure. In doing so, I was wandering slowly down a lane, when I heard voices on before me. The wind blew from them to me, and I heard all they said. "Then this evening," said one. "Yes, yes, I consider this the most favorable opportunity that can be taken advantage of." "Well, then we had better go at once." "Yes, now we are on our road there, you see, and we shall be soon there. There will be just light enough to reconnoitre." "Very well. We can secret ourselves somewhere about the place where we shall not be discovered, and then we can get into the house at our leisure." "But we may have to meet with opposition." "Then we must resist too. You don't intend to be taken, I suppose?" "No, not I." "What did you intend to do if you were caught?" "Fight my way out. Or, if need be, I can push my knife into the ribs of anyone who may be in my way." "Right. I shall be inclined to do for anyone who wants to keep me against my will. You may reckon upon that for a certainty. And if the old man but as much as moves or utters a single cry, I will do for him." "You don't mean that, do you?" "I do, and will do it." "Then I know, and I will do the same. I like to have a pal that will stick by me and have no nonsense. However, we need not be in a hurry and just do what is necessary. Go to work steadily and determinedly." "Agreed. We will now go on. Strike off to the left here, and we come then to the house. There's only one manservant, but he can be dealt with. And as for the old man himself, he cannot do much." Then they both proceeded across the fields until they came to some thick wood, where I lost sight of them. Well, I knew the house they were both going to, and I determined to proceed by another route to the same place. I followed the lane as far as it would go, and found it led up to the very house which I had heard the men declare their intention of robbing and possibly of murdering the owners. The inhabitants, I must say, for master or servant alike they would not hesitate in destroying. I entered the house. The door was open, after having walked up a broad and stately avenue of linden trees which lined the way up to the hall door. I was for some moments unable to make anyone hear, but soon after I heard someone approaching the hall. I paused, therefore, and presently there came an elderly gentleman, with a grave but pleasant countenance, upon whose shoulders fell a profusion of snow-white locks. He was venerable, yet pleasing in the expression of countenance. He bowed when he saw me, but looked rather surprised. "I dare say, sir, you appear surprised at my intrusion, but I do not come without a motive." "I dare say not, sir, but you are welcome. Will you walk in?" "Thank you," I said, "but I have come to put you on your guard against an attempt at robbery and possibly murder that is to be made upon your house to-night." "Indeed, sir, I can hardly believe any one would be so wicked as to do anything of the kind. And yet, I am sure you would not say so if you had not some grounds for such a belief." "I have," I replied, "and I will relate them." I then related to him distinctly all that I had overheard in the lane, and the direction the man had taken. He appeared very thoughtful for some moments, and then he said to me, as he led the way upstairs, "Will you walk upstairs with me?" I did as he desired, and followed him upstairs until he came to a small observatory erected in the top part of the house. "You say you saw them enter the copse between here and the lane yonder?" "Yes, I did, and I imagine they may be seen if watch is kept in such a place as this, for I am sure they intend to examine the house as to the means of approaching it, and they expect to find only yourself and a manservant." "They would have met but little more indeed. However, I am forewarned, and I will take care to be forearmed." "That is my object in coming to you. To effect this is all I seek. And now I will bid you good evening, for I have got some distance to walk before I can get back to the hotel where I am staying." "Are you staying at a hotel?" "Yes," I replied, and I named the place where I was stopping, when he said, "You are welcome, if you are pleased to do so, to remain here. I shall be most happy with your company." "Thank you," I said, "and frankly I must say I should like to see the issue of this affair, and will accept of your invitation. Though, perhaps, I have accepted of your invitation too readily." "Not at all, not at all. You are heartily welcome. We will sit up and wait for these fellows. When we have beaten them off, we can retire in security to rest without fear of disturbance." "Do you see them?" I inquired as he was looking through a telescope towards the point I had named. "No, I do not see them yet," he said. "No, no, and yet I think I see something now through a portion of the copse. It's difficult to tell what they are about. If they go much further in that direction, they will be plain enough. There they are! I can see them both plainly enough." "Two of them?" said I. "Yes," he replied, "I see two. They appear to be looking this way." "What are they doing now?" "Oh, I see. They are making for a place of concealment nearer the house." "Well, sir, I am much obliged to you, very much indeed, for you have evidently saved my house from being robbed and myself from murder. I owe you my life." "Nay, sir, not so bad as that. The villains might not have been successful enough to have effected an entrance before you were alarmed." "And if they had, what could I have done?" "Why, truly, I have firearms, but I should have been loath to have used them, and my hesitating might have cost me my life. So I have to thank you for life and property." "As you please," I said, "but what steps do you intend to take towards your own and your property's preservation?" "I shall obtain the aid of another, and quietly await their coming. But as I think from their appearance they are not mere country people who come about robbing from distress, but men who make a kind of profession of housebreaking, I will have both taken and dealt with according to law." "It is their deserts," I said, "for a more deliberately planned affair I never yet heard of. And what makes it so very black is the fact of their early making up their minds to murder anyone." "No doubt," he replied, "but that is an inducement to take them in the fact. I will send for one man, and what with ourselves we can secure the villains. We are enough to do that." "They are desperate," I said. "But they will yield to numbers," he said. "No doubt, but there must be a yet greater number. The odds, in my opinion, are not great enough to secure victory. These are desperate men, for they will not be taken, and 2 to 1 will not deter them. 1 or even 2 lives may be sacrificed before they are secured, if they do not get off." "Well, then, you appear to think that we had better obtain more aid?" "I do," I replied. "At least a couple of men, if not 3, over the number you first spoke of, if you wish it to be perfectly harmless in its results." "I should so desire it," he replied. "Then you'll find that requisite," I answered. Then I was invited downstairs and great hospitality shown me by the old gentleman, who was an exceedingly pleasant companion. He was well informed and a well-read man, and was the only inhabitant of that large mansion. He had been many years a widower, and had but one child, a son, a young man of great promise. He was abroad on a tour, and he was awaiting his return with great anxiety, as he was somewhat longer than he had anticipated. We sat conversing for some hours. We had a handsome supper, and afterwards some choice wine, and then in came 3 stout countrymen. "My friends," he said, "I want you to keep watch and ward tonight in my house, to protect it from robbers." They agreed to do so, but expressed some surprise at what had occurred, and appeared to believe it hardly possible that any one could have been wicked enough to compass such an object. However, he told them all I had said, and they were sent below, where they were served with a very good supper and promised reward, with injunctions not to speak after a certain hour. This all arranged, I and my host seated before a fire, and with some wine we passed the time agreeably enough. "The time passes," said my host as the clock chimed the hours. "I wonder if anybody is about now." "I should think," I replied, they must be about thinking of what they have in contemplation. I am sure it is a quiet hour in this part of the world, and I should imagine that no human being can be awake about here. None, I dare say, save ourselves and our assailants, if they have not altered their minds and given up their intentions, or altered the night they intended for the attempt. Who can tell? They may have done so. I hope not. No, it will be very uncomfortable to be in constant dread, never knowing any night I lay down what I may come to before morning. I may lose my life and never again see my son. Yes, I replied, but had we better not put out the lights? I will order it to be done. As he spoke, he rang a bell, and when a servant appeared, he said to him, "William, you had better put out all lights, and be quite silent. And if you hear any noise, get out of the way and remain silent, unless they try to get away and elude us." "Very well, sir." "And as soon as you hear them at work, you had better steal up and let me know, as I intend to be present when they are taken into custody, as I have a particular desire to see it done." "Very well, sir, but you don't know the danger you run. These men are desperate men, and they care not what they do." "I know all that, William, but hasten down and see my orders executed." "Very well, sir," said the servant, who had once left the room. "These people," said my host, "are not willing that I should run any risk. Perhaps they think they will not have so indulgent a master in the next. Perhaps they are right, for I give but little trouble, and my servants are mostly out visiting some of their relatives." "Indeed, I thought you were somewhat slenderly attended." "I am. I have two very ill away at this moment, and I have another away on a visit to some relative." "Indeed, they have an easy life under you." "It is much the same as not having them at all. And yet I must say I have nothing to complain of. My wishes are complied with, and I have all my work done well and punctually to a minute. And if they have extra work to do, they never complain, but set about it cheerfully." At that moment we heard William creeping up the stairs, and my thoughts soon reverted from the contemplation of the calm contentment in which all here appeared to dwell, to the confusion and bustle that was now likely to ensue. "Hilloa, William!" "Yes, sir, they are come," said William in a low voice. "Where are they getting in at?" "In at the pantry window, sir. I can hear them unbolting the shutters. They have cut a hole out of it, and they will be clear in another minute." "Very good. Now do you all keep together, and at the appointed signal rush upon them and bind them hand and foot." "It shall be done, sir, as soon as they get into the kitchen." "Very well. I will come down and watch the operations. But don't let them get back again." "Oh, we'll take care of that." "Make haste," he said, "and station some of them under the stairs, so that they cannot escape. They must both be taken." "And they shall." "Go on. Will you come down with me?" he said, turning to me. "Or will you remain here till we have secured them? You, sir, are a stranger, and perhaps you had better remain here." "No, not I," said I. "I will go down with you by all means, and we will see how these fellows behave themselves under these circumstances. Let me see them. I was the first to discover them, and I hope you will not refuse me permission to be present at a denouement which I have in some measure been instrumental in bringing about. I wish to be present." "Then follow me," said my host. "We shall not be too soon, for several minutes have elapsed." I waited not a moment, but hurried downstairs, and found that as I was going down the kitchen stairs, the robbers were well aware of the fact that they were entrapped, and in their rage they fought with desperation, and forced their way out of the kitchen and through the barrier placed below. And seeing they would effect an escape, I jumped over the rails and stood between them and the way out. I had but my sword, and I drew that and placed myself in a position, threatening destruction to the first who should attempt to pass. This, however, was disregarded, and the two men rushed at me, hoping to bear me down, but my weapon ran through the first, when a pistol bullet laid me low, and the man rushed over me. Good heavens! And were you shot, Sir Francis? Oh, yes, and was severely injured, and it was some months before I was cured, the bullet having wounded an artery. That was dangerous. Yes, so much so that 2 surgeons declared that, had I bled another half-second, I must have been dead. That I must, in fact, have bled to death, and I should never have recovered, for I had, they thought, scarcely half an ounce of blood in my whole body, scarcely sufficient to cause the heart to beat. It was a fearful state. Where did you remain? I remained at this gentleman's house the whole of the time. He was very liberal and very generous. I wanted for nothing. He said that but for the immediate attention of the surgeons, he thought I must have bled to death. He saw me fall, and one of the men, without waiting for orders to do so, ran for a surgeon, and hence the rapidity with which the medical man was in attendance. And, what was worse, I had in about 2 months afterwards to undergo an operation to have the bullet extracted. Good heavens! You had a severe time of it? I had, and I had nearly lost my life a second time, for I lost a vast quantity of blood again, and ever since that I have been of the extraordinary pale complexion which you now see. I thought it was natural, said Mrs. Fraser suddenly, but a look from Mr. Fraser told her she had done wrong. No, ma'am, it is not, indeed, natural. It was not until the loss of blood occasioned it, I presume? No, Captain, it was not. It resulted partly from the dreadful loss of the vital fluid which I sustained, and partly from a most violent, virulent typhus which I took in consequence of my looseness of system. That, I believe, did more than anything else towards bringing me to my present position. For before, I was considered fair and florid in complexion, but my friends hardly knew me or professed they did not, and I have not seen them from that day to this. Upon my word, Sir Francis Varney, you have had some extraordinary occurrences in your life. I am amazed at them. Indeed, I could scarcely believe one person, especially a gentleman of your property and standing. Why, as for that, I can only say that my position and rank here have given me the means to enable me to go through them without inconvenience, for I have no home or place dedicated to domestic delights. Such a life I should be proud and happy to possess, but which I can never accomplish. Indeed, I may say I fear to make the attempt. But no matter. The prime of life will, in a few years, pass away, and then I shall be past the desire for a home. And yet Varney Hall in the north is an ancient, palace-like abode that would grace a duchess. Is that your ancestral hall? It is, said Varney with emotion. And now uninhabited? Oh dear, no. When I determined to lead the life I do, I could not permit the old place to become ruinous and deserted. and therefore lent it, and those who now live there are well able and willing to keep the place in repair." "That is fortunate." "Well, sir, I hardly know what is fortunate or unfortunate as regards myself, but I have one of my old fits of melancholy come over me." "Nay, you must battle against them, Sir Francis." "I have ever endeavored to do so, but I don't know how it is. I cannot, somehow or other, bear up. I feel a terrible depression of spirits." "I am truly sorry to hear it, but let us hope that the gaieties of Bath will restore you to your wonted serenity." "I am sure I wish it," said Mrs. Fraser. "But where are we to go tomorrow? Can you tell me that, Sir Francis?" "To the pump room in the morning, the library and the assembly in the evening, if you are inclined to do all at once." "Yes. Well, then, suppose we make the attempt. We can but give in if we find it too much exertion, though I am inclined to believe we shall not find it beyond our strength," said Mrs. Fraser. "Then that is our agreement," said Sir Francis. "Yes, it is." End of chapter 151.
Chapter 152 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 152. The scene of the murder, the visit to the house, the mysterious disappearance of the treasure. The next day came. There was much excitement in the family of the Frasers. Each one could see the partiality of Sir Francis Varney for Miss Stevens. She herself could not pretend that it was not so, or that she was unable to see it. It was quite plain and evident, and yet it gave her great pain, because she had an unconquerable aversion to him who was her benefactor, and to whom she owed so much. This, however, was a strong and inexplicable feeling in her own mind, and she felt that if death or Sir Francis were her only alternatives, she must choose the former. This was from some feeling, from what source it sprung she could not tell you, that appeared to forbid her permitting the approach of such a lover. It might have been instinct, or it might have been that she had taken a personal dislike to him on account of his complexion, and yet she could not admit so much even to herself as that, and yet it must have had an origin. She looked at him much more and more each hour, and more did she dislike him. At length she felt so much repugnance to him, that, if it were not for the deep gratitude she owed him, she would fly from and not even endure his society, good as that she was compelled to admit really was. When he offered her his arm in their walk to the assembly rooms and the pump room, they were much pleased with the appearance of everything, and with the attentions of Sir Francis, who certainly did all he could to make the party comfortable and amused, he was so well acquainted with every object. As they returned to the hotel, at which they all remained, they passed the house of the old woman who had been so cruelly murdered the night before. Sir Francis cast a cursory glance at it as they passed, but there was no sign of the door having been opened, and the murder had not yet been discovered, and this arose from the fact that the old woman was an eccentric, and her shutters had remained in that way before, and, therefore, no one took any particular notice of it. When the party had reached the hotel, Sir Francis said, "You will, I presume, attend the ball this evening at the assembly rooms?" "We should wish to do so," replied the captain. "Do you intend to go, Sir Francis?" "I will, captain. It is now some time since I went to such a place, and I think the change will be so great and agreeable that I will go." "Then we shall have the advantage of your guidance," said Captain Fraser, "and I hope we shall long have the pleasure of doing so." "You are very good in saying so, captain, and, if agreeable to yourself and the ladies, I am willing, and shall be happy to bear you company." "I am sure," replied Mrs. Fraser, "we shall always be happy with Sir Francis Varney's company, and thank him for his condescension. Shall we not, sister?" "Yes, I am sure I shall be much obliged to Sir Francis for this, as well as many other services he has done us." "Do not talk in this manner," said Sir Francis. "Do not speak of the past, Miss Stevens. It is the present I would wish you to think of. At the same time, I desire only to be accepted, because I may not be thought intruding." "Dear me, Sir Francis, how you talk! Really, I am afraid we have said something to give you displeasure, or my sister here has misbehaved herself. If so, I shall really take her to task for so doing." "You will be acting unjustly if you do. But permit me to leave you for a short time. I have some matters to transact. I expect a remittance of money to this place, for I usually appoint some particular town or city, for I do not consider it safe to carry any great amount of money about me. It gives such temptations to robbery and violence that, traveling as I do, from place to place, I am especially liable to such attempts." "Certainly you are." "Then I bid you good evening for the present," said the baronet, and he left the room. When Sir Francis left the apartment in which he had been with the Frasers, he walked to his own apartment, and taking a large cloak and a small portmanteau he had purchased, he made his way to the very house where he had the night before committed such a double murder. Before he reached there, however, he put the cloak on, and when he approached the house, he found the street entirely deserted. Then hastily stepping up, he put the key into the keyhole, and at once opened the door and walked in. He paused a moment or two, and then went down the passage a few feet, until he came to the body, for which he felt with his foot. "Ah," he muttered, "I see all is right. Quite right, here is the body. Nobody has been here to disturb it." He took out materials for obtaining a light, and then he pushed past, and walked upstairs, until he came to the bedroom, where he again opened the strange receptacle of gold and bones. But, as he did so, what was his amazement to find a small packet of paper lying down, but all the gold gone! He started up in an instant, and laid his hand upon his sword, but at the same time he appeared riveted to the spot, and paused in this attitude for more than a minute. Then, recovering himself, he gazed around slowly and carefully from side to side, as if to assure himself he was not trapped. But hearing no sound, nothing stirring from any quarter whatever, he began to think there might be some mistake in his vision. "Surely, surely," he muttered, "no one could come in and, seeing the bodies, possessed themselves of the money and then walked out. They would surely have given the alarm. Besides, anyone who had entered would never have gone further than the bodies. It is impossible," he muttered, and he again stooped down to examine the cupboard from which the treasure appeared to be extracted. But there was nothing to be seen, save the bare boards. No signs of the treasure remained. This was a strange and mysterious disappearance of what could have not gone without human means. "How did they get at it?" he muttered. "The place was locked, and in the same order as I left it. There is no getting into such a place without unlocking or forcing open the cupboard, or I may say chest, for this is a strong place. It is not broken open, and I have the key." Varney paused for several moments, and then he picked up some paper, which was folded up, and seeing it was written upon, he thrust it into his pocket, and again looked into the treasure coffer, but all was gone. "Dum!" muttered Varney, furiously stamping his foot, as if at that moment only he had become perfectly aware of his disappointment. "What can be the meaning of this? But this is no place for me. Some one has been here, and the murder is known. I must quit it. Eh?" At that moment there came such a peal at the door with the knocker, that made the house appear as if it were a pandemonium of noises and echoes, which followed the first stunning sounds that filled the place. Varney started and listened. "Ah," he said, "they have tracked me here. What can that mean? Have they indeed laid a trap for me? Do they think I am caught? But no, no, I am too fast. They know me not, nor can they have traced me here, for they know not where I came from, but there, it is useless speculating. They may have laid a trap to catch whom they could, or they have seen the light, and the house being shut all day, they now want to see if anything is the matter. But I'll warrant all is safe and clear. There is nothing known, and all I have to do is to get away." That was very true. All Sir Francis had to do was to get away. But it was somewhat more difficult to perform than he had any notion. For, as he came out into the landing, what he found there was an unexpected obstacle in his path. As soon as he attempted to descend to the back parlor for the purpose of getting out the back window, he found the door had been burst open by the impatience of the mob who stood below, and the door not being very strong, the shoulders of those who were nearest were sufficient to force it open. In a moment the passage was filled with the crowd, the foremost of whom tumbled over the body, and were up in a moment. "Good God!" exclaimed one. "Here is somebody lying down in the passage." "It is a corpse," said another. "The woman's murdered," said another. Get a light, and let us see what is the matter. Here is a dead body. A light, get a light, can't some of you?" "Well, I suppose we can, but what of it? I expect it can't be done without giving anybody time to do it in. If you think it can, you had better do it yourself, and perhaps you'll begin now." However, there was a light produced, and that put an end to the altercation, and silence was immediately restored when they saw the congealed blood and the body lying in it; and then one, on pushing his way into the parlor, exclaimed, "And here's the old woman! She's dead and cold." "She's murdered." "Yes, there's no doubt about that, poor creatures, and no one at hand to lend them any assistance. What a horrible affair!" "Yes, horrible, but who's done it? There are rooms upstairs. They had better be searched. Let's go up at once." "Aye, aye." Sir Francis waited not a moment more. He had heard enough to convince him his only chance was to escape while he could, for if they once seized him under such circumstances, he would not be able to escape again, and he immediately rushed to the back window. But there was no balcony there. He could not get out there, so came to the landing, and just reached the short steps that led to the roof, and there had scarcely got the trapdoor unbolted, when he heard a voice say, "Upstairs, lad, upstairs. I hear somebody there trying to get out. Upstairs, lads, and follow him. Upstairs." There was a shout, and then all rushed upstairs, and Varney had scarcely got into the loft when someone called out, "I see his legs! He's got into the loft! Up the steps!" "Hurrah! hurrah! Up the steps, my boys! Follow me!" said one man, as he got on the landing and ran to seize the ladder, but Varney saw the necessity of preventing immediate and hot pursuit, lest he should be recognized and followed to the hotel, when that would be death to his hopes. Just as the man had reached the ladder, Varney lifted it off the hooks upon which it hung, and flung it back against the man, who fell back, and he, with the fallen ladder, created a dreadful confusion amongst those who were coming upstairs, many being knocked down, and the remainder retreated, thinking that at least there were a battalion of murderers. This gave Varney time to get to the roof, and then he crept along several housetops without being discovered, though he could hear the shouts and hum of the mob as they gathered round the house he had left. Then how to get out of his present position was a question he was not well able to tell. He must let himself out through some of the houses, and to do that without raising a hue and cry was a question he was not able to solve. Once or twice he thought of letting himself down from the outside, but this he gave up as being impossible, for destruction to himself would be the instant result. "I must get into one of these houses and remain concealed," he thought, "till the dead of the night, and then I could get through the house without any trouble or fear of detection. But then the Frasers, I must not disappoint them." This last consideration appeared to determine him, for he immediately crawled to one house that appeared to be the best calculated for his purpose, and he at once entered it by means of a small window that belonged to an attic. In this room was to be seen only a bed and a few chairs, and a table. All was silent, no one was moving. He stepped up to the bed, but was somewhat startled to find it occupied by some odd-looking human form, wrapped up in a curious and uninviting manner. "Ah," thought Varney, "I didn't think to have found anyone in possession of this place so early, but they sleep, and that is enough." He had scarce said so when a voice said, "Nurse, nurse, confound you, why don't you bring my posset? Do you hear, cuss you? Here I have been kept here for 2 hours without my supper, and what you gave me last night had no rum in it. How's a man to get well, and kept upon short allowance? I tell you it cannot be done, not by any price. Will you bring me my grog, posset, or won't you? You inhuman wretch, to keep an old sailor upon short allowance of grog, and won't give him any except in the shape of a posset." This was pathetic, but Varney paid no attention to it, and gently glided out of the room. When he quitted the apartment, he descended the stairs, and then he came to the passage or hall, when he was met by a stout female. "Whom do you want?" exclaimed the fat female. "Madam," said Varney, "are you aware of the calamity that has befallen you?" "No, sir. What is it?" "The lunatic in the top room has in a fit of malignity set the upper part of your house in flames. You had better take care of yourself." "Oh, my God, the house is on fire!" said the fat woman. "Oh, mercy, mercy! Fire, fire, fire! The house is afire!" Varney turned round and opened the door, just as several people were rushing out of their rooms at hearing these alarming exclamations. "That will do," muttered Varney, as he closed the door behind him, and then walked hastily towards the hotel, to which, however, he did not go quite straight. He went a little on one side to avoid meeting the crowd, as being an unpleasant mass of human creatures which are singularly unpleasant to meet with, leaving them to secure themselves and find the murderer, if they were able to do so. End of chapter 152. Recording by Trisha G. 153 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 153. The Assembly. Sir Francis's first overtures to Mary Stevens. The breakfast scene, and the honour declined. Sir Francis Varney, as soon as he reached his hotel, changed his habiliments, and sought the Frasers, whom he found ready for the assembly, and somewhat fearful he was not coming. But he easily excused himself on the score of illness, and then they persuaded him to remain at their abode, and they would all do so too. But at the same time Sir Francis insisted that his indisposition was but temporary, and he would rather visit the place, as it was a ball night. Thus persuaded, they agreed, and the 5 of them proceeded to the assembly rooms, where they amused themselves as fashionable people usually do. They danced, and were highly delighted with the place, which was certainly of a very superior description, contained the very élite of the Bath visitors, and appealed to advantage. The wealth and beauty to be found in the room would have caused many a heart to bound with rapture, whether it was the miser's or the lover's. For both could there find that which gladdened them most, gold and beauty, wealth and youth. Each could gloat his eyes on that he held dearest. "Did you ever witness a scene like this?" said Sir Francis Varney, as he led Miss Stevens to a seat, and handed her refreshments. "Did you ever behold one in which was collected so much beauty and youth?" "There are many happy faces," said Mary Stevens. "And hearts too, I hope," said Varney. "I hope so too," replied Mary. "There are several here who have never been to a ball before. 'Tis their début in life, and a fine and lovely commencement it is. And if all their future years should be such a round of pleasure and gaiety as this, they needs must be happy." "I'm sure they must. People here seem to wish to make each other happy." "And if they strive in heart, they must succeed in doing so, and in making themselves happy too." "No doubt they do." "And you, Miss Stevens, would you not make yourself happy when you make others happy?" inquired Sir Francis Varney. I certainly do feel happy when I am an instrument in the hands of another doing good, and seeing it really gives others happiness. That is one of the noblest ends of life. And one which you, Sir Francis, have pursued to some purpose. You ought to be happy, if any man can claim happiness. I am in one respect, but then there is a great void in life which has to be filled. When that void is in the affections, can it be surprising that sorrow and grief are there? I cannot give you an answer, because I have no knowledge of such an existence. Had I, it would be otherwise, but I cannot say yea or nay. Well, said Sir Francis, it is so. That void is in my heart, and before I saw you I felt it not. But now, he paused, but now I feel it deeply, and I shall ever do so but I hardly dare say more. My heart will never again know sorrow, and never again feel tranquil. Wants and wishes have sprung up which, until now, have never presented themselves in the shape of possibilities, much less probabilities, and which now are realities. This is a strange conversation, Sir Francis. It is, Miss Stevens, and I feel it to be so. But, unfortunately, I have a certain difficulty to overcome, which, perhaps, accident, more than courage, will enable me to break through. But, to speak plainly, before I saw you, the whole world was alike to me. I cared not for one more than another. But, now the world has new charms. I have new hopes and wishes. God knows if they are to be dissipated, like the morning mist before the glories of the rising sun. Love has made sad havoc on my heart, and to love and despair is the bitterest lot humanity can fall into. Men can bear all that adverse fate may entail upon him, but that saps at the foundation of the superstructure, our love of life, without which society could not hold together, and, with disappointed love, there is no love of existence. Indeed, Sir Francis, I regret to hear it. Will you prevent it? I cannot now answer you any such question if I were inclined to do so. I have not the power. See, Sir Francis, there is another set. Will you dance? No, I do not think I will dance any more tonight, but I shall be glad to rejoin my sister and brother. I will lead you to them with pleasure, but will you allow me to name this matter to Captain Fraser? I have no right to dictate to you, Sir Francis, said Mary, with evident embarrassment, much less would I do so, or endeavor to do so to one to whom I owe so much, and yet I fear it will be fruitless. There, yonder, are your friends. As Sir Francis spoke, he pointed to another end of the room, to which he was leading her, and which was occupied by many of the most fashionable and beautiful. They also had to pass down a lane of fashionables who were occupying seats, having been fatigued by dancing, many not having danced at all, but come to keep watchful and argus eyes upon the sons and daughters whom they brought with them. These, at least, noticed them. All eyes were fixed upon them, and Sir Francis, certainly with an air of triumph, led the beautiful Mary Stevens towards her friends, who were gazing at them with attention. Mary thought herself somewhat awkwardly situated, and knew not how to release herself, and also felt that any attempt of the kind would really be as ungracious as it would be ungrateful, and so resigned herself. A few yards more, and then she was once again in the company of her friends, but not released from Sir Francis, for he seated himself by her side with the ease of one who was well accustomed to their society, and of those around them. "Well, Sir Francis," said Mrs. Fraser, "you have not been unnoticed in the ballroom. You have created quite a sensation. Your dancing is superior, and your tall figure has set you off." "You mistake, Mrs. Fraser. The object of such general attention was no other than your beautiful sister, my fair partner." "Don't make her vain." "That, indeed, would be a misfortune; but she has such an excellent capacity of mind, that she runs no danger of such a misfortune. But even if it were not so, there would be much excuse." "You are flattering, Sir Francis." "Not I assure you. How do you find yourself?" "I am getting fatigued. My recent journeys must plead an excuse for my weariness at such a time and in such a place as this." I am not surprised at this, considering how you have been riding about for many days past. Would you choose to retire tonight, and remain later on another occasion?" "I think," said Captain Fraser, "it may be as well. What do you say, my dear?" "I am quite willing." "And so am I," said Mary. "Indeed, I would much sooner we left early, if midnight can be called early." "It is much past that hour now." "Then I think we are decided upon going." "Very well," said Sir Francis. "Then I will obtain a carriage for our use, and then we shall retire to our homes." "If you please, Sir Francis." Varney then rose, and went out for the purpose of procuring what was wanted, and, by the aid of a little silver, he soon obtained what he desired, and then returned to inform his friends of the success of his mission. They then left the ballroom, and proceeded at once to enter the carriage, which was so placed that they could at once enter without any inconvenience, and they soon gained their hotel, and, after a slight repast, they separated. It was late next morning when Sir Francis Varney entered the room in which he usually took breakfast with the Frasers, but, though late, he only met Captain Fraser. "I am afraid, Captain Fraser," said Varney, "I have kept you all. Perhaps the ladies are gone out?" "No, no, they have not yet come down. Indeed, had you been in 5 minutes earlier than this, you would not have found me here." "Well, I know not the reason, but I slept well myself. To be sure," said Sir Francis, "I did not fall readily to sleep, and that may account for it." "Indeed! And you do not sleep sound?" "Usually, I may say generally, but sometimes some reflections keep the mind actively employed against one's own wishes." "They do so, Sir Francis. I have myself found that to be the case. But I am very sorry my female folks do not come down." "Nay, nay, Captain Fraser, do not wish that on my account. I am rather pleased they are not down than otherwise." "Indeed, Sir Francis!" "Yes," replied Sir Francis, "as it leaves me an opportunity of saying a few words to you, Captain Fraser, upon a subject that concerns myself nearly and deeply." "You amaze me, Sir Francis." "I had hoped you might have had some guess at it, Captain Fraser, as it would have helped me through my task; for my heart almost fails me when I think of the possibility of want of success. My want of nerve is not habitual." "I can depose to so much, Sir Francis. You showed courage and nerve where courage and nerve were most wanted." "Ah, well, Captain Fraser, if I had been brought up to your noble profession, I should have been better able to make an impression. But I will do my best. But the subject is a grave one, as it relates to my feelings toward your sister-in-law, Miss Mary Stevens." "Indeed, Sir Francis!" "Yes, Captain Fraser, I who have passed through so many ordeals of beauty, have at last been compelled to bow before the shrine of beauty. I am a devoted and humble admirer of Miss Stevens' charms and virtues." "Well, Sir Francis?" "I now beg your permission to visit her, and be accepted in your family in the character of one who ardently wishes and desires to become a member of it by means of an union between myself and that young lady." "Personally, Sir Francis, I have the greatest pleasure in hearing you say so much." "Then I am likely to be fortunate." "So far as my approbation and my consent are concerned, Sir Francis, you certainly are successful; but according to the vulgar proverb, as one swallow makes no summer, so one individual's consent is not decisive where two are required to concur." "Certainly, Captain Fraser. I was not wishing to put the young lady aside, but having your consent, I may go on to endeavor to obtain the happiness I so much look forward to. But I may count upon your good offices?" "You may, most certainly." "And your amiable lady?" "Yes, I think I may say she will unite with me in using all due means of aiding you in your wishes. But here she is." At that moment Mrs. Fraser entered the apartment, and advancing to Sir Francis, offering him her hand, and saying, "Sir Francis, how do you do this morning? I am afraid I have kept you. Ah, I see you are alone with Captain Fraser. Where is my sister?" "Mary has not yet come down," said Fraser. "Ah, we are both late, I think." "I am, madam, but but you have come at a right moment." "Have I? Why do you reckon it so?" "Because I was just at that moment speaking of you, and here you are; so that I can speak to you, which is much better." "Well, so it is; but what is it about?" "Your amiable and lovely sister." "Ah, that is what you men always say. It is just what Captain Fraser said to me." "Then I may hope for a like success?" "I don't understand," said Mrs. Fraser doubtfully. "Why, I was saying to Captain Fraser, if he could obtain your aid in my behalf in an attack upon your sister's heart. I have been unable to hold out any longer. I am deeply and desperately in love." "Well, that is a very dangerous disorder, and I must see what Mary can do to console you in your affliction." "You will indeed deserve my best thanks if you will do so; and, should success crown our efforts, how deep a debt of gratitude will mine be to you." "How much are we not yours already?" "But my whole happiness will be through your efforts." "Oh, no, no. Remember, you said but just now it was my sister you meant to wed, and not me." "Good God! How could you imagine I had such a profane thought?" "Ha, ha! Sir Francis, I must see what I can do with Mary. But, she comes, another of the dramatis personae." Mary Stevens at that moment entered the room, and felt almost abashed at finding all eyes riveted upon her without speaking, and she advanced towards the fire, having made an inclination to Sir Francis, saying, as she came down, "I fear I have been the means of keeping you waiting. I am sorry you did so, but I was really not aware of the hour." "Nor were we," said Mrs. Fraser, "and it appears we have all been late, save Sir Francis, who, like a true knight, has been at his post, I don't know how long before I came down myself." "Nay, don't you listen to any charges, Miss Stevens. I have been here but a very short time, though I ought to have been down here earlier." "It is fortunate, then, you did, Sir Francis, and I am relieved of the charge of detaining breakfast to an unusual hour." "It matters but little when it is had, so long as it is to be had when it is wanted. What say you, Sir Francis?" "I believe that the grand object of all our wishes and wants is to have what we want when we want it. An Eastern potentate could not be better served, or more powerful, or richer, than to be able to say so much." "You are his equal." "I am in some things, certainly," replied Sir Francis, "but I want an empress, and thus, you see, I am dethroned and rendered powerless by a few words." "You can obtain even that." "Not exactly, for she whom I might choose might refuse to become mine. Then, I am a weary wanderer upon earth's surface. I am no longer one among men, but a mere existence, moving about without filling any allotted position." "This is very doleful, Sir Francis," said Mary. "If you say much more you will spoil your appetite for breakfast." "Mary, that is a cruel cut. You did not mean it, I dare say, but it is a sufficient rebuke. I must come to plain speaking, and at once hope you will recollect the subject upon which I spoke to you in the ballroom last night." "I do, Sir Francis. It would be affectation to say I did not." "Well, I have sought Captain and Mrs. Fraser's permission to endeavor to win those smiles and good wishes, that I so much desire should be mine." "You can never deserve less than good wishes from me," said Mary Stevens. "You cannot have less, I am too deeply indebted—" "There now, pray permit me to interrupt you. I must not hear any more of that. I did my duty on that occasion—" "Occasions?" "Well, occasions; and I hope no gentleman, having the power, would have done otherwise; and if so, I have only done what others would have done under the same circumstances—a very ordinary act indeed." "You are making less of it than it deserves, were it only for our sakes." "I see you won't entertain my wishes seriously; but recollect, what is sport to you is death to me. The affections of a blighted heart cannot weigh lightly when the evil is consummated." "Do not think, Sir Francis, I wish to evade or to slight any wishes you may form. As far as I am concerned, they are a great honor to me, but I am yet too young, and averse to anything of the kind yet to feel justified in seriously entertaining such matters as those you allude to." That indeed must be a mistake. You are not too young. Let me hope that you will not refuse to allow me the satisfaction and pleasure of your company. That would indeed be a greater misfortune than could otherwise happen to me, to be deprived suddenly of that, I assure you. Certainly I cannot feel otherwise than gratitude to you, Sir Francis, and derive that pleasure in your society which others feel, and which all your friends must experience. But we will say no more upon this subject, except that I have given as serious and positive an answer as I can. There were many other observations made during breakfast time to much the same effect, but it is unnecessary to record them, and the breakfast passed off as pleasantly as possible under the circumstances. End of chapter 153. Recording by Trisha G. Chapter 54 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 154. The Two Sisters. Mary Stevens's Dislike of Sir Francis Varney. An Useless Suit. Disunion. There was much stir in Bath next day on account of the murder that had occurred, and everybody spoke of it. The papers were filled with it, and it was thought to have been the most barbarous murder that had ever been committed, and most active exertions were being made to discover the perpetrators of this horrid deed. All sorts of conjectures were being made as to who the murderer might be, and his object in becoming one. Gold, of course, was assigned as that. There was something terrible in the fact that this should have occurred just as the Frasers had arrived in Bath. It was startling, they thought, though they could of course have no connection with it whatever. While the examinations were being proceeded with, Sir Francis Varney appeared out in the streets as seldom as possible. Not that he had any fear of recognition, for that was impossible, but, at the same time, he would not run unnecessary risk, while so much was to be won. The days passed, and very many pleasant hours were spent, and the gaieties of Bath were enjoyed to their fullest, while Sir Francis was their great friend everywhere, for, somehow or other, Sir Francis obtained the precedence go where he would, and they shared it with him. He pressed his suit with much ardor, and Mary Stevens appeared each day less and less inclined to accept of Sir Francis Varney for a lover. She felt a greater and greater repugnance to Sir Francis, who, however, pressed her more hardly and more assiduously than ever. However, Captain Fraser and his lady were sensible of the advantages of such a match to themselves and to Mary, for they could not believe that one so courteous and brave could do otherwise than make any lady happy. The first objection would wear away in the person of such a man as Varney. They therefore espoused his cause warmly when they found that Mary was averse to the match. "What can be your objection, Mary?" inquired Mrs. Fraser. "I cannot tell." "Surely it cannot be an insurmountable objection," said Captain Fraser, "since you do not know what it consists of. You cannot have a very definite idea, and possibly a little explanation may set the matter to rights." "I know well enough what it means." "Do you, dear? Why not tell us?" "I will. It consists of a strong dislike to Sir Francis. I cannot tell you why, but it is a very strong and yet distinct feeling." "What can it arise from?" "That I cannot explain." "If you could, we should be able to come to some conclusion respecting it, but at present it appears like a blind, causeless antipathy, and against one so well calculated to make any female happy as Sir Francis Varney, is so extraordinary that it really exceeds belief. I cannot express my regret and astonishment." "I cannot understand it." "I am sorry for it." "And more like ingratitude, Mary, than I thought you capable of. There are 2 occasions upon which you stand indebted to him for your life. He risked his own greatly on the last occasion." "I am truly sorry it should happen so, sister." "Well then, Mary, amend the error; for if it were an ordinary affair, common dislike might pass very well, but towards such a man as Sir Francis Varney, it is decidedly wrong. Indeed, when I recollect the horrors of that night, when I remember the flames and smoke, and saw you wrapped up safely from the effects of the fire, while he was exposed to every breath of hot air— Hush! I recollect it all, but it makes me shudder. Can you, then, disregard such a man with cold dislike? Upon my word, I am shocked at your baseness. Sister, sister, you are too severe, too severe. Only just, Mary, only just. More than just. Do not turn persecutor. I would not, but this conduct of yours makes me feel strongly, very strongly, and I can hardly face Sir Francis Varney and tell him that one who belongs to me can treat him in such a manner. Does love always spring from gratitude? It is useless to ask such questions, Mary, for I might retort by asking if such services as his always produced dislike. But Sir Francis is no ordinary man. Suppose you do not love him, which might be explicable, but then you have no other love. You are fancy-free, are you not? Yes, yes. Well, then, you have no motive for dislike, though you might be indifferent. In such a case, I should not have thought it possible that there could have been less than gratitude, and the warmest esteem for his services and his good qualities, for he has as good qualities as a man can have. Yes, sister, but that dreadful night has left such an impression upon my mind, that I cannot, dearest, do what you desire. I mean I cannot love Sir Francis Varney. What? Not love him because of the remembrance of his services? You quite misunderstood my feelings upon that occasion. I can never feel grateful enough for the rescue from that horrible monster who attacked me while I slept at the inn. I can never forget that moment of horror and terror. I cannot even to this day make out the object of the intruder. It was not robbery, and it could not have been any ordinary attack, for it was not carried on in the usual manner. To seize anyone by the arm and suck the blood from their veins appears to me to be a proceeding quite unaccountable in the ordinary course of things. It was very strange. Yes, and stranger than all, it has given me a perfect horror of man in general. I cannot abide the thought of being married at all. Indeed I won't, and I hope that is enough. Upon my word, my good sister, said Captain Fraser, half angry and half jestingly, you would almost make me believe you were desirous of taking the veil. But you cannot have any reason for taking such a strong antipathy to male creatures. You must know very well that, because you have got a fright in a country inn, that all the abodes of men in the world are not filled with goblins, spirits, and the like, and wicked ogres, who are only waiting to eat up young maidens. It was no jesting matter to me. I do not say but what it was a frightful reality, but at the same time, such terrible occurrences as these cannot be supposed to happen every day in one's life. Indeed, one in a long life would be a terrible frequency which is never known, and I think you might dismiss the subject from your mind, as an inexplicable event, unpleasant and unprofitable to recall. But it has been too terrible and too mysterious for me to ever forget, and, least of all, could I do it in so short a time. Well, I do not expect you could forget it immediately, but at the same time I cannot see how it could affect your opinion of your preserver. Indeed, it is a strange perversion of intellect, not to say a degree of ingratitude, that is difficult, if not impossible, to understand or believe. Well, I can say no more, said Mary. That is very resigned and easy on your part, but what we are to say to Sir Francis Varney I am sure I cannot tell. It appears to me that you have a childish dislike to him, one for which you can allege no reason, and therefore improper. I wonder what he, or any impartial person, could think of it, if they had all fully and carefully explained to them. I am sure I do not know, but it is usually sufficient, in a case of this kind, to say one cannot love the party, and to escape from what becomes an infliction, or in time a persecution. But this is not such a case as you would appear to imagine. There is no persecution, and Sir Francis only desires that you will permit him to attempt to obtain your good will. But, knowing he cannot obtain that, speaking in the light you mean, it becomes a serious annoyance to me to think I should always be attended by a person who, on the score of having done me some services, expects me to listen to his addresses, and to accept him as a lover. It is becoming a slave, indeed, when one must not exercise one's discretion in a matter that so nearly concerns the happiness of my future life." "You are making mountains out of molehills, Mary." "I have not taken the same view of this matter that you have," replied Miss Stevens, "and therefore you quarrel with me. I think that a great deal too bad. I did not believe you would have quarreled with me upon such a subject, one that concerns me so much too, as this." "Exactly, it does concern you, and it concerns us also, and that is the reason why we feel warmly upon the subject. Your want of motive is so apparent that it quite concerns us. We are completely staggered. What it can all end in, I am sure I cannot tell. But Sir Francis must think us an ungrateful set, or at least he must believe you are actuated by the worst and most ungracious caprice, and capable of great ingratitude." "I am sorry for it, but for all that, I cannot consent to marry Sir Francis Varney. I know not why, but I do." "You really ought to be ashamed of such an admission, for I am sure he does not deserve such treatment." "I am compelled to admit that to be true." "Then why, in the name of heaven, should you let prejudice surmount reason, and reason that you acknowledge ought to be paramount? You know your folly, and yet you persist in it. Was there ever such folly? Come, Mary, come, you must give up this kind of nonsense. You must act as I have always believed you would. You must meet Sir Francis in a proper spirit, and the result will no doubt be that you will banish all these idle fancies." "I should be glad to do so, for they make me very unhappy." "Well, well, they are calculated to do so, and when you have cast them aside, your own happiness and that of your friends will be much increased." There was much stir in Bath on account of the murder, and the papers were filled with terrific descriptions of the scene, which some even went to the trouble and expense of producing sketches of, which, what with being badly drawn, badly copied, blotted, and printed, and being as unlike the original as possible, gave the inhabitants and strangers not a very vivid idea of the place. When, however, the details were adverted to, they were terrible enough, and when Sir Francis Varney entered the apartment in which he usually dined, he found his friends were full of the discussion. "Have you seen anything of the murder, Sir Francis?" "No, sir," replied Sir Francis. "Well, there is a dreadful affair happened. How horrible to think! They might not have been discovered at all, but for the neighbors breaking the doors in." "What is it all about, Captain?" "Why, 2 old women were murdered a few nights ago, and they have but just been discovered. The papers are full of it." "What, the murderers? Well, that was a quick discovery." "No, no, I mean it was not discovered at all, as it is supposed, until at least 24 hours after the deed." "Dear me, how was that?" "I cannot tell, except the old woman was an eccentric, and her shutters had been closed before for a whole day, but there were no other signs of life about the house the whole day, which alarmed the neighbors much, and they began to take precautions towards the evening to force the door, when a tall, peculiar-looking man was observed entering the house by means of a key." "They observed that, did they?" "Yes, he was seen quite plain." "It will be fortunate if he had been the murderer, because they can identify him." "Undoubtedly they can." "I am glad of it," said Varney. "Well, he was seen to go in, and then to go over the house, because there was a light seen to travel upstairs, and stop there some time, and then they knocked for admission, but not being answered, they at once forced open the door, and they all rushed in, but were horrified to find themselves tumbling over the dead bodies of the old woman who kept the house, and her servant." "Ah, it must have been a startling thing, certainly." "Well, they stopped a moment or two, as was most probable at such a sight, and then they ran upstairs, believing the murderer was there." "And was he there?" "He must have been so, because they heard him get up to the roof, and they followed, but were baffled because he threw the ladder down, which caused them some confusion, and during that the murderer contrived to escape." "Well, it was quite a field of adventure, but it is to be lamented," said Varney. "They were not successful in their endeavours to catch the murderer. But what is the alleged motive for the deed?" They say that she had some strange fancies, and that, among others, she had all her money in the house, her capital upon which she lived, without any fear of exhausting it. It was known to some one or other, and got whispered about, and it is presumed that for this purpose the poor woman was murdered." "How horribly barbarous! But ain't there any suspicion upon anyone, because it is usually the case?" "There is, I believe." "And upon whom does it fall?" "Upon a relation of her own, who has not been seen for some days, and who had been known to have spoken with impatience at the old woman's life, and the mode in which she spent her money." "That speaks for itself," said Varney. "So it does, but they have not taken him yet." "I hope they will, I am sure, because the whole affair is so truly horrible." "So it is. Will you go to the theatre tonight? There is no ball. We can have an excellent box." "What do you say, my dear?" said Captain Fraser to his lady. "I am willing. Are you agreeable, Mary?" "Yes, I am quite content with your decision." "Then we are all agreed to the proposal. There will be a celebrated actress from London there, and I hope we will find the entertainment well worthy of our patronage. Indeed, I have little doubt of it." End of chapter 154. Recording by Trisha G. 55 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 155. The Effects of Perseverance. Sir Francis Varney and Mary Stevens. An Evening Party and Conversation. The evening was spent agreeable enough at the Bath Theatre. Sir Francis Varney having taken the greatest pains to ingratiate himself with Mary Stevens so much and so delicately, that she could not but feel ashamed at her antipathy towards him, and certainly did all she could to get the better of it, and succeeded in some measure in doing so. They all returned home in very good humour with themselves and everything. Captain Fraser and his lady were completely predisposed to look upon Sir Francis Varney as one of the first men in England for rank and breeding. Even Mary Stevens was compelled to admit she never saw anyone whose demeanour was to be more admired more than his. The next morning they all assembled at the breakfast table, and were all full of lively images and thoughts of the preceding evening. There was much more of cordiality and intimacy than had been felt among them before, for Sir Francis Varney's courtliness gave way, and he became almost as one of the family. Mary looked upon him with something like wonder, to see how agreeable a man could be whom she disliked. 1 or 2 days more passed in this manner, and the dislike of Mary Stevens to Sir Francis, if not less, was at least not so active or violent, but she received him as an old friend. That much emboldened Sir Francis, who again resolved he would speak to her, and that in the presence of her brother and sister, hoping by such a proceeding he should be able to overcome her dislike or fears by his own efforts, aided by Captain and Mrs. Fraser, who would create a diversion in his favour. "I wish not," he said, "to be importunate. But in a matter that concerns one's future hopes and wishes, one cannot well slumber over them. I wish to become one of such a family as that into which I find myself so strangely and accidentally introduced, though I fear I have failed to make myself as acceptable as I could wish." "No one could think Sir Francis Varney otherwise than acceptable," said Captain Fraser. "Your services to us alone would be enough to endow us all with the most lively gratitude and admiration, were you only to appear amongst us with no other qualification. But you add those which evidently make any gentleman an ornament to the circle he may grace with his acquaintance and friendship." "You take a favourable view of all that you see, Captain Fraser." "No, no, I merely speak what I think upon a subject which I have had, I may say, some experience. I have myself had some dealings in the world. My profession puts me forward, and I may repeat what I said." "No, no, I will not suffer you to do that. What I wish to do is, to impress, if possible, my fair friend here with favorable sentiments toward myself. I am not as some of the young men of these times, who win by the violence of their suit, which they urge with all the haste of violence to attack and storm the citadel. That is a very good plan, Sir Francis. Why don't you yourself pursue such a system? It must carry the citadel by assault. No, no, said Mary. You will not do anything of the kind. Was that the way in which you yourself acted? If so, I am sure I pity my sister. For what can she hope for when she was taken in such a violent manner? Oh, no, no, Fraser was the unfortunate victor, who was taken prisoner in the moment of victory. Yes, that is the fact. I was taken prisoner, but I have since been appointed governor in the enemy's country. Ha, ha, ha! Well, that is a fortunate issue to your adventure. I would that mine were as fortunate. I love, and yet fear to say so. Fear never won a young lady, said Fraser, so don't be afraid. What does my fair enemy say her? I have said so much upon the subject, sir, before, that I was in hopes I should not have had any occasion to say more. I'm sorry to hear you say so. Why, it is a pity to render a matter that is settled uncertain, without the prospect of anything being gained by it. So it is, but I hope that is not the present case, Miss Stevens. My petition, I hope, is not rejected merely because it has suffered so before. I cannot but hope, though despair forever stare me in the face for it. But perhaps devotion and heartfelt love may make some impression upon you, and soften the rigors of a heart that cannot, I am sure, feel any pleasure in the distress of another. No, no, Sir Francis, you only do me justice in saying so much. I can, indeed, feel no pleasure in such things. You may rely upon it, gratitude alone would prompt me to comply with any request you might make at once and cheerfully, but you must admit that this is a question that alters the complexion of other matters, and what might be proper under other circumstances cannot be expected under this. Nor am I so unreasonable as to expect anything of the kind. Now, Miss Stevens, you much mistake Sir Francis Varney, if you think him capable of such meanness. I wish you to act from your own unbiased judgment, and, however painful the result, yet I would in silence put up with your decision. But still I hope you will not act imperatively, that you will look upon my suit with, at least, not a harsh and averse spirit. Have some compassion upon one who is entirely at your mercy. Come, Mary, do not act unkindly. I do not know what to say. I cannot give any other answer. Nay, I won't hear of such a thing, Mary, said Mrs. Fraser. Now or never. I will not say that you must not be mindful of the past, but you were never ungrateful, that I know. You cannot be otherwise than happy. You embarrass me. Miss Stevens, let nothing weigh with you, save your own happiness. That is my object, and my own at the same time. Say yes, Mary. I cannot. Will not. What objection? What on earth could you wish for more? Do not press me. I should be sorry to do so at such a moment were it decidedly your desire not to give an answer now, but I do beg you will not let me linger longer than necessary. Indeed, I find I cannot exist in your society and be deprived of the hope that I may call you one day mine own. Do, Mary, say yes, say yes. Will Miss Stevens give me leave to suppose that there may be a time when I may be rewarded for my patience? I will not press you for a plain answer now, but give me some token that I am not to remain unhappy. Come, Mary, come. Sir Francis gives you every indulgence. But Mary was obstinate some time longer, until Sir Francis, in a transport, pressed her hand, and placed it to his lips. At the same time she suffered her silence to be construed into a consent to his wishes. Well, Sir Francis, said Captain Fraser, let me congratulate you in having subdued the enemy, and you, Mary, in having such a conqueror. I protest it was a hard-fought battle, and one that I could not tell who would prove triumphant. I feel well assured you may congratulate me, Captain Fraser. I congratulate myself, I assure you. Therefore you may do so to me. I do, heartily. Thank you. I shall be happy. But what are the tactics for the night? What are we to do? Yes, precisely. Oh, suppose we have a nice party among ourselves. We can amuse ourselves, I dare say. I am fatigued myself, and care not to go out tonight. We have all gone out so lately, that it will be a change and a rest. So it will, said Miss Stevens. I am really glad that we shall have one night on which we can retire at early hours. Are you willing, Sir Francis, to spend a dull evening? It cannot be dull at all events in such company. I shall be happy to remain with you, indeed. I feel that a quiet, happy evening is a thing that would be very acceptable to me, at least. But still I can do as you please. Then we'll have a quiet evening among ourselves. Have you heard anything more about the murder that took place the other day? No, replied Sir Francis. Have you? I have, said Mrs. Fraser. What have you heard? Inquired Sir Francis. I will tell you, replied Mrs. Fraser. You recollect that the nephew had been suspected of having murdered the two women, and committed a robbery afterwards. Yes, yes, I heard so much. Well, they have taken the nephew now, and he has been examined before a police constable, and will be again examined in another day or two. Indeed, they have made quick work of it. How can they suspect he had any hand in the affair? I believe they knew he had been very poor, and had been very impatient for the old woman's death, that he might have it all. Now such a line of conduct was bad, and has caused persons to suspect him, and also the fact that he has got a quantity of gold about him, for the possession of which he cannot account. Aye, that seems bad. But what kind of excuse can he give for the possession of such treasure? He is surely not silent? Oh dear no, he is not silent. All he says, however, is, that his aunt gave it to him to leave the country with. That is strange, very singular. It is, and that is why they disbelieve it. Besides, he had made no preparations for his departure, that have yet been discovered. Besides, his shoes were evidently soiled with human blood, and the footsteps in the passage and on the stairs, at least some of them, were exactly of the same size. That is a strong proof. So it is, but there appears to have been an accomplice, for there are other footmarks of a different size, much larger and longer. Dear me, said Varney, didn't you say there were many people who ran upstairs after the man who got away? Yes, to be sure. Well, some of them might have left a footprint. Well, I suppose they might, and yet they must have reasons for saying that these footsteps were those of an accomplice. Perhaps they were fresher than the others, or it may be they have a different appearance from the more recent ones. It may be so. However it may be, it is quite certain that he has done the deed. Whether he had any help or not, he at least will be punished. No doubt he ought to suffer for such a deed. It is that which gives security to the rest of society. But it was a dreadful thing. A murder committed by a friend or relation is, I think, more heinous, if possible, than when committed casually, by ordinary murderers, whose sole crimes are murder and robbery. To be sure, when any tie that can bind one individual to another is broken, who would have taken precautions against such as those whom we value? But he was ungrateful, and killed his benefactress, for such she had been. End of chapter 155. Recording by Trisha G. of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 156. The Wedding Morning. The Progress of Justice, and the Discovery of the Murderer. The Dissipation of a Scene. The days flew by, and the aspect of affairs insensibly changed. Sir Francis Varney gradually drew over the scene such an appearance of candour and disinterestedness, that the Frasers were delighted with the prospect of such an alliance, and they left no means of propitiating and influencing Miss Stevens in his favour. And they succeeded to a certain extent in stifling all expressions of dissent, and brought her to a state of passive obedience. She had nothing to allege against Sir Francis but her dislike to him, and even that she felt was weaker, and the more she exerted her mind, the weaker such impressions appeared to be. A convincing proof to her that it was a mere blind, reasonless prejudices which it was her duty to throw off, and she exerted herself to do so. Thus it was she became passive in the hands of her friends, and Sir Francis Varney had the satisfaction of seeing that he was about to pick up a bride at length. His pleasure knew no bounds, and his eyes glistened in a manner that once or twice Mary recoiled from him in terror, and she had nearly revived her first feelings against him. However that might have been, he saw his error, and he conducted himself differently afterwards, for he too well knew the effect it must have upon the artless and beautiful young girl, whose affections he cared not to win, so that he stifled her objections, and obtained her hand. Her heart was not with him an object. "I think now," said Captain Fraser to Sir Francis, when they were alone, "I think now, Sir Francis, that we ought to come to some understanding." "I shall be but too happy, Captain Fraser, to do so, in every sense of the word, and upon every subject we can have in common." "Then we shall have no difficulty in this affair." "I hope not, I assure you." "Well then, Sir Francis, you desire to marry into our family?" "Most unquestionably. My heart and fortune are at the disposal of Miss Stevens. I care for nothing else but her. Fortune, Captain Fraser, is no object to me. I do not care for a single penny piece. I have enough for myself." "Money is not happiness itself," pursued the captain. "I believe it. I feel it." "And yet Mary is not penniless. She has her dower, though by no means a large one. Yet she has one." "Then let the whole, whatever it may be safely, securely made over for her own use, and that of her children." "It is generous, very generous of you, Sir Francis, and your generosity much embarrasses me, and I hardly know how to proceed with a little matter which I deem a part of my duty to perform." "Do not let me be a hindrance to you. I am sure I should regret it much. Besides, the more we know of each other, the greater confidence we have in each other, provided our knowledge is of that character that will increase our respect." "You are quite right, Sir Francis." "Well, Captain, I hope what you are going to say will not give me cause to feel myself less happy than I am." "I hope not, I believe not, but what I was about to say is a very ordinary and common occurrence on an occasion like the present." "Well, let me know all about it, and then the murder will be out." "Good. We have but little more than personal communication with each other, apart from our respective homes. We do not know much of each other in the ordinary acceptation of the word. I wish to know something relative to your private affairs." "I really cannot do so, unless you travel northward with me." "Indeed, indeed." "Stop! I can give you corroborative proof. I have none direct about me, but I can do that much, but perhaps it will not do." "Quite enough. I am satisfied. If you can give me corroborative proof of what you say, and that without premeditation, it will be still stronger and more valuable." "If you think so, what do you say to those 2 letters, Captain Fraser?" "2 letters?" "The one is from my gamekeeper, and the other is from my bailiff, who has to overlook my property, and advise me of what was being done on the estate, and the state of my financial affairs." "They will do, sir, I believe." As Captain Fraser took the 2 letters, he looked at the postmarks and saw that they were plain and readable, and the date. They had been correctly described by Sir Francis Varney. They came from the north, and one was a business-like letter from the bailiff, and one quite in keeping from the head gamekeeper, both of whom mentioned many local and petty matters, that fully bore out all that was to be expected from them. And do you keep up an establishment of this character, Sir Francis? I do. I can afford it, and I do not like to turn the knaves adrift on the world, who have, ever since they have been born, looked for abundance from the soil that produced them. And I don't think I shall be justified in having the hardness of heart to turn them off. You are a kind and good master. I wish to be so. And when, Sir Francis, do you intend to return there? I am glad you asked the question. I should like to take my bride there to spend the honeymoon. I wish now to leave other objects, and to get back as soon as the ceremony is over. There I should like to take her. It would be a rare and splendid life to lead in the old Gothic mansion, as much like a castle as anything I can describe, but an ornamented castle, of course, for I don't mean high walls and no windows. Certainly not. But will you assist me in obtaining her consent to a speedy union, and, that effected, we will whirl off for the mansion, and you can follow us at leisure. The union will, I hope and believe, be most happy. I hope so. I trust and believe it will. In the meantime, any more information or proof you can desire shall be obtained for you. Do not be backward upon this head. I am quite satisfied, Sir Francis. Thus Sir Francis Varney had succeeded in hoodwinking Captain Fraser and his wife, and had now entirely subdued all show of objection, and had so far succeeded as to obtain a quiet and tacit consent to all he desired. The interview described was reported to Mrs. Fraser and her sister, and was considered liberal and satisfactory, and the marriage was spoken of as likely to be immediate, which brought forth no remark from Mary, and the matter was considered as nearly settled. The day only was to be appointed, and that could not be very distant. One morning as they were seated at breakfast, and that after the day had been fixed at a greater distance of time than Sir Francis Varney liked, the subject of the murder was again brought up, and Mrs. Fraser said, "There is nothing more about the murder now, is there?" "No," replied Sir Francis, "not that I have heard of. I believe the unfortunate man will be tried one of these days. He stands committed." "Stop," said Captain Fraser, "here is something in the paper." "What is in it?" "Something more about the murder." "What is it?" inquired Sir Francis. "I am anxious to learn if they have done anything more, for I was sick of it, and wish to know when such a horrible tragedy will end. The sooner it is past and forgotten, the better." "That is true, for knowing a man is lying waiting for the hour to arrive when he shall die a violent death is truly terrible." "So it is. They seem to say that there is some clue to another person, of a most remarkable appearance, who escaped through another house, and deceived the inmates by describing a fire that was upstairs." "Indeed! How strange!" said Sir Francis. "Yes, they say they will not publish more, lest it defeat the ends of justice." "Something else sprung up, I suppose?" "No doubt, but here is something more. The prisoner will be tried in a few days, and, if condemned, executed in a very short time." "Then I wish that one happy marriage would come off before that time. I am sure Mary will be wretched, and I cannot be so happy as I could wish to be." "Then postpone it for a few weeks." "No, no, no, that would never do. Hasten it. Besides, we should have to pass through all the wretchedness consequent upon knowing a man, a murderer, it is true, and perhaps two of them, that is waiting to die." "I think myself," said Captain Fraser, "that we might, with advantage, leave Bath before the trial takes place. It would certainly be more comfortable." "So it would," said Mrs. Fraser, "and, to tell the truth, I begin to get tired of this place, beautiful as it is. In fact, I want to get to your mansion in the north." "Not more than I do, madam," said Sir Francis. "Will Miss Stevens permit me to persuade her to shorten my period of probation, to escape some of the disagreeables we have mentioned relative to this unhappy affair?" The wedding morning was arrived. Sir Francis Varney had not been sparing of his ill-gotten gains. He willingly made handsome presents to Mrs. Fraser and Mary Stevens. Jewels were the form he gave them in. and Sir Francis himself took care to display no small degree of ornament, and yet he appeared to be a man, who, though wearing and having the best of all, still wore but little ornament. But the occasion made the change in his habit. And now the post-horses were ready at the door, ready to bear them northwards. They were at the church. Sir Francis, and Mary Stevens leaning upon his arm, came before the altar, and the friends of the bride were on either side of them. The clergyman was about to read, but asked first if any knew any causes or impediment, etc., to the marriage. No answer was returned. When there was some bustle at the other end of the church, and the clergyman paused to ascertain its character. In a moment more there was a motley group of persons making towards the altar, and foremost among these were 2 or 3 peace officers, and after them a woman, dressed in many clothes, which added to her natural obesity. "Ah, that's him. That's the wagabone that said my house was on fire when it warn't. That's him as frightened me so, that I'm quite thin through it. Shiver my timbers, and they begin to creak a bit now, durn the gout. But that's Varney the Vampyre. Who'd ha' thought he would always be turning up in this way, like an old mop as nobody can use?" Varney turned to the clergyman, and begged that these mad people might be turned out, and, after the ceremony, he would meet any proper accusation at a proper time and place, but he showed his anger so strongly that Mary shrank back from him, while the 2 officers demanded him as a prisoner. The clergyman yielded, and Sir Francis, striking the officer near him down, made a rush at the side door and escaped. The fact was, there had been more than one doubt about the murder, and Sir Francis had been followed to the hotel the night of the murder by one of the waiters, who came up behind him. They took his shoes, and found they were bloody, and all things being traced home to him, it was agreed to capture him at home. But he had left for the church, when the officers followed him. Old Admiral Bell, who was gouty, happened to see him pass, and determined to unmask him, which he did. End of chapter 156. Recording by Trisha G.
(157) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 157. The Murder in the Wood del Noti, a Neapolitan Scene. There had been a great heat during the day, even for the sunny shore of Naples. Not a cloud had been seen all day, not a breath of air had been stirring. All was golden sunshine. All was fair. The very sea glittered like molten gold, and the heat was oppressive in the extreme, so much so that even the Neapolitans themselves stirred not out of doors, but sank listless and sleepy on the couch, fanning themselves and endeavoring to create an air that would give some slight refreshment. Even the sea was calm. The very waves lashed the shore lazily, and appeared to partake of the general weariness that came over all nature, all things that moved. There was no soul stirring in the villas that were seen dotted about the environs of Naples, most of them like palaces, surrounded on every side by gardens and fountains, walled in and secure from the intrusion of a stranger. There was one of great magnificence adjoining the small wood del Noti, that reared its stately structure on a slope looking towards the sea, though at a mile or two's distance, but close adjoining the wood. The gardens were extensive, and abutted on the wood, which was a cool and shady spot at most times, and if such a one were now to be found, it would certainly be found in the wood del Noti. The trees grew tall, and spread their branches out until they interlaced each other so completely that when the foliage was on them the light rarely found its way to the earth, save in a dim and diluted form. Here there might now and then be found some of those who had been overtaken by the heat of the day, or who from choice preferred the coolness of the woods to the walls of their houses. Here, then, reposing beneath the great trees, might occasionally be found a few individuals who slept in coolness and shade. Near the wall of the villa where the wood ran were some tall black trees, mostly fir and cedar. There beneath one of the latter lay a tall, gaunt-looking man, who, notwithstanding the weather, was wrapped up in a cloak of large dimensions and sable color. There was something strange in that man's appearance. Above all, the cloak which he wore was a thing so much out of place that none other than himself could or would have worn it. What was his motive none could divine, were it not for the concealment of his person, which seemed likely enough. His slouched hat was bent over his eyes. His face was scarcely distinguishable between the collar of the cloak and the hat, though he lay on his back motionless, and without heeding aught that neared him. It was true, there did not exist any reason why he should take any heed, seeing that at that point no one ever came. It was a spot that was not frequented, having a bad name, which usually deters people from trusting themselves in such a place. However, the stranger lay motionless and apparently without fear. Perhaps it was the long two-edged sword he wore that gave him his security. At all events, he lay there in silence and almost motionless, quite and entirely so, save the motion in breathing, and his eye now and then turned in a particular direction. The hours rolled by, and no one approached till the sun sunk towards the ocean, there to bury himself till another morrow appeared. The heat of the high noon was past, and the shadows of the trees reduced the light in the wood to a twilight, and the stranger arose and stood beneath the shadow of a tall one, while he appeared to be listening for some sound which he appeared to expect from some particular quarter of the wood. The hour of noon is some hours past, and with it a gentle sea breeze begins to fan the heated shores, and here and there might be seen some of the inhabitants creeping about in the shady places. The stranger listened, and from the quarter to which he appeared most to direct his attention, he heard sounds proceed. These were those made by persons walking over the dried leaves and sticks which lay scattered about from the effects of the storms that sometimes visit even these pleasant shores. "She comes," he muttered, and his eye glanced round, and he grasped the hilt of his sword. "She comes, but does she come alone?" He paused and again listened. "She comes not alone. Another is with her. But no matter. She shall come. I have the means of security here, but above all I need her." He paused again and listened, but quietly drew his sword, which was long and sharp, and stood beneath the tree, while the voices and sounds slowly approached until they came quite distinct and audible. "And so," said a man's voice, but in a low key, "the Marchesa is not well?" "She is quite indisposed." "I was about to say I could hardly feel it in my heart to regret it." "And why could you be so unfeeling?" "Because, my dear Fiammetta, had she been well, you would scarce have got away from her this evening, and I should have had but little of your sweet company." "I admit that. But were you not selfish in desiring it?" "Yes, I was." "And are you not ashamed to say so?" "No, I am not, Fiammetta. I can acknowledge anything that concerns myself and you. for I must admit a great deal of selfishness in this matter. I love you tenderly, and that puts all the world beside us. I think nothing of any one save you, and for you I would sacrifice the whole world." "I am fearful of you." "And wherefore should you be fearful of me, fair one? Am I not willing and ready to fight and die for you? I would not fear the summons of death this moment if I knew that I could save you but 1 hour's pang." "I hope," said Fiametta, leaning on her lover's arm, "I hope that you will never be called upon for so sad a sacrifice. I am sure I should never know an hour's happiness if I thought there was a possibility of it." "I do not think there is any possibility of that happening. But, Fiametta, when do you hope for an end to this slavery? Can't you leave the old Marchesa? She is anything but kind to you, and would marry you to one of her poor relatives. And unless you marry with her consent, you will never be rewarded for the many listless hours you have passed, night after night, at her bedside." "But she will reward me when she dies." "What an age to wait!" "Surely you cannot grudge her life?" "I do not, only so long as it is a term of imprisonment for you. If you would leave her and come back with me, I will make you happy. You shall have a happy home, and form new ties and new affections. I have not got so tired of the old that it is necessary to change them. But I cannot leave the Marchesa. She is almost alone. No one goes near her to do her a good office, and I am her only friend." "And yet she won't give you liberty." "She says I am too young, and if you must know all, she says I am too pretty to be trusted in everybody's company." "I must admit there is much truth in that, and yet I cannot see its application in this instance, as far as I am concerned." "No, that is not to be expected from you, you know. But this must be admitted, that she speaks of men in general. Besides, she says, if I have patience to await her death, she will handsomely endow me." "Upon my word, I think the old woman only wants to lease her life a few years longer, or, I should say, wishes to live forever." "How can you make that appear?" "Thus. When you are waiting for people's deaths, you never do succeed in hearing of their dying within any reasonable space. It gives them new life, and the spirit of opposition and obstinacy is created within them, and they won't die." "For shame!" "Nay, you will find, Fiametta, that we shall both grow grey-headed in waiting for the happy moment when you and I are man and wife. Do not stay, then, any longer. Leave here and come with me. We shall be happy and defy the world." "But look what a dowry I shall lose." "Never mind about that. Such a dowry would not make you young again, nor would it recall many years of past service and attendance upon her. You must know how very precarious such a life must be. It may so happen that you may forfeit all you have deserved through some fancy of this old woman. She may take it into her head to insist upon your marrying her poor cousin there. You know, if you were to displease her, she might very easily leave you nothing for your pains." "I admit all that, but it amounts to nothing, because she has said as much that she would never force me, only she wished me to marry him, as being a worthy man, and one who would act justly to me through life." "Justly through life? What a sound! It sounds but little of love. Justly, indeed! I would I could act no otherwise to others but to you, Fiametta. I should as soon think of forgetting you as merely acting justly. I love you. I would at this moment lay down my life for you." At that moment they neared the stranger, who was standing silently and motionless, with his sword concealed beneath his cloak, but eagerly watching them and devouring every word they uttered. And by degrees they drew nearer and nearer. "I am sure it will be wise to wait a while. I am sure the poor old Marchesa will not live long. She cannot eat and drink save with great difficulty. I am sure we shall not have long to wait." "I am willing to abide by your wishes, Fiammetta, but it cannot be well to wait for an age. It cannot be well to wait till we are old." "I know that, but—" Fiammetta screamed as her eye fell upon the stranger, who rushed out upon them with his sword drawn. This gave her male companion time to defend himself by in the first instance jumping aside. "Mercy! Mercy!" screamed Fiammetta. Her lover drew his sword and put himself upon his defence, saying as he parried the first thrust of his enemy, "Villain, what mean you? Is it robbery you would attempt? Or murder alone? Will nothing but shedding blood satisfy you?" The stranger made no reply, but pressed on furiously, and with great strength and skill, for 2 or 3 minutes, when Fiammetta's lover, by changing his ground, contrived to elude so desperate an assault upon his life. Fiammetta, however, believed her lover was getting the worst of it. She screamed out for help several times, but none came. However, it caused the stranger to press his adversary more quickly, and to hasten his own movements, for he was quite desperate and furious. But this laid him open to the assaults of the other. But so fierce the attack, and such was the strength exhibited, that Fiammetta's lover was compelled to give ground. "What is your object, villain? Speak!" But the stranger spoke not, but furiously threw himself upon him, and endeavored to beat down his guard, which his great strength and height almost enabled him to do. But as the other gave ground, he was obliged to follow him, and then his foot caught against some of the tangled roots that grew out of the earth, and threw him forward, and his adversary, not slow to profit by it and rid himself of so dangerous an enemy, stepped forward and received him upon the point of his sword. "A good deliverance," said the lover, drawing his sword out of the body as it fell to the earth. "A timely deliverance, truly." He wiped his forehead, for the perspiration streamed down his face. The day was warm, and his exertion great. "Oh, Jose!" exclaimed Fiammetta, "what a horrid man!" "A brigand, I suppose." "But he said nothing. He asked nothing." "No. He meant murder. There is no doubt of it now in the world. But I never saw such an ill-looking wretch before." As Jose spoke, he kicked the hat and cloak off which the brigand wore, and which remained partially on. There was a ghastly wound in his breast, where Jose's sword entered and let out the life of the stranger. He was very tall, but thin and emaciated, his features remarkable, and he wore some straight, straggling hair that was disordered and fell over his forehead and face of more than marble paleness. "Well, I never met with such an encounter before, and I never met with such an ill-looking villain," said Jose. "Come away, Fiammetta. We need not say anything to anyone about the affair. I will not come here again, though it may be needless to take the precaution, seeing that none could be brought to match this fellow in villainy and ugliness. At least it is so to my mind. Come away." Wiping his sword on the cloak of the fallen man, and sheathing it, he took the hand of Fiammetta, and drawing it through his arm, left the spot. End of chapter 157.
(158)
of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bartholomew Frost. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST, Chapter 158.
The spot was deserted, and no soul came near, but the body lay, with its ghastly wound all sopping in its gore. It was a fitting place for such a scene as this. No sound was heard, and the lazy hours turned slowly over, till the shades of evening came on apace. The lights grew dim, and the darkness increased. But there the body of the tall, remarkable-looking stranger lay, without motion. It was cold and bloodless. Death had long since deprived it of its last spark of animation. Jose and Fiammetta quitted the neighbourhood of the deed of darkness as quickly as they could, and it was many minutes before either of them spoke. So filled were their minds with the reflections natural to and consequent upon the strange occurrence that had just before fallen upon them. At length Fiammetta broke silence by saying,
"Oh, Jose, what a dreadful thing has happened."
"Truly, it had like to have been a dreadful affair, but it don't matter now. He is settled, I believe."
"Yes, but you have killed a man."
"Truly, my dear Fiammetta, I have killed a man or a devil, I don't know which. But that man would have killed me if I had not done so."
"Yes, he would, but how dreadful."
"So that being the case, it is, in my opinion, a very good job he is dead, a very good job indeed. He will be safe where he is."
"But still," said Fiammetta, crossing herself, "how dreadful it must be to be slain thus, with all one's sins upon one's head."
"What would have been my fate?"
"As bad, and to me it would have been worse by far. But still, it's really dreadful to think that there should be a soul thus sent to heaven without so much as the good offices of a priest."
"He would have killed me without giving me time for repentance. He would have forced me to leave a world in which I have all happiness yet to know, a world which I am by no means prepared to quit."
"Truly no, Jose, nor I. But what a state for this man to be in! He is so much the worse prepared than even you, because his end was bad. Now, you had no evil intention."
"None, none."
"You did not even know that you were in danger from him."
"I did not, Fiammetta, else I had never brought you there. I cannot understand what brought him there, what he wanted, or why it was he made such a desperate attack upon me. My life was aimed at."
"It was, Jose. But have you no private enemy, whom you believe capable of such a deed as this? Surely it cannot be done, save from some motive."
"That is the thing that the most puzzles me. I cannot understand the motive. I know him not. I have no enemy who would hire an assassin. But there, let him and his deed lie buried in oblivion."
"He has no burial."
"He deserves none,"
said Jose. "But, dear Jose, do you think we ought to give him one?"
"Are we his executors or heirs?"
"God forbid. But we saw him die, and not for his sake, but for the sake of human nature. Do not let us leave him unburied like a dog. He may not deserve it, but he was answered all his offense."
Yes, I admit he has been punished. He paid to the uttermost all he owed me, and I gave him a receipt in full. He will never make another demand upon me. We have quite done with each other, I believe."
"I shall never forget the horrible sight. It will haunt me day and night. I shall not be able to banish the terrible features from my mind. I shall, in truth, pass a sad life. I wish this had never happened."
"Why, so do I, dear Fiammetta. But surely you do not accuse me of wrong in having, to save my life, killed this man. I was compelled, forced to do it. It was either his life or mine, and the truth to tell, I was never in such peril from any single sort in all my life. And but for the lucky accident that laid him open, I have not been here with you, but where he is now."
"Thank God for your deliverance, Jose. But what a revolting thing to remember,
that in the wood del Norte there lies a corrupting mass of humanity, over which loathsome insects crawl. A thing that had once been a living soul like ourselves. But now, alas, what is he? But, Fiammetta, your grief appears misplaced. You mourn this stranger as if he was near and dear to you. Do you know him? Not I, said Fiammetta sorrowfully. Then what have you to grieve about, Fiammetta? Tell me truly. You have nothing to blame yourself with. I do not feel I have acted wrongly. Say what it is that causes you so much sorrow. I grieve to think that the body of that sinful and wicked man lies unburied, and that no masses have been said for the repose of his soul. If that be all that requires to set your mind at rest, though the villain deserves it not, I will see that he is buried and masses said for him. Will you indeed, Jose? Upon my conscience, I will see your desires executed. Well then, Jose, yonder lives a holy monk. He is a pious and good man, and will, I am sure, do all that is required. Watch and pray by the body till midnight, and continue there until the sun shall illume the wood. Be it so, my dear Fiammetta, be it so. We will go to the holy man and tell him of our distress, and will reward him. And then I will see you in safety, and return to conduct him to the spot where you know we left the body. I would the villain had come by a less noble death than falling by the sword. It will be danger that will never be forgotten by me, said Fiammetta. Nor by me, replied Jose. What that man meant I cannot conceive, but there can be but one answer to the question. He meant me robbery. Nothing else could have tempted him to draw his sword upon me. But why did he not demand your money at once? Because he might meet with what he has met, and he took me at a disadvantage, and, of course, gave him a better chance of killing me, and running less danger in doing so. I am not, therefore, surprised at it. Here is the Holy Father's residence. He is poor, very poor, but withal he is very good. He is a holy man. Then he will serve our turn the better. For it would be, in my opinion, take something more than a saint to pray out of purgatory such a soul as his must be. It must wing its way through space very much like a bat. Hush, Jose. Hush. Not a word about that. Here's the holy man's abode. Shall I enter with you? If you will, Fiammetta, if you will. Fiammetta stood by her lover's side while he knocked at the holy man's door, and, after a pause of about a minute, a deep voice said, Who is it that knocks at my door? 'Tis one who needs your services, good father. Enter, said the monk, and the bolt was withdrawn. The door opened, and Fiammetta followed her lover into a hovel, a rather bare room, in which was nothing, save some straw in one corner, and some few clothes. Besides which, there were 1 or 2 articles of necessary use and convenience, but there were very few indeed. Well, my son, what wouldst thou? Dost thou require mine aid to bind thee to this maiden, and she to thee? I do indeed wish so much, but she is not willing. Not willing? Then why dost thou come to me? You see, holy father, as we were walking in the wood del Norte, which I dare say you well enough know. I do, my son. Well, I was talking to my companion, heedless of danger, nor dreaming any would be at hand, when my attention was attracted to a spot on the right of me whence a man rushed upon me, with drawn sword, and attacked me. I should not have had time to see him, much less time to draw and defend myself, but for the scream of her who was by my side. I looked where I saw her look, and saw him advancing, and had time to spring back and draw. Did you kill your opponent? As it fell out, good father, I did. He rushed on and pressed me so hard that I had no alternative. My life was in great danger, and I could not rid myself of my enemy or preserve my own life, except at the expense of his. Did you slay him? I did. Another soul ushered into eternity, said the monk gloomily. How long will it be before the wickedness of men shall cease to bear such fruits?
But, Holy Father, I did but act lawfully in saving my life. It was only the law that nature has implanted in us, and can hardly be called wickedness, since heaven itself gives us the power and impulse.
Hold thy peace, my son. Thou knowest nothing of these matters. Therefore I say, hold thy peace, and let me know what it is you desire of me.
That you will say masses for the repose of his soul, and give him a Christian burial. We do not like such a portion of humanity to remain where it is. We would it were not entirely neglected or deprived of burial rites.
It is but just of thee, my son. But I have known many who would have neglected it altogether, and permitted the body of one of God's creatures to lie and rot like a dog. My son, you have done well, and I will, for your sake, do mine office.
Nay, Holy Father, I cannot permit thee to do it wholly without giving the church some due, and here in this purse you will find all I have.
I take it, my son, not for my own sake, but for that of the church, to whom belongs all that is offered her.
And this too, Holy Father, said Fiammetta, giving a small purse. Take that, and for my sake do what may be done by those on earth for those who have departed from it by a violent and sudden death.
I will, daughter.
And now, Holy Father, said Jose, if you will, I am ready to take you to the spot where fell this man.
I will follow you, my son,
said the monk, concealing his two gifts beneath his garments, but rising at the same time.
I follow thee.
They all left the place, but went a circuitous route to enable Jose to leave Fiammetta in the safety at the Marquis's villa, where she resides in half dependence, being a distant relative of hers. Jose led on the monk until he came to the spot where the stranger fell, and where he yet lay just as he had fallen, a ghastly corpse. Here, Holy Father, you see the caitiff, a treacherous villain, who has now been paid for his villainy, for perhaps a life of villainy.
Perhaps so, my son. It does not appear to have been formed by nature when in one of her most kindly moods. But yet it might have been she impressed his character upon his feature as a warning to the rest of mankind.
It was so, most likely. But you see he is slain. Fiammetta would never have known peace again unless the body was watched through the night by some holy man and prayed for. That is what is desired, Holy Father. And now I will leave you to your task, bidding you adieu, and wishing your office a prosperous one, and a pleasant night to watch by.
End of chapter 158.
(159) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 159. The Watch by the Dead Man's Side. The Dead Alive. The Death Struggle and the Murder of the Monk. The monk gazed after Jose for some moments, until he had vanished from his sight. Even then he continued gazing upon the vacant space that he lately filled, as if meditating in his own mind, and quite unmindful of the present. At length he turned, and gazed upon the clay-cold corpse before him. There it lay in all its hideousness, all its horrible reality. The slouched hat was knocked off in the fall, and the face was exposed to view. "Ave Maria," muttered the monk, telling his beads. "I never before saw so unfavorable a looking creature. I pray heaven he may have been better favored in grace than in features, that he may make a better appearance spiritually than bodily. I would I had had time to speak with him before his spirit fled, for I misdoubt me much of his salvation. But I will not charge him with unknown sin. That," he muttered after a pause, "might indeed be quite unnecessary, seeing his appearance and his deeds. At least the only one I know of is of a like character. Were it otherwise, I would be loath to doubt him. But two such proofs are enough to damn the best spoken of being in all Christendom." He paused again, examined the features of the dead man, but could not appear at all satisfied with the success of his ministry. "I would sooner have had some poor but honest corpse to watch by," he said, as he gazed upon the long white visage of the dead man, whose leaden eye appeared fixed upon him. "I would," he continued, "much sooner have had some early flower cut down before its prime. I could have wept and prayed for him then. But this, alas, was but full-grown iniquity, I strongly fear. It cannot be otherwise." The monk sank down upon a tree. "Alas, what a sinner I am for uttering such a thought! Nay, I am worse for conceiving such a thought, and expressing it must be heinous. To have such a one would be to cut off the most worthy, instead of looking at the destruction of the full-grown sinner in all his pride and moral deformity, as being the full extent of the length he was permitted to go by divine wisdom and intelligence. He has filled his measure of iniquity, and the Lord hath cut him off in the midst of his sins." The monk now devoutly crossed himself, and muttered several of his Ave Marias and Pater Nosters, and prayed in bad Latin for some time, nearly an hour, when he appeared to think he might be indulged in a rest from his theological labor, and that his mind might refresh itself. The monk arose and paced about the body for some minutes in solemn and deep wonder at the place chosen for such a deed. A number of fresh thoughts now rushed through his mind as he assigned all possible motives for the deed that had been done, or attempted to be done, and also for the choice of spot, but this speculation was more curious than useful. Time passed by, and the hours rolled on, and darkness came on apace. A heavy atmosphere seemed to hang over him, and the light gradually faded away, and the moon showed no light on that night. "It is dark," muttered the monk, "but the Lord is my light, and darkness has no fears for me. I am in the discharge of my ministry, and am safe. The dead man lies quiet and still. No sound comes thence." He listened, but no sound, not the rustle of a leaf could be heard. Not a breath of air stirred. All was silent and still. No one sound disturbed the stillness of the night. All was quiet. "It is a night of death," said the monk to himself. "A night such as might be supposed to exist if the last man had ceased to live." There was a weight in the air that appeared stronger, and had an effect upon the monk, and made a gloomy feeling come over him. "What ails me?" he said to himself. "I am not strong and confident as I am wont to be. The reverse. I am doubting and very sad. Yet why should I be sad? I, a minister of religion, I at all times am prepared to die, or ought to be. And yet there is the clinging after life, as in all. But I am mortal, as other men are. I have not all the motives for life they have. I am alone in the world. I am but a pilgrim whose stay is short, and who leaves behind him nothing to remember, and no one to remember me. It is better it is so than otherwise." The monk paused again, and approached the trunk of the tree, upon which he sat in deep meditation for more than an hour, without altering his posture or uttering a single word. A whole hour passed thus. "Now," muttered the monk, as if waking up from a profound meditation, "man is here but in a state of probation. If he were not, what would be the explanation of the checkered course he runs? What the use of all the various stages he goes through during a long life, and then to drop into rottenness at last? Why are we educated and improved, if for any other purpose? Why should we spend years in improving ourselves, only to be deprived of the jewel at last, and to have it not only taken, but destroyed? No, no, it is for better use." The monk's mind was evidently disturbed in regard to some speculation which had been suggested by the solitary moments of his watch. At such times all the strange and inquiring thoughts that could be devised by man usually arise and enter his mind, and strange doubts and fancies will supervene, when all other thoughts have been banished, and they take their place. Man's mind is always liable to these fanciful intrusions, and will remain so while there is a single important assertion or circumstances existing, incapable of positive and mathematical demonstration. When all shall be clear, and when there shall be no longer any play for the mind, any room for imagination, any possibility of conception left, then doubt may be cleared up, and the unanimity might be raised upon such a structure that never would be raised under any other circumstances whatever. But, as this is not likely to happen, human doubt will exist, more or less, to all. We shall none of us be freed from that great cause of all the calamities of races. But to proceed with our narrative. The monk looked around him. He could, however, see nothing save the few trees near him, but beyond that he was unable to see. There was a strong mist up, one that limited vision, and left no room for any other object to shine through and diversify the scene. "I would," muttered the monk, "that the morning would come. There's no light. The moon is hidden. No rays penetrate the dense air, and all the while the air is close and muggy, not a star out or luminary visible." He looked upwards and found he could see the spot where the moon was striving to force its rays through some thinner stratum of the clouds, but it was doubtful, and the monk, of very weariness, began to count his beads and to repeat his paternosters, between whiles and alternately, until he grew weary. It wanted yet an hour of midnight, and the night would not be passed for many hours, and the monk thought that the nights were long. "It is cold," he muttered, "but yet 'tis not midnight. 'Tis the moisture with which the air is loaded, and thus it is cool more rapidly than it could have otherwise happened. But it matters not to me. If I were to lose my life, I shall only be called home in my ministry. Therefore it matters not. I am in the discharge of my duty, and shall have the reward appropriate to the service." A slight breeze sprung up, and in a short time the mist was cleared off, and not a cloud was to be seen on the horizon. There might be seen the moon rising slowly and majestically, while a gentle and diffused light shed its influence throughout the wood. Of course, its direct rays could not enter until it had risen to its full height. "Ha!" said the monk. "Now I shall be relieved of some of the terrors of my watch. It will cease to be so tedious and so long. But no matter. I am content, quite content. Soon I shall be able to see the body, and then I will close its eyes. I had forgotten to do so before, but it is time enough. Pater Noster," again began the monk, until he came to the last word, by which time the light was enough to enable him to discover the body plainly. Then he knelt down by its side to pray, and gazed on its features. "I see its eyes are glaring wildly. Ay, no wonder, no wonder. He met with a sudden, painful, and violent death. Poor erring mortality, what an end to come to! But alas, what can men expect? He who lives by the sword will die by the sword." The monk closed the eyes of the dead man, and pulled the cloak, which lay open, over him, and then leaned back against a tree and shut his eyes for a moment. But they did not remain long shut, for some fancied noise drew him out of a train of speculation he was indulging in. "He moves not," he muttered. However, he knelt down by the side of the body, and began to repeat his Pater Noster again, and for a few moments shut his eyes, as if he had no service for them, and continued his prayers without intermission. The moon's rays now came with their full effulgence, and the forest appeared like some enormous piece of lattice work, for the moon's rays were able to penetrate the leaves and branches of many of the trees. The moonbeams at length fell upon the body of the dead man, and he got slowly up until he rested on his elbow with his face towards the moon, and the monk, who yet remained kneeling, was still praying with his eyes wholly shut. "Ah!" groaned the stranger. The monk stopped in his prayer, started, and opened his eyes, which were fixed in an extremity of terror and horror upon the apparition before him. He was entranced, and had no power to remove his eyes. "Ah!" said the figure, slowly rising to a sitting position, but at the same time immediately facing the unfortunate and wretched monk, who was prostrated by fear. "Ah!" groaned the figure by a strange effort. "My God! My God!" exclaimed the monk. "Save me! Save me!" He endeavored to rise, but shook so much he could not do it, for the figure kept its horrible eye fixed upon him, and he shook violently. But after a while he contrived to say, scarcely audible though, "Avaunt, Satan, I command thee." The figure heeded it not, but took some ominous proceedings by laying its hands upon the monk's shoulder. But this had the effect of releasing him from his spell, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The Lord of hosts, aid me!" The figure replied not, but rising without taking his hand off, a deadly struggle ensued between the two, which lasted some minutes. The monk, being driven desperate, resisted with great strength, but he had one to deal with whose strength was far beyond his, and he felt himself gradually sinking, till after another effort, which ended in a wild shriek, he was forced on his knees. In this posture the strange man seized him by the throat, which he compressed, and thrust his knees into his chest until the unfortunate and wretched man was quite dead and senseless. End of chapter 159.
Of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 160. It was some minutes before the stranger, who had so newly risen from the dead, let go of the grasp he had of the monk's throat. He held him firmly by the throat by both hands, but as he stood grasping him, his face was turned upwards towards the moon's rays, which fell upon his breast and features, insomuch that he appeared to gain strength at every breath he drew. But what a ghastly face he wore, what a death-like paleness spread over his forehead! The terrible-looking eyes appeared to throw back the light of the moon, much the same as its rays are reflected by glass. The unfortunate monk was partially kneeling, his back forced against the trunk of the tree upon which he had been sitting, his face turned upwards, and his eyes almost bursting from their sockets, while his hands convulsively grasped those of his enemy, but his strength decreased as that of the other increased. His cowl fell off, and his bare head was exposed to the moonlight. There was a death-like pause, and the figure slowly released its hold upon the throat of the monk, and stepped back a pace or two to look upon his work. The monk's body retained the posture given to it by the efforts to extinguish his life, and appeared as though his muscles had rigidly set in death, but the trunk of the tree itself was a sufficient support. "Dead," muttered the figure, "dead." Again he moved about, and went into an open space, where the moonlight came uninterruptedly, without any barrier, and from this spot he surveyed the hideous work of his hands. "Dead, dead," muttered the figure. This was undoubtedly true, and yet there remained the body of the monk, which, but for the turn of the head backwards and its face upwards, it might be easily supposed that he had died in the attitude of devotion or supplication, but as it was evident by what means he had come to his death. "I must have a victim," muttered the stranger. "Am I always to meet with the pangs of death, but to renew such a life on such a term? Never to obtain a renewal without the pangs of death, and why? Because I have not been able to obtain the voluntary consent of one that is young, beautiful, and a virgin. I might then, for a season, escape the dreaded alternative." He walked round and round the body of the monk for some time, and then he came and sat down by its side upon the trunk of the tree, and appeared lost in contemplation, but at length he looked at the body, saying, I have a plan. The church has furnished many a victim, let it furnish me with one. The church will furnish the sacrifice, and will give me the means of obtaining the offering. Well and good, it shall be done." He arose and walked about the body once more, and then approached it. Having apparently made up his mind, he came to it, saying, "I will become a monk too, of the most holy order of St. Francis. Yes, that will serve me well enough. I will take his cassock, it will serve my turn, and be a ready introduction to the religious world. I am the good monk Francis myself. My learning and sanctity is great, it will carry all before it, and I shall be in great request. It will indeed be strange if there be no fruit upon such a tree. I am sure I shall deserve it." He seized the body and pulled off the monk's clothing, and quickly apparelled himself in it. leaving the body as if fell by the side of the tree, and having thrown his own clothes on one side, he drew the cowl over his head, and, seizing the staff he brought with him, he was about to leave the spot, but a sudden thought occurred to him, and he turned back, and began to rummage among the pockets of the monk. These churchmen, I have heard, never travel without something of value about them, and his gold, if he have any, may as well be mine as anyone else's who may be passing this way. He found the 2 purses that had been given him by Fiammetta and José, and some that he had beside. Moreover, there were some letters and papers which he put in his pocket, merely observing, "These will enable me to pass for the character I assume successfully. I am and will be a monk. I will shrive and confess poor deluded souls, and send them on their eternal journeys." A ghastly and hideous smile crossed his face, and having burthened himself with what he thought necessary or worth while, he quitted the spot. There were 2 convents or nunneries near the city of Naples, at some short distance apart from each other. One was the convent of St. Mary Magdalene, and the other was the convent of St. Cecilia, about 1.5 miles apart, or perhaps more, some said a league, and so it was by the road, but not in a direct line. It was late one evening when the great bell of the convent of St. Mary Magdalene gave warning from without that someone demanded admission. The superior of the convent, a woman far advanced in age, and somewhat proud of her character, and not a little disposed to personal comfort, was much annoyed at the sound, which gave some promise of trouble. "Well," muttered the portress, as she rose from before a fire and tottered towards the gate, looking through the iron grating for the object that disturbed her in her meditations and her devotion to the good things that Providence had furnished her with. "Well, what do you want?" "I am a poor travelling brother of the Order of St. Francis. I am benighted, and I wish for a lodging and food." "Friend, brother of St. Francis, this is at a later hour than that at which we open our gates to strangers." "They little think at Rome," said the monk, "that to obtain a shelter we have to get to the gates of a holy house before a certain time, and those who most need shelter, because it is less to be had, must wait and perish in the cold. The gates are shut." "I see it." "And the abbess has got the keys." "Will she not give me shelter and food?" "I may not ask her." "I must, then, remain here outside the walls until the morning, and then I will wend my way back to the holy city, where I will say their messenger could not obtain rest and shelter at the convent here." "Do you come from Rome?" "I do, and do you refuse to tell your abbess an unworthy brother of holy St. Francis is here, and waiting for admission?" The portress made no reply. She was by far too indignant to make an answer, and yet too fearful to refuse to do his bidding, for he spoke in a peremptory tone that indicated an authority beyond what was usual in his appearance. She, therefore, found her way to the lady abbess, to whom she began with every expression of submission and respect. "My lady," said the portress, "there is one without who wants to come in." "Well," said the abbess, "we can't let him in." "I told him so," replied the portress, "but you would hardly credit it what he said about the holy pilgrim from Rome, stepping outside the gate all night, and returning to the holy city and speaking of our inhospitality." "Did he," said the abbess, "say so much?" "He did." "Then let him in," said the abbess. "Let him in?" said the portress, in an ecstasy of surprise, opening her eyes very wide and repeating the words, "Let him in." "Yes, do as we bid you," said the abbess. "Yes," replied the portress, "certainly. Whatever our holy superior orders, it is for me to obey. I do your bidding." Away went the holy portress to discharge her spleen in privacy, and at the same time, unable to account for the orders given her, she returned to the portal, and having unbarred the gate, she drew the bolts and turned the lock, and opening the door, stood for the monk to enter. "Come in," she said. "What do you mean? Do you not want to come in?" "Am I free to enter?" Wherefore do I hold the gate open? For pleasure? No, sister, said the monk, through anger, I believe, but if you can find it in your conscience to be angry because I am at the door and give you this trouble, what will be the feelings of St. Peter, who keeps the gates of heaven, when you present yourself thereat, a hungry being and erring sinner, but peace be upon this place? Amen, said the portress. At that moment one of the nuns came from the superior of the convent, saying, Holy Father, when you have rested and refreshed yourself, our worthy abbess will be glad to converse with you. I am even now at her commands, said the holy man. Will you not taste food and rest yourself? I never tire or need food, when I have aught to do that in any way concerns our religion. But, Holy Father, the body needs refreshment. It can be supported upon spiritual food alone, if the Lord wills, said the monk, crossing himself most devoutly. You must have great gifts, Holy Father. Not I, but he that sent me, said the monk solemnly. Will you follow me, holy man, and I will lead you to the abbess, who will be right glad to speak with you. She wishes to speak to one lately come from the holy city. You can tell her news of the Holy Father. I can, my sister. Then come this way, said the nun, who immediately led the way to the abbess, till he was lost sight of by those in the waiting room. End of chapter 160.
One of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard May. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST, Chapter 161. Father Francis's interview with the Abbess of St. Mary Magdalene, the objects and wishes of the Holy Father. After passing through a few passages, they entered into a room which had the appearance of a waiting room, in which were placed chairs and seats. But they did not stop here, for the sister approached a door, at which she knocked, and paused a moment. But a voice from within desired her to enter, and, beckoning the monk to follow her, which he did, they both entered a comfortable room, in which the abbess was seated. "Here is the Holy Father," said the sister, "who demands lodging and refreshment, but he will take nothing until he has done all that may be required of him." "Holy brother," said the abbess, "the traveller needs rest, and he that is hungered requires food. Will you partake of our hospitality?" "I was told you desired to converse with me, and I could not let my ministry wait. I, like a glutton, ate and drank." "No, brother, it was not for such a purpose I sent for thee, but to hear what news thou hadst from Rome, whence I heard you have come." "I have come thence." "But will you not take some refreshment here? It shall be brought thee, if thou wilt have it, or in the buttery, which you please." "Whichsoever you please, sister," said the member of St. Francis. "Then let some of the best be brought, sister, for the good man. And stay, I ate none at last meal, which I may amend now. Let me have a small moiety of a pasty, and a small trifle of cold venison." The sister departed, and the abbess opened a small cupboard, from which she took a bottle and 2 glasses, of goodly dimensions, considering the fact that the place was inhabited only by females. "Pronounce a blessing upon us, Holy Father," said the abbess. "This has been tasted by no unhallowed lips. It was a present from a holy lady to me, to take myself, and to offer to such as I deemed worthy of it, and you, Holy Father, I believe are worthy." The worthy monk pronounced the required benediction, and drank as fine a glass of real Burgundy as ever went down consecrated lips. "Thanks, worthy sister, thanks." "Brother, I am glad to be able to give it thee. It gives me more pleasure to do so than thee to drink. I warrant me that never has such wine passed through the merchant's hands, because he would have never parted with it at a price that would have made it procurable in a place like this. For we are, holy brother, poor, very poor. The people who live in these parts are, I fear, not so godly as they should be, to let a house like this want." there are many nobles, and they ought to pay handsomely. They do, I am thankful, but I should like to be able to offer the poor, diseased, and helpless men better sort of diet than I do. It ought to be in your power when the rich and great are so close around you here. You ought to have rich penitents. But few of the rich are penitent, brother. Naples, I was told, was a sink of iniquity. I did not expect to find it in reality such as I have heard it described. But, sister, we must be thankful that we have what the times will afford. But, at the same time, when the enemy is thus about, we must be up and doing, and preach salvation to them. But they only answer by sending invitations for Sabbath balls, said the unfortunate abbess, in great dolor. That must be looked to. They must be chidden. And then they hold their hands from works of charity, from doing any good deed to us, and we have no gifts and offerings. But that ought not to be any motive. When they see you in earnest, they will not resist any longer. They will, as they must, give in. Ah, Holy Father, you don't know the Neapolitans. They are the most sinful set of men that you ever met with. The Holy Father must know of this. He must be informed of the character of these bad people, of these facts. It is a melancholy state of things, which is a disgrace to a Christian country, and must be amended. At that moment the nun returned with the refection for the monk and the abbess, who cast a longing glance towards it. When this was laid on the table, the abbess gave a signal that there was no need of the further attendance of the servitor, who quitted the room, leaving the abbess and the monk to enjoy each other's society at leisure. Some minutes elapsed before either spoke, which time was spent in mastication of no ordinary morsels, being some of the most delicious meats that could be obtained for a religious house of this character, and they were usually supplied with the best of everything that could be had. "Holy Father," said the abbess, "the fare is poor, but I hope it will relieve those calls which imperious nature demands you to satisfy." "Yes," said the monk, "I am well satisfied." "Permit me to press upon your notice those venison pasties. They are made by Sister Bridget, who never made an indifferent one in all her life." "I decidedly approve of Sister Bridget's skill," said the monk. "She is no doubt a worthy woman, and a woman fit for her station." "I would not have another to do her duties for a trifle, save as a penance," said the abbess. "I will at all events retain her, while the convent will give her a place of shelter." "Very right, sister, very right." "But what news from Rome, brother?" "Little, save the holy pontiff has been very ill." "I heard as much, and by many it is presumed that his holiness will be translated if he should not be better soon." "No, his holiness is safe, as far as it is possible for any human being to be. God preserve him long." "Amen," said the abbess devoutly. "But have you no penitents, holy sister?" "I have several, but they are all in the way of performing their penances, save one, who is somewhat refractory, holy father, and I know not what to do with her. She has no respect for those in authority." "Is she one of the order?" "No, a neophyte." "How is it, then? What brings her here?" "She is sent by relatives who are afraid of a disgrace, and will not give her any chance of committing their family to such a disgraceful marriage. She at one time pledged herself to take the vows, but now has some objections to do so." "On what grounds does she refuse?" "Because she thinks she will not be happy." "Absurd! Where is she?" "We must have been compelled to secure her, for she has made more than one attempt to escape, and I have reasons to believe that these efforts have been aided from without." "'Tis a serious offence, a very serious offence to those concerned, and would inevitably lead to a terrible example if they were detected." "No doubt, and we should feel our duty to make every exertion to punish anyone who makes an attempt to violate the sanctity of our house." "It must be so, sister." "Yes, certainly, and I have secured the maiden, who, if she be brought to their mind, will largely endow the convent." "That ought to be seen to." I am, as you may imagine, Holy Father, anxious that the young maiden should become a member of our house. Who can tell, muttered the abbess, half aloud, but she may become a chosen vessel by which much good may be effected. She may, said the monk. I am from Rome. You may examine these credentials which I have with me. I will take the charge of this refractory sister of yours, and will pursue such a course as will bring her round to your way of thinking. And the endowment? Will still belong to your house, to which it will be given. I have no object, sister, save the welfare of the church. Reward I seek not, save what may be given in the good words of the wise and good. You are deserving of all praise, Holy Father. I was not thinking about the endowment, Holy Father, because, you see, it will not belong to me, but to the church, and this house in particular, for the use of the poor lambs here, over whom I am appointed shepherdess. So I have no feeling in the matter beyond what I ought to have in the spiritual welfare of our fellow sinners. I have no authority to interfere in aught else. I see, Holy Father, said the abbess. You are a wonderful man, and such a one as will do much good. I will make an attempt to do good, sister. And I will make it bold, holy brother, to say you will be successful, though I venture to say, with humility, that I have tried everything with the unfortunate young woman, which appears to aggravate the evil, rather than give any promise of the future. So I might expect. You will pursue a different course? I may, but it depends upon circumstances. If I find it necessary, I must have some place of security, where no one can have any communication with her, save when I shall order it, or deem it proper she should be so confined. Certainly, very right. Moreover, if I find she needs such severe measures, I shall not let any food be given, save what is given by me, or in my presence, which of course amounts to the same thing. Exactly, Holy Father. And, continued the monk, I will not permit this holy house to be insulted by a recusant, for I am quite resolved that no heretic shall baffle the ministers of religion. Oh, very improper. It would be indeed not only an aggravation, but a decided loss to the church, which would damnify it to that extent. Undoubtedly, replied the holy man, undoubtedly, and with your aid I hope to be able to make one good effort, and I pray heaven it may be attended with grace. I trust so. And now, holy brother, what may I call you? You will see by these presents I am called Father Francis, of the order of St. Francis, an unworthy brother who has, perhaps, beyond his gifts, obtained the praise and good wishes of His Holiness the Pope, who has been pleased specially to send me forth on a travelling commission, to report to him, and to stay where I thought my services might be required. Holy Father, we may have you stay here some time, I hope, and your favourable report of our poor endeavours, they are in the right direction, and carried on with the right spirit. But we are all weak and erring mortals. We cannot always be as successful as we would wish, and in this matter we have been unsuccessful. You have done all that could be expected. There are some matters that will not yield to the weaker vessel, but which would yield to the stronger. Therefore you have nothing to blame yourself with, but you are to be commended for what you have done. Thanks, Holy Father. I would not be willing found wanting. Nor are you, sister, according to my poor judgment. And when will you see this neophyte? I will see her on the morrow, and in the meantime I must be chargeable to you for board and lodging, if you will so far grace me. Name it not, Holy Father. I have nothing here but what is yours, and when you choose to retire there will be the best traveller's bed ready for you. Straw and sackcloth are good enough for me, said the monk ostentatiously. But it concerns our housekeeping, Holy Father, and our hospitality too. We must not let you lodge thus. I pray you, for our sakes, permit us to do what the credit of the place will permit us to do in the way of entertainment. Be it even as you will, sister, it does not beseem me that I should contend for matters like these. Be it so. I will retire. It grows late. I will summon Sister Agatha to show you your dormitory. Accordingly, Sister Agatha was summoned, and the monk was, after another delicate libation of rich Burgundy, led to his room. End of chapter 161. Recording by Richard May.
(132) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 132. The Explanation and the Proposal, a Tête-à-Tête. A week or more had passed away since the visit of the attorney to Mrs. Meredith, and yet the latter saw not a sufficient reason why she should send for her friend. Things were not ripe yet. The Colonel had, it was true, been melting gradually, but then to progress ever so little was a great point in anything, no matter what it is, something gained. Mrs. Meredith, however, by no means lost sight of her object. She had that steadily in view, and worked for it every day, and her daughter was no less assiduous. She was attentive and humble, waited upon Colonel Devereux with the affectionate assiduity of a daughter, while, on his part, he sighed and said, what a happy man he must be, who should have her for a wife. It was arranged one day, when he appeared to be more than usually tender, that the mother should be out that evening, and see some of her friends, and break the news a little to some of them, a pardonable vanity in the lady, for it was not in accordance with her position in society that her daughter could expect such an offer as the one she daily expected. The lady did as she had agreed, and left the house, while Margaret went to the Colonel's sitting room when his bell rang, and hoped he'd excuse the absence of her mother, as she had gone out to see some friends whom she had not seen for some time. "I am happy in having you attend to me, Miss Margaret. I cannot be attended to better. I am afraid, as it is, I am a terrible annoyance to you." "Annoyance, Colonel! Far from it, very far from it, and I do hope you do not mean what you say, else I shall fear I have unwillingly given you some cause for your opinion, which I shall the more regret, as you are yourself so kind. I assure you it gives me great pleasure when I know I can do aught to alleviate the misfortunes, or satisfy the wishes of any of my friends." "And do you reckon me one, Miss Margaret?" "I hope Colonel Devereux will not consider me too presumptuous in looking upon him as something more than a mere casual friend or acquaintance." "Casual acquaintance, Miss Margaret, casual acquaintance." "Well, friendship, if you allow me to say so." "Friendship!" repeated the Colonel, with a deep-drawn sigh. "I would I could claim a yet warmer title than a friend. I could then hope for some of those pleasures which are denied a solitary man like me. I should then have those whom I loved to soothe my deathbed, and whom I could benefit by worldly wealth, could I, Margaret, think I could claim a feeling stronger than that of friendship." "Oh, Colonel Devereux, how can you talk in this strain? Indeed you are too good. Dear me, I do not know what I was about to say." "Miss Meredith," said the Colonel, taking her hand with gentleness, and tenderly pressing it, "I am seen to a great disadvantage. I have been many years fighting for my country, and I have not had time to cultivate those sweet and tender emotions such as I feel at this moment." "Yes, you must have suffered much," said Margaret. "And now, when I return again, I am somewhat the worse in appearance, but my heart is as warm as ever it was, and I am more than ever alive to the charm of female society. It is that unreserved interchange of thought and good offices which attaches me to life, and makes me live even with hope. Do not dispel this daydream of mine, Margaret." The Colonel paused and pressed her hand to his lips, while she appeared confused and irresolute, and was unable to withdraw her hand from his, but at length she sank trembling into a chair. "My charming creature, may I suppose this emotion is caused by excess of feeling, in short, I am not wholly indifferent to you?" "Oh, Colonel, I'm really unable to speak." "My beloved girl, I am loved. Yes, I see it. Oh, happiness!" Amidst these broken sentences, the Colonel contrived to slip his hand round the young lady's waist, and he pressed her close to him. For a moment she forgot his proximity, and remained passive; but suddenly and quietly disengaging herself, she said, "Pardon me, Colonel Deverill, I had forgotten, I was unconscious, a weakness came over me, and—" "You love me." "If you have become acquainted with that which was a secret, sir, you must use it as such. But you must not talk in this strain to me. Promise me, Colonel, and—I will see about the tea immediately." "May I speak to your mother?" "Colonel Deverill can do as he pleases. I have no secrets from my dear mamma." I will, and heaven bless you for saying so much. I may say you are not averse to me, and that, with her consent, I shall not despair." "We will say no more, Colonel Deverill," said the cautious maiden. "You shall command me. You are the arbitress of my fate," said the colonel, who had become warmer and eulogistic to a degree. Much more, however, passed between them. The ice was broken, and they conversed more freely, for when they began the tea, much was said that did not partake of so warm a character as that which had already passed, but it, nevertheless, partook of the same purpose. "When I am married," said the colonel, "I should like a carriage. I have no use for one now, as I could but very seldom ride; but when I had a wife, then I should wish for her accommodation as well as my own. But which do you prefer, country or town life?" "There is much of comfort and quiet in a country life," said Margaret, "and yet I am not entirely wedded to country life. There is much of pleasure in London." "So there is, and where you have no resources of your own, or in your own house, it is preferable; but when such is the case, London loses all its charms, or a great part of them." "So it does," said Margaret. "However, I am partial to both. I should like a partial town and country life." "That, indeed, would be the very greatest delight one could experience, to live sometimes in one place and sometimes in another." "So it would. By the way, if we kept a carriage, which I would do," said the colonel, after a pause, "it would be a very excellent thing to enable us to travel about in." "Perhaps you have been to some parts, and like them better than others." "Yes, I have been to a good many parts, but I cannot at this moment speak of them, but we would look out for some place that would be more agreeable than others." "Perhaps you have some place of your own you would like to live in?" "No, not exactly. These things are not of one's own choice, and not empty, and, therefore, are useless as residences." "Certainly. Besides, you must be near enough to come to town for business purposes." "Yes, I must, but that needn't be often," replied the colonel. "But where there is plenty of means, there is no fear of not getting what we want." "No, indeed, there is not." "And one thing alone would repay me for the hardships I have endured, the misery I have suffered, and the misfortunes I have experienced in all my marchings and countermarchings, my sleeping in the open air by night, and scorched by the sun by day." "And what may that be, colonel?" "Why, the power it gives me of conferring happiness and wealth upon you; for, in the natural course of events, you will outlive me." "Oh, for mercy's sake, don't talk of that, sir." "But it is a matter that I can think of calmly enough, and, as a soldier, I have ample occasion, I can assure you." "Indeed, I dare say you must have." "I can remember on one occasion especially, which I will relate to you, if I do not weary," said Colonel Deverill. "Oh, no, no, I cannot be weary," said Margaret. "Then I will tell you. I was ordered to march some troops to attack the stockade of Puddingthumpoor, a very strong place." "Was it a town?" "No, merely a place of strength, where the enemy had gathered together in great numbers; and here we were determined to attack them. The stockade was a very strong place, and there were strong and high timber fences, with large mounds of earth and bags of sand, all tending to make the place one of great strength," said the colonel. "What a place it must have been!" "Yes, it was very strong. Well, my party did not amount to more than 1,500 men strong, while the enemy, with the advantages of the defense, were more than 3,000, giving them a vast superiority over us. But we were not to be daunted by that. We were determined to make a dash, and, from the character of the men I commanded, I had no fear of the result. We were sure to make our way among them, and then we were sure of the result." "How dreadful!" Well, the men were divided into 3 bodies, 500 each, and these into divisions of 100 each, the one to support the other. We had no guns, and were therefore compelled to depend entirely upon our luck in the assault. Goodness me! I wonder how you could think of it with anything like ease or comfort. It would make me all of a freeze. Oh, Margaret, when the soldier is in the field of battle, he must get the better of all feelings, save those of honor. It is too true, said Margaret with a sigh. And then, said Colonel Devereux, we, having arranged our plans, and settled who was to take the command if I had the mischance to fall. Good heavens! Well, I say, having done all this, we were resolved to make a dash at the point, and take the place by assault. To do this the more effectually, we were resolved to make the attempt in 3 different places at once, so as to divert the enemy's attention, and to place them in a crossfire, and thus take them more easily. This plan was carried out to the letter, and we made the attack, but the enemy defended their stockade so vigorously, and what with the strength of the place and the determination of the enemy, we were for some time repulsed, at least held at bay. This would never do, I thought. I must mount the breach myself, for if my division was held at bay, I had fears of the rest. They might meet repulses also, which would occasion the loss of our whole party, which would have been sure destruction. Not defeat alone, but imprisonment, and possibly death from ill usage, or from malignant disorders. What fearful scenes! I ordered my men to keep close and follow me. We made a dash at the stockade, 3 abreast, and up we went. By Jove, it was fine work, a brave sight, a sight I can never forget while I have remembrance left me. We got up the stockade heaven knows how, and were over it in the space of a minute. But the impetuosity of those who came first was not seconded by those who came after. It was easy enough to get down among the Indians, but it was very hard to get up, and while our friends were getting up, we were exposed to the strength of hundreds, only 4 men to as many hundreds for several minutes. Goodness, how dreadful! Were you not all killed? Except for myself, they were all killed. Each received a dozen wounds, and I should have met with the same fate, but for an Indian officer who, seeing me surrounded and thrown down, saved my life from the fury of his men. But in a minute after, I was free, my own men came down by dozens, and the blacks were swept off by the 100. At that moment, too, there were our other parties just appearing over the other parts of the stockade, so we had now plenty of assistance. The blacks now on all sides fell in numbers before the fire, and the place was our own, and a hearty cheer was given that made the woods re-echo again. Were you not glad the danger was over? The danger was not over, though we thought it was, for suddenly the earth heaved up with a tremendous explosion, and many of our poor fellows were blown up into the air, and I myself was completely knocked over and smothered in dirt. However, it was dry, and we were soon put to rights again. I was picked up, and nothing more happened. What was the cause of your disaster? Oh, a mine the scamps had sprung as they were retiring, hoping to do us more mischief than they did. However, we beat them off, and they lost many men on that occasion, and did not show themselves again, but made the best of their way through the woods and jungle by some paths that we did not know, and hence we did not follow them further. It must have been dreadfully dangerous. Yes, life was the game we played for, and it was won and lost often enough during that war, but we must expect it should be so. But you are now safe. Yes, I am now safe, and I may say happy. I have had some knocks, and am none the better for them bodily, but then I have had them well paid for, so I must not complain. I have now but one object to attain before I die. And what may that be, Colonel, if it be no secret? It is not to you, Miss Meredith, said the Colonel. It is an early day, a day on which I may claim you as my own. Then, indeed, I shall have lived and accomplished something. An object worth living for, and, may I say so, worth dying for. Ah, I hope you may live many years yet, Colonel, many years of life and happiness, to enjoy the fortune you have so gallantly won. Indeed, I think no fortune ought to give so much joy as the soldier's. And why, Miss Meredith? Because there is none so arduously won, one often with bloodshed, and even life. It ought, indeed, to give great and lasting happiness. If I obtain my wishes, I shall be the happiest man in the universe, and I would go through all I have gone through over, aye, twice over, and that is no little, to have such a reward as the one I now seek. It is the crowning happiness of my life. You are very kind to say all this. Aye, but I mean it. It is no common compliment, said the Colonel. I mean what I say most earnestly. Do you believe what I say? I am not used to the pretty speeches of young men who make love. Perhaps I ought, but I am an old soldier, and am but little used to these ways. However, I have spoken my mind, and I hope you will not allow anyone else to injure my cause. Anything you have said, Colonel Deverell, has been of too serious a nature for me to think of anything save the object itself. Your conduct has been that of a gentleman, and I should be wanting in respect to myself, and courtesy to you, to think otherwise than seriously of it, was the wily reply of Margaret. You have my own thoughts, said the Colonel. There is my ma, said Margaret, as the knocker and bell sounded. You will do your utmost with Mrs. Meredith for me, and I will beseech her myself, said the Colonel. I hope she will take things in a favorable light. End of chapter 132. Recording by Trisha G. (133) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 133. Mrs. Meredith's Consultation with Mr. Twistle, and Her Resolve. Mrs. Meredith's arrival was very opportune, for it broke off the interview; and Margaret descended to the parlor, where her mother she knew would repair the moment she had freed herself from her dress. Margaret was now left alone for a few moments. She felt all the exultation of success in a strategy, and all the exhilaration of spirits that such a prospect of wealth and riches floating before her eyes, and all the natural consequence upon such possessions, would give rise to. I shall be rich, she thought. Aye, I shall not only be rich, but very rich. I know I shall. Well, he is old. No matter, better be an old man's darling than a young man's slave. Yes, I shall know how to use wealth. I shall be able to spend a little of his countless hoards, and he will not thwart me, I am sure. He will be too fond, too doting by far. I shall be indulged like a spoiled child, I am sure. Margaret smiled at the thought of what length the Colonel might not be induced to carry his fondness for her. He will not set any value upon what will give me pleasure. I am sure he will give me all I ask. I have but to ask him for what I want, and he must comply. I am sure he is too easy, too quiet and generous to make a moment's hesitation. The Colonel, too, was left to his reflections, but as to what they were we know not. He sat long, silently gazing at the fire. Mrs. Meredith now entered the apartment, and, looking at her daughter, she said, "Eh, something's been said, Margaret? I can see by your eye that the Colonel has said something to you. Am I not right, my dear?" "Yes, Ma, you are right." "Well, my love, what did he say? I am dying with curiosity." "It will be quite impossible to do that, but he has been quite explicit enough, without any hesitation at all, or any reserve, quite candid and open." "He has offered?" "Yes, he wishes for your consent, for I told him I could not possibly decide without your consent and countenance. He did not disapprove of that, only he wished to propitiate you in his favor, and begged me to let him have the satisfaction of knowing that he had my good wishes, and that I could look upon him in a warmer light than a mere friend." "Which I hope you did?" "Yes, Ma. I let him imagine that I was not indifferent to his good opinion, but, at the same time, I would not commit myself, but left him to infer a good deal. I think I know, Ma, how to manage such an affair well. I may say very well. Exactly, my love. I was sure you would. Yes, Ma, I should think I did. For when I found he had proceeded a certain distance, I was resolved that he should speak out plump at once, and when I found he paused, I paused too, and he was compelled to explain. But he betrayed no unwillingness, or anything like hesitation at all, but he has fairly proposed himself to me. And you have not committed yourself? Not in the least. Very well, I must be cautious too not to do so, because I must have some conversation with Mr. Twistle, so that we may proceed in a safe manner, and not commit ourselves in any way as we shall repent of afterwards. How do you mean? Why, child, you would not marry the Colonel if he was not a rich man. Not exactly, though I must admit, Ma, he is a very nice man, and I should be entitled to a widow's pension if nothing more, and that I might not have under some circumstances. Even you yourself have been left worse off, you see. Yes, my child, but circumstances alter cases. I had a better prospect when I first married, else I would not have done so, you may depend upon it. However, we can always retrace our steps, and he cannot. But I will get Mr. Twistle to come and see into matters a bit for us. Well, Ma, you shall do as you think fit. Only, take care not to throw away a good chance because you have greater hopes. Has he said anything about his property? Not a word, except to intimate it was large, and he had won it very hardly, with great danger. But he did not say what it consisted of. Of course I could not ask. Oh dear, no. But he intimated he would keep a carriage and a country house as well as a town house, besides several other matters, which makes it plain enough he has been used to plenty. Besides, as he spoke to me in describing some scenes in India, he appeared so much animated that I am sure he must be what he appears to be, and what he says he is. Ah, well, I think myself it is all quite right, and that we shall have nothing to repent here, but we will let all go on but the naming of the day. That must not be named, for if we do, we shall not be able to retract. Oh, no, we shall not have any occasion to do that, I think, but I dare say he will speak to you tonight, if there is time at supper especially. No doubt. You may as well retire early so that you may be absent, and that will give us greater liberty to talk than if you were present, my dear. I wish Mr. Twistle were here, but it can't be helped, and when he does come, I must have some conversation with him, and I must in the meantime learn what I can for him to inquire about afterwards. Thus resolved, Margaret went to bed early, leaving her mother to attend upon the Colonel, who sat looking at the fire without any change of posture since the last time he was seen by the girl. But Mrs. Meredith caused him to break the steady gaze and deep thought he was indulging in. I hope you have been quite well, Colonel, since I left? Yes, quite well, Mrs. Meredith. What would you choose for supper? Margaret. Eh? Said Mrs. Meredith, amazed. I beg your pardon, I did not know you were near, at least I did not know I spoke at the moment. But pray, what did you desire to know? What you would have for supper, sir. Oh, whatever you have at hand, some of what we had for dinner. I think I should like it as soon as you feel disposed to have it. I am ready, quite ready. Then it shall be had at once, sir, said Mrs. Meredith. I will order it up immediately, for it is later than I intended to have stopped out. But the hours so soon ran away, and there were so many motives to forget the time that was flying so fast. The supper was soon laid, and the Colonel and Mrs. Meredith alone sat down to it, at his earnest request. Indeed, they used to have meals much in common, for the Colonel professed to be very fond of female company, and was desirous of their company, which they translated into a desire for the presence of Margaret herself. The supper was laid and over before the Colonel said anything, but appeared to be absorbed in deep thought, from which it was difficult to arouse himself. But at length, after looking around once or twice, and not seeing Margaret at table, he said to Mrs. Meredith, I hope I have not driven your daughter away. Oh, no, sir, she complains of headache, and has gone to bed somewhat earlier than usual. I fear I must lay the blame on myself. She did not say you were the cause, replied Mrs. Meredith, of her ailment, and therefore I think you must be free from blame; for she would have said so if it had so happened. She generally speaks the truth in such matters, at least, and, I believe, in every other." "No doubt; but I have been speaking upon a subject that concerns my own happiness to her, and perhaps the excitement may have caused her some evil of that sort. She would not, perhaps, name it to you, Mrs. Meredith, but I will. You have been a wife yourself, and know that a few candid words are better, and more to the purpose, than a long desultory courtship." "Yes, sir, it certainly is so." "There is some difference, too, in our ages," said the Colonel. "I have not overlooked that matter, at all events, but I hope that will be of no cause of impediment or objection." "It cannot be, sir, in such a case as your own, for instance." "Well, then, I have proposed for her husband. I wish to make her my wife. I am yet hale and hearty, and have some few years yet which I could wish to pass in happiness, and which I will use to make her happy; and if I die early, I have ample means of providing for her, of leaving her a most handsome and ample fortune. Not more than she deserves, but probably more than she might have thought of seeking." "Certainly, sir." "Then I wish for your consent to our future happiness." "You may have my good wishes," said Mrs. Meredith. "You are very good," said the Colonel, "and I trust your daughter will live long to make you happy by making her own apparent to you." "Of course," said Mrs. Meredith, "it is rather a sudden affair. You will not think of hurrying it to a conclusion, but permit her to become acquainted with you, and to know her own mind." "Certainly I do wish it pushed on to a conclusion, but not so much so as to cause any dissatisfaction. I am anxious to call her wife. My feelings are those of an ardent lover." "I do not dispute it." "Still you and she must be the best judges of all this. You will not, I hope, punish me by compelling me to a longer probation than you are compelled to put me to. I am not like a young man who has a fortune, or rather a living to earn; but I have one ready, a handsome one, and my wife will be a lady of fortune when I die." "Do not think of dying at such a moment, sir." "Why, it is not desirable," said the Colonel, who did not deem it necessary to carry the conversation on any further that night, thinking, possibly, enough had been said for the first occasion of revealing his passion, and he, no doubt, considered his success signal. The dinner then passed off in the usual style, and Mrs. Meredith left the Colonel, and wished him good night, with feelings somewhat akin to triumph, and returned to her own daughter's room, there to cogitate and sleep upon what had that evening taken place. The next day she determined to send to Mr. Twistle, and arrange the meeting she desired; and, at the same time, she resolved that she would not push matters to the extremity of making a point of knowing what his property were, for she might lose all. She was convinced that the Colonel must be a man of large property. How could such a man live if he were not? It was a speculation she could not help indulging in. She knew that a man in Colonel Deverell's line of life was quite able to support himself. Besides, the jewels he had about him were worth a large sum of money. Putting all things together, she considered it was not worth while to lose so good, so excellent an opportunity as the present for making a brilliant, at least an excellent settlement for her daughter, and a home for herself. "There can be no fear," she muttered. "There can be no fear. Her widow's pension will be a better support to her than the livelihood of some." Mr. Twistle was sent for, and the papers she desired to find for him, she was fortunate enough to discover, and laid them by at once. The attorney came willingly enough, and was well pleased when he was informed of the success of the search after the papers, and produced the bond, by which she agreed to give him £100 for his assistance in the marriage affair. However, he did not seem to agree with her, that she should not be over particular about the Colonel's property. He thought that there must be some inquiries made respecting it, to ascertain if there were any or none. "But," suggested Mrs. Meredith, "the Colonel is a kind but a proud man, and he would, probably, take great and deep offence at any inquiry being made into his pecuniary affairs." "Hardly, my dear madam. Don't you see, love would be strong enough to counterbalance that. he would make some allowance for paternal anxiety and love. There is much reason in all that, yet I have heard so much of these nabobs that one is afraid to lose a good chance by inadvertently touching their weak points, for the kind of society and company they have, theirs is so indifferent to what they find here. Yes, that is very true, but we should like to know that it is true. What service has he been in? I think, though, you said in the East India Service? Yes. Well, then, I will make some inquiries at the house. They will answer my inquiries, and no one will even be the wiser for it. They will, at least, tell me if there is such a person in the service, and, perhaps, I can learn something more. Very well, that may be done. Will you come round with me to tea this evening, as I will contrive to bring you in the presence of Colonel Deverell, whom you will then see and converse with? I am not sure of it, but I will try to do so. I will be here, said the attorney, and in the meantime I will make the necessary inquiries. They parted upon this mutual good understanding, and the attorney in high spirits, for the papers were of great value to him, and the promised reward was a stimulus to a greater exertion on behalf of Mrs. Meredith and her daughter, for he thought he could do business for the colonel, after this affair was settled. Such an opportunity of increasing his connection did not offer every day. Mrs. Meredith redoubled her assiduity about the person of Colonel Deverell, and, at the same time, lost no opportunity of putting her daughter forward. Nor was that daughter a bit disinclined to take such opportunity as was offered her, of making the most of herself on this occasion to appear amiable, and in some new and languishing position, or to perform some new service for the colonel. Chapter 133. 134 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 134. The Introduction, the Attorney's First Feeler. When the attorney had left the house, he proceeded upon some business of his own, and then he proceeded to the India House for the purpose of making inquiries after the colonel for his friend Mrs. Meredith. In the course of the day he did go to the India House, and, upon making some inquiries, he was sent to a particular department of the house where he saw two gentlemen. "Pray, sir," said one, "what do you want?" "I wish to make some inquiries concerning a Colonel Deverell, who is employed or was serving in the Honourable East India Service." "In what part was he serving?" "In India," said the attorney. "But to what presidency did he belong?" "That I do not even know. He has been many years away from England, I understand, and some of his friends have not heard from him for many years, and they were desirous of finding out whether he is dead or alive, and if so, where he is." "There is a Colonel Deverell returned this year from India." "Indeed! Do you know anything of him?" "Nothing more than he has retired from the service on his half pay, some time before he came home, on account of his wounds." "Is he rich?" "I can answer no such question." "I am a solicitor, and do not ask the question from an improper motive." "You may not, sir, but we cannot answer such a question. We have no inquisitorial knowledge of the private circumstances of these gentlemen who have served in the company's army. But, you put it to your own sagacity to consider how far it would be probable for a man so placed, as regards rank and opportunity, in India, without making money." "I see. Certainly. He must." "And yet, you know, there are means of getting rid of money." "To be sure. I see." "Not that I have any idea that such can be the case. Indeed, I should be disposed to believe the contrary, seeing the colonel must have been wounded long since, for the last engagement must have been some few years since." "Thank you. I will report what I have learned. Do you not know where he can be found at this time?" "No, indeed. We have no information." This being all he could learn, he left the India House, and as it was now about time to return to Mrs. Merideth, he at once went back, and having seen all his business transacted, he had now leisure to go there, and in a short time he arrived, and at once related to her all that he had heard respecting the Colonel, from the first to the last word of it. "Well," said Mrs. Merideth, "that, at all events, is very satisfactory." "Yes, it is something," said the attorney, "to know your man; but, as the clerk said, he might have spent it, that is to say, dissipated it." "Oh, it's impossible. He's been an invalid a long while now." "Ah, there's no knowing what might be done in these cases. Who knows what he may have done, gambled and diced it away, and entered into extravagant speculations, which may have turned out ruinous bubbles." "Well, well, Mr. Twistle, we won't say much about what might be," said Mrs. Merideth. "We don't care about them. But I am very much obliged to you for this trouble. It is, however, a very satisfactory thing to know he is what he represented himself to be." "Yes, that is a very great point gained." "His veracity having been found unimpeachable in one point, may be presumed to be so in another," said Margaret. "It appeared to me to be extremely probable, if not quite certain, he is what he appears to be. I am glad that all is so far good." "Be that as it may, it will be more satisfactory to know what his property really consists of, and how much there is about it." "No doubt; but it would not be worth while to risk anything on that account. He might imagine we were mercenary, and that would disgust him altogether." "That is what I am fearful of," said the mother. "We may not yet have occasion to ask him any question, or to make any inquiries of him at all, for we may be able to worm it all out of him." "That is true," said Mrs. Merideth. "Dear me, there is the bell. Go, Margaret, and say we have an old friend come to tea. Perhaps he will excuse you. He may give the invitation we desire." Margaret at once departed, and proceeded to the Colonel's room, and began to wait upon him as usual. But he saw there was but one cup placed. "Are you not going to take tea with me, Margaret?" he said. "Am I to be a prisoner, and put in solitary confinement for the evening?" "Why, Colonel, Mr. Twistle has called to take tea with my mother, and he was a very old and particular acquaintance of my father's. I do not like to put a slight upon him." "He is a gentleman, I presume?" "Oh, yes, Colonel, he is a member of the profession of the law." "Oh! Well, will you ask him to tea with me? As we shall be both united, I hope your friends will soon be mine. There can be no great objection to our acquaintance beginning earlier. I am not fond of being entirely alone." "If we shall not be intruding upon you, sir," said Margaret, "I dare say my mother will. I will tell her of your kindness immediately." In a few moments Margaret returned to her mother and the attorney, to whom she related the invitation she had received from the Colonel, and instantly clutched at the idea of going to the Colonel to tea, the thing of all others she most desired to do, and, at the same time, she had calculated upon it; for the Colonel appeared to be wholly dependent upon them for society, which he appeared to be passionately fond of there, especially Margaret. "That is just fortunate. Now, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Merideth, "you will be cautious, and do not make any open attempt to discover what may be the peculiar species of property he holds. It may do much mischief, you know." "I am at your mercy," said the lawyer. "If you say so, I will not make any attempt, though I must tell you, Mrs. Merideth, that you will be to blame if you allow your daughter to marry without some inquiry being made, and if he mean well, he will take no offense." "You may do what you can without broaching the subject to him, still I think we have heard enough to set all doubts at rest." "I'm a professional man, my dear madam, and I know what the world is, and have had much experience in these matters. However, as I think there is much probability in all he says, why, you shall see I will not do anything that will offend the nicest delicacy." "That will be all we want, Mr. Twistle, and now come upstairs." "Mr. Twistle, Colonel Deverell. Colonel Deverell, Mr. Twistle, an old and dear friend of my late husband, sir, who has called to visit us." "I am very happy to see the gentleman," said the Colonel. but with the air of a man who is conscious of his own superiority, and that he is committing a condescending act. "Will you please to be seated? Excuse my rising, sir. I am an invalid, and am lame, but you are welcome." "I am much obliged," returned the attorney, bowing. "My good friend Mrs. Meredith has made me intrude upon you, else I had not done so." "You are welcome, sir," again repeated Colonel Devereux. "Pray be seated. I have seen but little company, and am glad now and then to converse with any one. Will you oblige me, Mrs. Meredith, with making tea for us? Your services are really invaluable." "Ah, Colonel, you are really too good." "Not at all. I'm afraid I'm too much in the rear of the march of courtesy since I left England, as our habits and manners in the East are very different to what they are here." "Ah, I dare say they live in a style of regal magnificence and splendor," said the attorney. "Yes, more so than you may at first imagine, and more so than in appearance; so much so that it is difficult for the law at all times to take its course. It becomes a mere dead letter, and the matter usually ends in some indignity being offered to its servants." "Indeed, sir, that was dangerous." "Not at all. It was an attorney, who having deputed some one to serve a process, and finding that he could not, imagined that it was the fault of the process server, and he determined to make the attempt himself, being well assured that he could succeed. However, he found himself mistaken; for, after several disasters, that he was led into purposely, he was well pumped upon by some slaves, and thought himself lucky in escaping with life." "That would never have been permitted here," said the attorney. "No, possibly not, but there are not the distinctions between classes here that there are there, and things are not on the same scale, either living or attendance." "And yet, people who have passed their lives there, come to this country at last, they do not like it well enough to remain there; they come back to the land of their birth, where none of these things exist to fascinate them." "Yes, they many live and die there, very many; but, at the same time, those who do return, do so because it is the land of their birth; because they love the country, and because they go there merely to make fortunes to come here and spend them." "They don't like the kind of investments, perhaps?" "They usually do so, and it fetches a high price, a very high price, and is considered equal to the stocks of the Bank of England." "That is first-rate stock, and on dividend days the place is usually surrounded with strangers, who come to town for the purpose of receiving their incomes. Indeed, it is quite an interesting sight to strangers. Have you ever witnessed it? It is well worth the while to go and see it." "I never trouble myself anything about it," said the Colonel. "But I must be going there, by the way, to-morrow. I must have a coach." "Do you know the routine of the banking business? It is confusing to one not used to it." "I know enough for my own purpose." "Didn't you find London much altered?" inquired Margaret, anxious to give a turn to the conversation, as she thought the attorney's conversation would appear as if it were much too pointed. "When you first returned to England, and came to live here again?" "I cannot say much about that," said the Colonel, "because I was not in a condition to twist about like many men. I am lame." "Exactly. That must have deprived you of much of the pleasure one feels in surveying old places and well-remembered spots." "It was," replied the Colonel. "But in a place like London, alterations and additions are not so extensive as to cause any alteration in general features, so as to make it perceivable at once. It is only when you come to examine localities that you notice it. You improve and alter parts, but the town is the same, and there is no doubt this appears the work of steady growth, and not any one of sudden effort. Indeed, the very additions to it have a character which stamp it as being London." "There is much truth about that," said the attorney. "It is the same all over the world, and only in those places where the extent is but small, then any great alteration makes a conspicuous and general change, and gives a new character to the place." As this conversation passed between them, the attorney making one or two delicate allusions to property, and asking his advice respecting some purchases he wished to make; to all which the Colonel made but short and direct answers, and of such character that it was difficult to carry the conversation upon that topic at least, and both mother and daughter looked beseechingly at him, so that he was compelled to resist, and found himself completely baffled by what appeared the Colonel's pride. "Well, Mrs. Merideth," said Mr. Twistle, "I have done my utmost with this Colonel Devereux, and I can make nothing of him, nothing at all, I assure you." "You cannot form a bad opinion of him?" "No, no. He is at one moment one of the most agreeable men to converse with, and the next moment he is frigid and severe. Perhaps pain, or perhaps contempt for any one else, may induce the alteration in his manner, and no allusion to himself does he make." "Don't you think he is quite the gentleman, and a man used to good society?" "Yes, I cannot doubt. He has the air of all that he says. But he is going to the bank to-morrow. Now, I wonder if it is to receive dividends?" "I dare say it is," said Mrs. Merideth. "I have very little doubt of that, and yet I should very much like to know. It would settle one's mind. Not that I would run any risk about the matter. I would not have him offended for the world. It would be wilfully destroying a chance that is so good, that we can never expect it to again occur, therefore we must not lose it." "Certainly not. I will undertake the matter myself," said the attorney, "so that there shall not be any risk in a miscarriage whatever. I shall take care that nothing shall be done that will be at all likely to reach his ears, or that will be displeasing to him." "We will trust to your prudence, Mr. Twistle." "You may do so safely, and depend upon my caution in this matter. Now, I will be at hand in the morning. If I am not here before he goes out, send for me, and let me know the hour. If there is not time to reach here, send me the number of the coach. I will post off to the bank, and there await until I see him come there." "I will send to you then," said Mrs. Merideth. "I think that a very good plan." "But what will it do for you if you do see him enter the bank? That will tell you nothing, and I cannot see the utility of it," said Margaret. "Many people go into the Bank of England, who do not go there to receive any money for themselves, so that would be inconclusive." "It would," said the attorney, "but you must remember I can enter too, and ascertain to what portion of the building he goes, and I can learn how much he received, if any. But I must bid you good-bye, for the present. Do not forget to send to me at the first blush of the affair, and then much subsequent trouble may be saved." End of chapter 134.
Chapter 135 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 135. Mr. Twistle's Misadventures. The consequences of being found in the bank without giving a satisfactory account of your business there. An unpleasant dilemma. The peculiar position of Mrs. Merideth and her daughter Margaret, in some measure and to some degree, tied their hands, and caused a corresponding desire to know more than was told them. At the same time, they were fearful of giving any offence to their new and wealthy lodger. They were both avaricious and designing. To make a good settlement was the grand object of their lives, and to that object they would sacrifice themselves, at least sacrifice Margaret, who, by the by, would consider it no sacrifice at all, but a great stroke of good luck. However, they could do nothing of themselves. They saw there was a great and glorious chance for the future. They felt they had entangled the Colonel. They felt he had become a victim to their snares, and they were unwilling that they should run any risk of a failure of their plans. If we offend him, he may consider us avaricious and designing, they argued, and that might prove too strong an antidote to even an old man's love, and the prize might be snatched out of our hands, and we might not only lose a rich husband, but a good lodger also. These considerations induced them to act more warily and cautious than the attorney, Mr. Twistle, who was anxious at once to seize the bull by the horns and come to an explanation, and thus save himself much labor and time, for the sooner there was an explanation the better, and he did not apprehend the result that they did. He believed it would only appear proper caution on the part of a mother. They had different opinions, and between the two there was an indecisive policy adopted which occasioned delay and uncertainty. There was no doubt but the Colonel meant matrimony. His infirmities were of no consequence. It was not the man, but the money that was wanted, and which was sought with perseverance and constancy. They appeared negligent of money matters before the Colonel, and when he paid them, which he did regularly, he always appeared to have money about him, which of course increased their respect, and gave them increased confidence in him. "It is all very well, Ma," said Margaret, "but Mr. Twistle must not offend Colonel Deverill. He is evidently a man much above him. His actions and manner are such that at once stamp him immeasurably his superior. Now, as regards this property, there can be no doubt but he must have enough." "I think so too, my dear, but it would be a dreadful thing if it should turn out otherwise in the end. It would really be very dreadful. I should never survive it." "Nor I, mother." "What is to be done? I declare I am at my wits' end." "There is no fear, Ma. Do you not remember that Mr. Twistle himself has found out that he is Colonel Deverill, and that he has retired from the army of the company?" "Indeed, my dear, that is correct. I had forgotten that, quite forgotten it, but it may so happen he has no money at all. He may have spent it." "He does not appear to be extravagant," said Margaret. "He has retired upon his half pay, which you know must be a very good living, and I am sure of a widow's pension if nothing more, and besides I am sure, from what he has said, there must be money." "Well, I think so too, my dear," said Mrs. Merideth, "and I think it will be better that things should go on as the Colonel desires. To lose him would be horribly aggravating." "So it will, Ma, because I am sure he will do justice. It is not like as if we had money too, and were as willing to have our affairs investigated as we are to investigate his." "That is very true, my dear, very true. And Mr. Twistle does not seem to know that. That I will tell him when I see him. By the way, I must send to him, to tell him the Colonel is going out in about an hour. If he can find out anything, without compromising us in the affair, why he may do so, and welcome, for you must acknowledge, it will be all the more satisfactory." "Yes, yes, I admit that, but I would not wilfully lose a good opportunity." "I must now send off to him. Mary must go, and that too, as quickly as she can, for I shall want her back again very soon, so she must run." "Then the sooner she goes the better," said Margaret. Mary was sent to Mr. Twistle, who happened to be at home at the time, and judging that Mary had been a good time on the road, that there would be no time to go to Mrs. Meredith's house, then follow the coach, so he determined to go to the bank at once, so that he would be there in time to see the Colonel descend and enter the bank, into which he would follow him. He sent word back to Mrs. Meredith that he would go on and see her as soon as he could, and then he made the best of his way towards the bank, where he arrived in good time, indeed, half an hour before the Colonel, who did not set out so soon as he intended. "Now," thought Twistle, "if he were to turn out all right, why, I shall be in good fortune, but if bad, it would be laid upon my shoulders. They shall not say that I have not given them attention enough for their money, and if I don't do something, they will say I haven't earned my money, and though I can enforce payment of the bond, yet it may hurt my future prospects with regard to my future connection with the family, which I hope to make a profitable one in the long run." Filled with these thoughts, he determined to watch with due caution for the arrival of the Colonel on the other side of the way. It was some long time before the coach drove up, which it did after a considerable lapse of time, and then Mr. Twistle crossed over, and placed himself in a position by the lamp post, where he should obtain a good view of any one passing in and out of the coach. "'Tis he muttered as he saw the Colonel step out of the carriage, and walk into the bank very leisurely and quietly, leaning upon his stick, and walking lame. He watched him into the bank. He saw him go some distance down the passage, and then he muttered, "Now I will follow him up closely." And, after a moment's pause to permit someone to pass him, he then darted down the passage into a kind of yard. But no, he could not see him. He was not there. And yet he was so lame, he could not have got out of sight so soon as all that. "He's gone to the dividend office," he muttered. "I shall find him there." And away he posted to that department, but he could not find him. He was not there. Then what could have become of him? That was a point he could not solve. "Well, this is very odd," he muttered. Very odd. He paused to think over the matter, but that did not aid him. He was in the dark, but thought it was no use in waiting in any one place, so wandered about from office to office until he came to the body of the place, when he waited until someone came up to him and touched him on the shoulder. He turned around, and at once perceived it was an officer. "What do you want with me?" inquired Twistle. "What is your business here?" returned the officer, by way of reply. "I am here upon my own business. I am at a loss to understand what you mean by asking me such a question in a public place. What can you mean by it? I was never asked such a question before, and cannot see why you should do so now." "Excuse me, sir, I have ample warrant for what I am doing." "Have you? Then state it." "Easily. I have followed you about this last half hour, and you have been wandering about the place for some time, and looking about you in a manner that has excited a good deal of suspicion, to say the least of it, and I must have some satisfactory explanation." "You can have that," replied Mr. Twistle, very much annoyed. "You can have any explanation you require. I am very sure I came here on my own affairs. What other explanation can you require?" "Your affairs may be ours also, and the explanation you have given will be just enough to justify my taking you into custody. So if you have no more to say, I must request the favor of your company. That's my card of invitation. Do you hear, sir?" "Yes, I do. I am an attorney at law, and you may depend upon it I will not be content without punishing you for this indignity. I came in here because I saw a friend call to whom I wanted to speak." "Where is he?" "I don't know," said Twistle. "I have missed him." "Very likely, and your friend will miss you for a short time, for you must come with me. You have been found here without being able to give any account of yourself." "I tell you I came in here to see Colonel Deverill." "Well, what do we know of Colonel Deverill? We don't know anything about him, nor you either. You must come with me. We are obligated to be very particular when we see strangers walking about with no object whatever in view. It is very suspicious." "But I tell you I am a respectable attorney, a professional man. I had no bad object in view." "That may be as you say, but you must come with me." Seeing there no help for it, Mr. Twistle resigned himself into the officer's hands, and followed him to the station house, where he was examined by the inspector at the place where he was taken. "Well, sir," said the inspector, "this may be all very true, but we must have some proof of what you assert. Then we can let you go." "I'll have a complaint against you." "You may, but you must prove not only that what you say is true, but that there was no cause for suspicion, and that you were not loitering about the bank, as the officer asserts you were." The attorney thought it would be quite unnecessary to get into the public prints, because it would not do for him to make use of Colonel Deverill's name, and that he had already done. What was he to do? He had got into a very disagreeable scrape, out of which he must now get in the best manner possible, and which he could not see his way clear to do. "What do you want me to do?" "Give us some proof that you are the person whom you represent yourself to be," he replied, "and then we can let you go at once." "Then I will give you my card," said Twistle, producing his card case. "That is no proof," said the constable. "A man might have robbed you of your card case, and you would have some one passing himself off for yourself." "What shall I do, then?" inquired Twistle. "Send for someone who knows you, or send for your own clerk. That will do." "That I can do at once," replied Twistle, and he at once wrote a note to his clerk, and gave it unsealed into the hands of the constable, and asked if there was anyone who would go with it. "You can send a messenger. There are many who will do that if you pay them for it," replied the constable, and in another minute, for the sum of half a crown, a messenger agreed to take the letter to his office, and deliver it to his clerk, and wait for him. This was done, and until that time he was locked up in a cell, where he had a light certainly, but in which he had no other comfort at all. But in about an hour and a half there was a prospect of a relief, for he saw his clerk come into the station house, and with him the messenger, who came to the constable, and said that this was Mr. Twistle's clerk. "Do you know Mr. Twistle?" inquired the constable. "Yes, I do. He is my employer." "Then point him out," said the constable. At that moment Mr. Twistle was brought in, and he at once pointed him out to the satisfaction of the constable, who, with an admonition, consented to the enlargement of Mr. Twistle, and in answer to his threat of future investigation, said to him, "You see, sir, the bank is such a place, that we are compelled to keep all persons out who have no business there, and it must not be a place where people meet who have no particular bank business to transact. Do not wait about, then, for the future, sir, else you may run the same danger." Mr. Twistle left the station house with a feeling very much akin to anger, and he walked home with a very disagreeable feeling. He felt that he had been baffled, and had been also much ill-used and very much affronted. "Where could he have got to?" he murmured. "He must have turned in some of the offices. Confound him! I wish he had taken it into his head to tumble. I am sure he ain't no good. If he were, I should not have been placed in such an unpleasant position." Suddenly he recollected that there was no necessity for his going home, unless there had been anything happened since his departure, and upon being informed that such was not the case, he determined to alter his course, and proceed to Mrs. Merideth, and relate the misfortunes that had befallen him. "And if that don't satisfy her I have her interest at heart, why nothing will." And he left his clerk, after giving him some directions, and then turned off towards Bloomsbury Square, where he arrived just before tea time. End of chapter 135. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 4 March 2010. 36 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 136. An Evening with Colonel Deverill, The Stratagem of Mrs. Merideth. Mr. Twistle seated himself by Mrs. Merideth's fire, not at all pleased with what he had anticipated and expected on that day, and yet well pleased that there was an end to it, but at the same time he had conceived a dislike for the Colonel, of which the reader can easily guess the reason. The Colonel had received him rather haughtily, and he was annoyed at it, and he was resolved that he would do him no service, and now the indignity he had received was so vexing that he knew not on whom to wreak his anger. At all events it gave him a great dislike to the Colonel, which would require a considerable time to overcome. He sat there waiting for Mrs. Merideth, who was then engaged somewhere else, but it was not long before she entered the apartment in which Mr. Twistle sat meditating upon his misadventure, and considering in his own mind what would be the best course to pursue. "Oh, Mr. Twistle," she said, "I hope you have not been waiting long for me." "Not long, ma'am." "And how have you got on today, Mr. Twistle?" "Rather indifferently indeed," said Twistle with a groan. "I may say very indifferently indeed. I have had plenty of incident, I may say of adventure, I ought to say misadventure, which appears to have dogged me step by step in this affair." "Indeed? I am amazed at that," said Mrs. Merideth. "You would be more so if you knew all." "Tell me what has happened, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Merideth. "I am anxious to hear what can have happened to you of this character. I hope it did not happen in consequence of your doing anything in this affair of Colonel Deverill's." "Indeed it did, Mrs. Merideth," said the attorney solemnly. "I have been sedulously engaged in this affair, and I have been seriously inconvenienced by it." "I regret it very much." "But you could not have helped it, Mrs. Merideth," said Twistle. "You could not have helped it at all. I know that very well. Therefore there is no blame attached to you. You are free. But I have suffered nevertheless. I have suffered." "Dear me, how sorry I am, to be sure." "Yes, ma'am, but it can't be helped. I was taken into custody as a suspicious person, and had some difficulty in getting my release from custody." Mrs. Merideth lifted her hands and her eyes to express the amount of astonishment she felt. "Yes, Mrs. Merideth, I followed the Colonel into the Bank of England, and there I saw him enter, but by some wonderful means he suddenly disappeared. I missed him, and could not again obtain the slightest clue to him. I did not again set eye upon him, and, while endeavouring to regain the track, I was taken into custody for loitering about." "Indeed? Then you have learned nothing about the Colonel?" "Nothing at all. I missed him. I saw him going into the bank, and that was all." "Well, he has come back, and appears to have received money. I should think that there could be no doubt as to where he got it from." "It is a mystery." "Indeed, I should hardly think it possible, as you saw him go in. What would he go there for but for money matters? It seems clear enough to me. I have no doubt in my own mind. Everything appears to be straightforward and plain." "Indeed," muttered the attorney, "there is much truth in that." I have had a straightforward intimation that I have been considered a suspicious person. I regret it very much, but here's Margaret." At that moment Margaret entered the apartment in which her mother and Mr. Twistle were seated. There was an air of triumph in her eye when she entered, and her mother at once divined the cause. But she said nothing, and waited until Margaret spoke. "Ma," she said, "it is tea time, and the Colonel expects you upstairs, and if you had any friends, he hoped you would not deprive him of your company on that account, but bring them upstairs to tea. He is particularly good-humoured tonight." "Curse him!" involuntarily exclaimed the attorney, as he heard of the good humour the Colonel was in, and he had so much cause to be vexed himself. "Will you come with us, Mr. Twistle?" "I will, thank you, ma'am. I am very tired," said Twistle, as he thought it would afford him some opportunity of discovering something that would enable him to be revenged, and at the same time do a seeming service to the other party. "At all events," he muttered, "it will give me a chance of making a more intimate and useful acquaintance with him. I must do something or other, and I may as well make a good thing of it as well as a bad one. That wouldn't be bad policy." "Then you had better come up at once," said Margaret, "for the tea is waiting." Thus urged, Mrs. Meredith and Mr. Twistle followed Margaret, and walked up to the drawing-room where the Colonel was, as before, seated in an easy-chair, with the green shade still over one eye, and his arm carried in a sling, though he did not appear to have lost the entire use of it, and by his side was a stick, a valuable Malacca cane, with which he walked, and his lame foot was supported by an ottoman. "Well, sir," said the Colonel, "I have the extreme felicity of meeting you again. Be seated. It is a very charming day, the most comfortable that I recollect since I have returned to England." "It is remarkably fine," said the attorney, shrugging his shoulders, and giving a suspicious glance towards the Colonel, as if he thought there was a latent smile lurking upon the Colonel's countenance, but he could not detect it, and yet he felt very much aggravated. "There is, even in this climate," continued the Colonel, "some decent weather, but then, when matters go on happily and cheerfully, then the climate appears more genial and kind." "Strange that it should be so," said Mr. Twistle, "but I can't help thinking he looks more provoking than ever I saw in my life." As he muttered, the Colonel said, "What did you say, sir?" "I merely said that we, who are used to it, look upon it in some other light than that of a merely negative character. That is, we look upon some of it as positively good. Nay, we are apt to call it beautiful, especially when it continues fine." "Continues fine," said the Colonel. "Does it really continue fine in this climate?" "Why, one would think, Colonel, you have never been in this country before to hear you talk, and yet you are a native of this country." "Yes, I am. That is, I believe so, but I have spent so many years in Asia that I am more a native of India than this country. However, I believe what you say to be correct, but, you see, the slightest change of weather affects my wounds, when you could not believe any change that had taken place, or, at all events, the change would be so slight as to cause no difference to you, and yet, even before that comes, I feel the approaching change." "I dare say you do, sir, but it must be unpleasant in the extreme." "It certainly is, and I have found it so. Mrs. Meredith, I hope you enjoyed your walk. Did you go far?" "No, Colonel, I did not, else I had not been back so soon. By the way, how do you feel after your walk, or rather, ride? I had not time to ask you before." "Oh, I am very well. I enjoyed it much, but I must take another the day after tomorrow," said the Colonel. "That is, another ride, for I cannot walk far." "Do you intend going far?" "To the South Sea House," replied the Colonel. "To the South Sea House," repeated the attorney to himself, as he sipped his tea. "He has some of the stock on his hands. Well, I dare say that is likely. People belonging to these companies generally prefer them to any other stock. However, I will follow him there, and see if I can't do better. I will tread upon his heels, but what I will find out something this time, at all events." "Are you acquainted with that stock?" he inquired, after a pause. "What, the South Sea stock?" inquired the Colonel. "Yes." "Not much, but I believe it to be good steady stock, a very good investment. It will pay you a better interest than the funds." "But is it as secure?" "Well, that is a very difficult thing to answer," said the Colonel, "but I think is safe enough. I have that opinion of it that I do not object to hold it." "That, of course, is the best answer one can have to its presumed security." "Yes, I have a good opinion of it, and do not object holding it, as I said before, and that is the best opinion that can well be offered. Have you any?" "None, sir, but I have a friend who wanted to purchase stock of some kind, or to place money out to advantage, and I wish to learn a little more concerning it." "I do not mean to say that there is no better, But when you have once invested your money, you do not like to change the stock." "Certainly not. It is unadvisable," said the attorney, "unless you have some specific reason for so doing at the best of times. You are the loser by the expenses." "Well," said Mrs. Meredith, "I am very glad to see you are so well after your journey." "Journey, do you call it? Why, ma'am, I cannot call anything less than some few hundred miles a journey. Anything less is a mere bagatelle." "Dear me, Colonel, what journeys you must have travelled." "Indeed I have, ma'am. Some of them beautiful and romantic, and some of them dreary, and some terrible from the obstacles that opposed us, and others from the nature of the ground that we had to go over, and the dangers attendant from fatigue, climate, and enemy." "It must be a terrible thing. Females in those parts are out of the question." "Oh dear no, there are ladies, and English ladies too, who live there for years, and who follow their husbands, movements with the camp, and who undergo all the dangers and fatigues merrily and cheerfully, and even put some of the best of us to the blush for fortitude. Well, I am glad we have a good character, even so far off as India. It cannot but be expected the mothers of such men can bear fatigue and hardship, else their sons could never be what they are. However, we have many examples of heroism in India, not of men only, but women also." "Then there are many interesting points for us to hear explanation about India," said Margaret. "I love to hear such things, especially from those who have been there, and mixed up among the people who live there, and who have had much experience with them." "I hope we shall have ample time to talk over many such matters," returned the Colonel, "for to me it is pleasant to speak of the past, and relate all I have seen, known, and taken part in a place so distant from us all, as our Eastern Empire." "Indeed, I love to hear them," said Margaret. "I am afraid she will keep you pretty constantly employed in relating all that you have ever seen, Colonel," said Mrs. Meredith. "She's a strange girl, and has many fancies that way. She's fond of the wild, irregular life that you describe. She would have made an excellent soldier's wife, I am sure. She's so fond of that kind of thing." "I hope she will do so now, madam, and that she will have less of the fatigue and danger that fall to the lot of a good many. For I candidly tell you, it is one thing to hear these things talked of, and another to bear with them. Plains of burning sand and want of water, mountainous regions covered with snow, and no means to obtain warmth and shelter. These are things exciting enough in a narrative, and yet heartbreaking to experience." "Oh," said the attorney, "there can be no doubt it's much better in perspective than it is to experience. I can easily imagine, when you hear of battles and sieges, how they wish they had been there, and how much would have been done by our individual exertions. But, dear me, that's as different from being shot in the evening, and so seeing none of the fun that was to follow. Lord bless my heart, being put out of the way in that manner positively makes me nervous, I do believe. I could be hanged before I marched up to the breach." "Fortunately, all men are not of that opinion, else we might all of us be murdered in our beds, and no one to protect us," said Margaret contemptuously. "It is necessary," said the Colonel, "that some men should be born for one purpose, and some another. Some are poltroons from their birth, and require better men to take care of them, while others win honour and profit on the field of death and danger, and snatch triumph from the hands of death." "Exactly," said the attorney. "Half a loaf is better than no bread, and half a man is better than no man at all, and I believe that many of them leave the field of battle, leave it in a very little better state. Now, I should not care for the life upon such terms. It must be such as is worth living for, and such I do not consider life, when one is rendered a cripple all one's life." "Well," said the Colonel, "we all have our different ideas upon that subject, but I rather think the state would be nothing without the profession of arms, and the lawyers would grace the lamp-posts if I might judge from popular opinion." "Popular opinion is nothing in this country upon such matters," said Twistle contemptuously. "It amounts to something," retorted the Colonel, "and you would say so, I imagine, if you felt it clinging to your throat in the shape of a halter administered by the canaille." "Why," said Mrs. Meredith, "I dare say it isn't always expressed so forcibly, and Mr. Twistle does not hold it of any importance, so long as it is not expressed so loudly as that." "Certainly, Mrs. Meredith, that is my meaning, for an illegal act committed by a contemptible portion of the population becomes of importance." "So it does," said the Colonel, "that is easily verified." "But still, we may be thankful to those who bravely fight and die, that we may be here in ease and quiet, and free from danger, and able to enjoy our lives and homes in peace." "That is true," said the attorney. The one part of a nation cannot do without another. All are necessary, and produce a powerful kingdom. And not only powerful, but rich and intelligent. No doubt of that, said the Colonel. Tea was now cleared away, and some wine was placed upon the table, and the Colonel took a few glasses of some rare wine, of which he offered the attorney to drink, and the latter willingly accepted, and found it some of the best he had tasted, and he continued to taste it until he got quite talkative, and, to the pain and mortification of Mrs. Meredith, began to talk in a strain that would, in a short time, have done them much discredit and mischief. Mrs. Meredith, however, always full of expedient, soon devised one that had the effect of putting an end to a scene she feared would come to an unpleasant act, if continued in, and therefore left the room for a few minutes, and then when she returned she said, "Mr. Twistle, you have been sent for. You are wanted immediately." I? Sent for? Yes, sir, you are wanted. Nobody knew I was here. Oh yes, I told my clerk as I came along, confound him, just as I was so comfortable too. We can finish this another time, said the Colonel, pointing to the bottle. Yes, thank you. Good night, Colonel Deverill. Good night, Mr. Twistle. Mr. Twistle quitted the drawing-room, vowing vengeance to himself against the brute of a clerk of his, who should dare to come and interrupt such an agreeable evening. It was most horribly provoking. He could have called down the vengeance of the universe upon the head of the offending mortal who had come for him, and in this mood of mind he entered the parlour. Where is he? Where is he? Where is who? Inquired Mrs. Meredith. My clerk, the man who came for me. Listen, Mr. Twistle, said Mrs. Meredith. I have called you out. No one has been for you, but I had no other means of calling you out, as I wanted to speak to you. Well, said Mr. Twistle, half surprised and half vexed, what do you want to say to me now I am here? I want to impress upon you the fact that the habits of the Colonel lead him to retire about this time, and I feared you, not knowing this, might stop beyond the proper moment, and so took this method of telling you what I am sure you would like to know. Mr. Twistle could not object. There was something reasonable in it, and yet he was at heart vexed, and could not help saying, I should have thought the Colonel would not have been so pleasant and so talkative. If he had not been comfortable, he would have said so. Oh dear, no, he would not have done that, even if you had remained till daylight. He has too much courtesy towards a stranger to do so. Very well, said Twistle, I will be gone. However, I will take care and not forget the South Sea House the day after tomorrow. You must make the best of it you can, and let me know when he is likely to go, so that I may not lose any chance. Certainly not. I'll do as I did before, said the lady. Do so. And I hope you will meet with better luck than you met with before. I hope so too, said the attorney gravely. However, here I am, and I'll do all that I can do for you. Good-bye, Mrs. Meredith. Good day. Good night. Good night, said Mrs. Meredith, and the attorney left the house, to their inexpressible relief, for he was growing very talkative and very troublesome too, for the misfortune was, he more than once touched upon forbidden topics. End of chapter 136. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, February 10th, 2010. Chapter 137 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 137. The difficulties to be encountered in the choice of a bridesmaid. Well, Margaret, said Mrs. Meredith, when they were alone in their own apartment. Well, and how have you got on with the Colonel? Oh, very well indeed, Ma. I am glad of it. Has he proposed anything new to you, my dear? Or has he said anything more to you of a particular character? Has he said anything respecting property? That is what we want to know pretty well, and that is the only point that can be more than usually interesting to us. No, Ma, nothing about property. I could not expect he would say anything to me, and I hardly expect he would say to any one at all. You see, he is no doubt a rich man. Well, and he would not consider it at all necessary to say anything about it to anyone. That it is so peculiarly private, and has nothing to do with anyone, and he does not imagine that we require anything of the kind. I am sure if the thought entered his mind he would at once satisfy us upon the subject. I cannot speak to him about it, because, having none, I am really not entitled to do so. That's my opinion upon the subject, though Mr. Twistle, I dare say, has a different one to me. Indeed, he generally has one of his own. Yes, you may depend upon that, but I have been thinking the matter over, and I am sure he is what he says he is. But what did he say, my dear? Why, he insists that I shall name an early day. Insists, my child! What does he mean? Merely in a good-natured, though urgent manner. Indeed, he wishes me to make up my mind, and have him at once. If I'll consent to have him, he'll obtain a special license to solemnize the marriage here in this house, or at church, which I like best. Which shall I consent to, Ma? Well, my dear, I think you may as well be married at home. It will be so much more fashionable than going to church. It will be much more trouble, and will hardly seem like a marriage, I think, if it is not done at a church. What do you think? It will make more noise, said Mrs. Meredith, if it is done at home, and yet nobody can say a word about it if it takes place at church. So I think, now. So I think. Well, what did you decide? I did not decide upon anything, said Margaret. I declined to do so upon the moment, but said I would think about it, and after a few words I promised I would let him know the next time he spoke to me about it, which should not be before tomorrow afternoon. Very well, my dear. A becoming reluctance will never hurt your cause. You have done quite right, and I have no doubt but he will feel more pleased with you than if you had at once consented upon his first asking. So I thought, Ma, said Margaret. But you must not carry that too far, or it may defeat its own object. When next he asked you, you must affect a great deal of emotion, trembling and blushing and all that kind of thing, which you can do very well, or if you should distrust yourself, you can practice it a bit before a glass. I did it when I was your age, and I did it well. Yes, Ma, I can manage all that well enough, but what time shall I name? Well, that must in some measure depend upon the humor you find him in. If he be very pressing, you may shorten the period. If he appear distant, lengthen it. But if there is any danger, take him at his word at once, and have no delay. It will not do to lose a chance. He must not be allowed to get off in that manner, and you must declare your confusion to be so great that you hardly know what you say. But, as he is so very pressing, you will give in to his wishes, and you may name any day you like best, and then he is caught, you see. I understand that clearly, but what time would you, as a medium time, give, which I ought to lengthen or shorten as occasion may seem to require? Well, my dear, about a fortnight. Ah, that was on my own tongue too. Well, then, I should not have done wrong in naming 3 weeks or a month, which I felt disposed to say at first. No, but you need not make it more than 3 weeks, unless you see any fitting occasion, or any necessity for so doing, said Mrs. Meredith. After an amiable council the mother and daughter held, having for its object the entanglement and speedy marrying of the unfortunate East Indian colonel, they both indulged in balmy sleep, and slept till morn. The colonel himself said no more about the object of the previous day's conversation. When the amiable mother left the daughter alone with the colonel, who appeared as if actuated by clockwork, when the hour of his forbearance had passed, he again spoke of the matter. Miss Meredith, he said, my impatience will, I hope, be excused, on the score that my love is ardent, and I have already waited as long as I promised. You know to what I allude. I am afraid I must say I do, Colonel Deverill, said Margaret. But will you not grant me more time to consider this matter over? Remember, it is a serious matter. Of that there is no doubt, said the colonel, but I do not feel the same doubts you do, for I only feel how much I can do for your happiness, and how willingly I will do it. Of that I can have no fear. Then why not consent at once? Consent to have the man who loves you, who dotes upon you, and who will do all that an ample fortune can enable him to do for your welfare, and your future prosperity and comfort. Consider all that. I have considered much. I don't know that I need consider more than my present happiness. The future will take care of itself at all events, we can do no more than to deserve to do well, and to succeed in all our undertakings, to deserve to be happy. And do more you cannot, and who is there that can do as much? We all endeavor to do so. I hope we do, though I am sure there are many who might do better. But to return to my hopes, when will you consent to become mine? Say the day on which I am to be made happy, and if you really love me, make it as short as you can. Margaret appeared to hesitate, and hung her head, trembled, and the blushes mounted her cheek. The Colonel caught her in his arms, and pressing her to his bosom, he said, "Come, come, my own Margaret, say when shall I be made happy?" "Oh, Deverill," she sighed as she hid her face, "what shall I say? You are so urgent. Shall I say a fortnight, and yet that is too soon. No, no, not at all, not at all. Thank you, dear Margaret, thank you. I fear I have said too much. Forgive me. Nay, nay, no more about it. I will be content. Tomorrow I will go to the city, and then I will purchase the wedding ring. I will obtain a license, and then we shall be ready against any contingencies. And on our wedding morning I will have some jewels ready for you. I have given them some orders, but they take a long while in getting ready." "Oh, you are too good." "Not a bit. Only just," said the Colonel, and he appeared as though he were quite satisfied with his conquest, and looked very well pleased with the success he had met with in the prosecution of his suit. It was a settled thing now, and he was, or professed to be, in ecstasies. "Mother," said Margaret as she entered the room, "it is all settled at last. I have given my consent, and the day is named." "Indeed! I am glad of it. When will the day arrive? What day is it?" "This day fortnight." "This day fortnight! Well, well, that will be a very good time indeed. We shall have a very busy time of it, for we must make the most of our arrangements between this and then, for we must get you in a fit out. But if you have a dress to appear in, that is as much as I shall be able to afford, for my means are so short." "I know all that, but he has promised me jewels, which he has ordered, but which will take some time in making. But he expects them to be ready by our wedding day. Come now, this seems to me to be a very handsome provision. Very, my dear, very fortunate too, because you see the furniture was becoming somewhat less new and fine than it was. That would have compelled me to lessen my terms, so we should have gone gradually back, and perhaps been obliged to seek some other mode of living. But you have some money by you? That was reserved in case of extreme misfortunes, and I cannot realize that immediately. However, it would only put off the evil day. But we are saved that now. We have caught a rare good fish. We have only to land him, that is, get some little to be done before we can pull him ashore. We must keep up the farce, but I tell you, we must not be guided by Mr. Twistle, though he is of great use. No, Ma, we must not. I have thought on that. And yet I do not like to give up the idea of finding out first what he may have in the shape of property, though I am sure it would do no good. Yet to have one's curiosity satisfied is something gained. Still, I am not so curious that I must be satisfied at the expense of our prospects. No, Ma, I am sure I want badly enough to know all about it, but I will restrain my curiosity until I find out by means and at a time when no offense can be taken, or, if it be, why it's of no consequence, and I don't care anything about it, because I shall have a right to speak for myself. Certainly, my dear, that is a very proper spirit indeed. But then he won't interfere with you much, except it is to want you to always be at his elbow. Ah, I won't mind that, because you see, he may make a will, but I'll take pretty good care that nobody comes in between him and me. Exactly. You have no relatives on his side to tease you, or give you any trouble. Therefore you have all plain sailing before you. I have, and now, I suppose, it will not be too much to speak to one's bridesmaids? Ah, my dear, said Mrs. Meredith, with a shake of the head. What's the matter, Ma? Ah, my dear, there is the difficulty. You know how easy the Colonel has fallen in love with you. How sudden that has all come about, and how short a time the courtship has continued. So much the better, Ma. Certainly, my love, but it should make you cautious, very cautious, how you act with bridesmaids, because you don't know what may happen with such old people as the Colonel. They are dreadful, sometimes, and you don't know what they will do. They will fall in love with anybody. It is quite shocking to think of it. But it don't so much matter, only you see he may take a violent fancy to someone, and then you may lose by the whole affair. How so, Ma? Why, suppose he takes a fancy to one of the bridesmaids. You don't know what may pass between them. Certainly not. Very well, then he may make a will to reward her, as he would call it, and then you would lose so much, which is clear robbery, as I call it. So it would be, Ma, and yet, after all said and done, I cannot tell what else we are to do. Some female friends we must have, and the only precaution we can take will be to get someone as ugly as I can, and then keep her away as much as possible. The latter is the only effectual method, for ugliness is not always a safeguard. For men have got such tastes, and what we think extremely plain, they, by a perversity of taste, will persist in believing to be interesting, at least, if not pretty. I have known so many instances. Besides, I do know that even ugliness itself is no safeguard. Indeed, Ma? No, I had an instance of that. I may say two, even with your father, who took a fancy to two of the servants, one after the other. I am sure there was nothing in the hussies to attract any attention, but then men will be men, and you can't help it. We must get rid of them. Yes, that is all you can do, but whom did you think of having? There are the two Miss Stewards. They are called pretty. I heard a gentleman say so at the last party we went to. So that, I think, decidedly bad policy. I know the men's taste very well, my dear, but it is different to what we call taste. I don't know why, but it is so. Well, Ma, if the Mrs. Stewart won't do, what do you say to the Mrs. Brown? They are anything but even passable. Besides, they are pitted with the smallpox, and very light hair, almost carroty. They are anything but fascinating. That may be all very true, my dear, but you know the Mrs. Browns sing. They are called good figures, and dashing young women, and they are very bold, which might tempt many people, especially when they are looking about for sweethearts. Yes, that is very true. Then there are the Mrs. Smith. They are very young, much too young to be at all likely to cause men to have any fancy for them. There, my dear innocent girl, you are entirely wrong, most entirely wrong. Indeed, Ma? Yes, my dear, you are innocence itself, because you have been brought up at home. But look here, men are the nastiest creatures alive. Why, some of them would fall in love with a girl 16 or 17 years old. Aye, more than that, I have seen some of them married at that age. Ah, I am shocked, said Margaret, as she lifted up her hands in amazement at this description of the vices of men. Ah, well, they may say at church, and there is no good in us. Indeed, my dear, you are quite right, and so is the prayer book. But it is as I tell you. Besides, men never forget these things. They will remember faces they have seen for a year or two, and then they will begin their games. Dear me, Ma, what shall I do? That is the difficulty, my dear. I would not have unfolded this book of vice before you, had it not been necessary for your happiness. Oh, fiddle-dee-dee, Ma, it's the money that I care for, it ain't the Colonel, poor old cripple. He may do as he pleases, as long as I get the gold. Well, my dear, said the careful mother, who felt the sedative effects of this speech. Well, my dear, but you know they do waste their means in these affairs, and that most outrageously sometimes, to cause a ruinous effect upon their home. Oh, but he's too much of an invalid. Do you know, Margaret, I think the Colonel is more of an invalid from habit than reality. Sometimes, when nobody's looking, he can walk and use both feet alike, and even use his left hand without any trouble at all. Do you really think so? Yes, but I don't mean to say it is all sham. Oh dear no. But long habit and the laziness of these rich Indians is so great that there is no knowing its extent. I don't believe they would eat if it wasn't for their being hungry. What is to be done? I will tell you, my dear. Have Miss Twistle and her friend. Miss Twistle and Martha Briggs? Exclaimed Miss Meredith with a giggle. What a fright! So much the better, my dear, so much the better. It is just what you want, the very thing above all others. Have a fool and a fright, and you can drop their acquaintance whenever you like, and I think there can be no danger of the Colonel's falling in love with them, at least, added Mrs. Meredith, with emphasis, at least upon such an occasion. Very well, Ma, let it be Miss Twistle and Martha Briggs. Goodness me, how I shall be attended upon this occasion. It will be quite laughable. I mustn't let the Colonel see them before the morning arrives, else he will be sure to laugh at them. Ha ha ha! Laughed both mother and daughter at the idea of the two frights, as they called them, being bridesmaids, and in high good humor they both retired to rest for the night, to dream of the forthcoming occasion. End of chapter 137 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace. Liberty, Missouri, 13 February 2010.
Chapter 138 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carolyn Power. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 138. Mr. Twistle's misfortunes, and his resolution never to give in. The next day, after that on which the conversation respecting the choice of a bridesmaid took place, was the day on which the Colonel was to visit the South Sea house. Early that morning he ordered a coach to be in attendance, and left the house, saying that he would be back in time for tea, that he had to make several purchases, and transact some necessary business that would occupy him until that time. He kissed Margaret, and whispered in her ear that he should call and see about the jewels, and urge the jeweller to get them ready. These people are so dilatory, he said, that, unless I worry them, they will disappoint me of them, and I would not be without them on the occasion of our marriage for a trifle. We must not set our happiness upon such things, said Margaret. Ah, what self-denial you can exert, said the Colonel, playfully. No, my happiness is not fixed upon such objects as those, and therefore it is no trouble to renounce them when it is necessary to do so. I hope there will be no need. I believe there will be none, but good-bye till tea-time, then we shall pass a pleasant evening together. The Colonel left the house, and no sooner had he done so than Mrs. Meredith wrote a short note to Mr. Twistle, informing him of the Colonel's departure at a much earlier hour than she had anticipated. "Here, Mary," she said to the drudge. "Yes, Mum," replied the domestic. "Just run as fast as you can to Mr. Twistle with this note, and don't let the grass grow under your feet. Do you hear?" "Yes, Mum." Away went the drudge as fast as she could to the man of law, and arrived there out of breath, and having gone there fast, according to orders, she thought herself at liberty to take her own time in going back, which she performed to perfection. Mr. Twistle cursed himself for this unexpected departure, but there was no time for deliberation. He crushed on his hat, took a coach, and drove as hard as the mysteriously kept-up cattle could carry it, and was fortunate enough to see the Colonel go by in another. He jumped out, paid the jarvey, and then made a rush after the Colonel, whom he saw going up the steps. Determined that he would not be outdone this time, he rushed through a crowd of men who were near at hand, and jostled them so that they gave him more oaths than was consistent with courtesy, and one of them desired to know if he were running after himself or anybody else. Heedless of this, he pushed on, and trod upon a bricklayer's foot so hard that the man gave a great shout, and, by way of retaliation, brought his heavy hand down so hard upon the attorney's hat that the article of wearing apparel was forced below his chin, much to the detriment of his vision, which was totally eclipsed. In an instant he was struggling with his hat, and yet was unable to release himself from the durance in which his head was held. But he found this was not all he had to contend with, for he felt himself pushed and hustled about in a strange manner, till he was thrown on a doorstep, and then he was suddenly left to himself, with no soul near him. "Upon my word, this must be done on purpose, I do verily believe," said Mr. Twistle, as he at length succeeded in wrenching his hat off his head after many violent efforts, but even then it was at the expense of the lining and skin of his nose, which was a very disagreeable affair after all. Mr. Twistle, for a moment or two, stared round him, and wondered where he was, until, at length, upon some examination, he found himself round the corner. "Oh, I must have got hustled round the corner. Yes, yes, I see how it is. It's a downright conspiracy of theirs. There can't be two minds." But then again, he thought, what conspiracy could there be necessary to marry a girl without money? If she had money, he could have understood it, but not as the matter stood. That was quite impossible. It was an impenetrable mystery. As these thoughts passed through his mind, he was sitting on the step of a door, and, seeing the blood trickle off his nose in vermilion drops upon the pavement, he felt for his handkerchief to wipe the injured feature and stop the bleeding. But alas, it was not in this pocket, nor in that. It was not in his hat. He never carried it there. If he had, his head would never have reached the crown of his hat. That was quite certain. It would have been better had he done so. But, as it was not about him, where could it be? He knew that he had had it before he left home on this errand. The truth, however, was not long before it came across his mind like a flash of light. He had got among a gang of London thieves, who had hustled and robbed him of his handkerchief. This was suggestive of other matters, and he, in consequence, put his hand to his watch fob, but also that was gone too. He gasped, felt his breeches pocket, and then he sank back, for he found his garments had been slit open by some sharp instrument, and his purse had fled. "Damn," said the attorney in a fury, but this subsided in a moment. The loss he had felt, and the pushing about he had experienced, was too much. He felt weakened and disheartened, and paused to think upon what he should do, and which way he should go. "It's no use giving in," he muttered, "no use at all. I must go on. And yet I had better go and see if the coach is gone, for if it is still there, and it can't have got away yet, I'll yet go in and see if I can find him." He walked round the corner, much shaken with what he had received in the way of knocks and kicks, but when he did get round, he saw the coach was gone. There was, however, a ticket porter at hand, and he determined to go and ask him a few questions. "My friend," he said, feeling in his pocket, "do you know a Colonel Devereux?" "No," said the man, "never heard of him. Where does he live?" "He came in here just now." "Oh, did he?" replied the man, kicking a piece of orange peel off the pavement. "I don't know him. Do you recollect a hackney coach coming up to the door just now with a lame gentleman who got out?" "Yes, with a green shade over his eye." "Yes, that was the man." "Oh, well, I never seed him before. I don't know him. He didn't stop a minute." "Oh," said Mr. Twistle. Then he turned away and walked towards his own house. However, he felt in his pocket for some money. A small sum in silver was loose in his pockets, and this he had saved, and he determined to treat himself to some brandy and water, for he was really much knocked about and terrified and nervous. So he went into the first public house he came to. This was a low house, the parlour of which was situated a long way back, and he walked in and threw himself into a seat. "Well, well, here I am. This is disaster the second. Well, who would have believed I should have met with such misadventures as those I have just gone through? There's a fate in it. I'm sure this is an unlucky business altogether. Of that I am certain. I got into the watch-house on the first occasion, but now I am worse than that. I have been knocked about and robbed of money and goods. £15 in my purse. Confound Colonel Devereux, I say." "What will you take, sir?" "Eh?" inquired the bewildered attorney, who forgot that he had entered a public-house, and the waiter was desiring to know what he wished to have. "What will you like to take, sir?" inquired the waiter again. "A glass of brandy and water, and a biscuit." The man left the room, and Twistle retired within himself to contemplate the evils he had suffered, and those he was likely to endure. Well, I never thought I was in such a thing as this. Who would ever have believed it? None, I am sure. No one would. Confound them. I'll give it up as a bad job, and a bad job it has been for me. I am quite confident of that. Brandy and water and a biscuit, said the waiter, laying down the articles enumerated, and Twistle gave the necessary cash, accompanied by the customary gratuity, which ranges from 10 to 25% upon the money paid for the articles purchased. We have often thought this a most exorbitant tax upon those who require accommodation. If people cannot pay their own servants, they ought not to keep them. To be sure, you are told you need not pay anything. It is entirely voluntary, and that they do not wish it. But you only obtain a flippant answer, so as to attract everyone's eyes in the place, and the end of it is, if there is much business, you don't get any attention at all. Well, I won't give in, said Mr. Twistle, with a thump on the table, but he had drank nearly 2/3 of the brandy and water. No, I won't give in. He swallowed down the remainder, finished the biscuit, and leaned back in his seat, and then he began to talk to himself. I will not give in. After all that has passed, it would be a shame to be done, robbed, beaten, and kicked, and then give in. Nonsense! I will go through the whole affair, and that shall repay me in the end. I'll lay it on the thicker for this. This was a comfortable resolution on the part of Mr. Twistle, and which appeared to please him well, for he smiled quietly, and then rose much refreshed and left the house. This last allusion of Twistle's was consolatory, and had an intimate connection with certain imaginary charges he would make to the Devereux family when he got the business. But as that was a matter buried in the womb of futurity, we will not follow him in his speculations. I won't give in, he said, as he walked on and thrust his hand into the slit that had been cut in his trousers to extract his purse, but this only confirmed him in his resolution, and he uttered again and again, I won't give in. I won't give in, he murmured, as he sought the knocker of Mrs. Meredith's door. I won't give in. I'm not a man whose resolution is easily shaken. Oh, dear, no. I'll tell my good friend Mrs. Meredith all my troubles, and then ask her what she thinks of me, if I ain't an indefatigable friend, one who will never sink under difficulties. End of Chapter 138 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3.
Chapter 139 of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 139. Mrs. Meredith has a conversation with Mr. Twistle. The announcement and the invitation. When the servant answered the knock, Mr. Twistle learned, to his severe disappointment, that Mrs. Meredith was from home, and he was about to turn from the door, after leaving his name, when the girl said that her mistress had left a message, the purport of which was, that if he, Mr. Twistle, was to call, she would feel obliged by his awaiting her return, as her absence would be but short, and the subject upon which she wished to see him was one of particular importance. Mr. Twistle was shown into the parlour much about the same as usual, but he himself was somewhat of a different state. He himself was considerably disgusted with his share of the business, but, as we have before stated, he was resolved never to give in. No, he was resolved to carry it on to the end. It must come to a wind-up somehow or other, and at some time or other, but, at the same time, as I have taken so much interest in that I am resolved to see it out, I won't lose all I have lost for nothing. It shall be with me a neck-or-nothing affair. And however aggravating it may be, you will have a greater chance in the long run of coming off victorious. Several minutes passed away, and still Mrs. Meredith came not. At length the attorney began to grow somewhat impatient, and he looked around the apartment, as if to find some object to pass away the time until her arrival. On a table in the centre of the room lay several books, and he opened one or two of them for the purpose of ascertaining the nature of the contents. The title of one of them attracted his attention. It consisted of a collection of tales of the supernatural, and he opened it upon a legend called The Dead Not Dead. It possessed considerable interest, and Twistle was soon lost in its details. It ran as follows. The moon with her train of glittering satellites following with silent grandeur in her wake is sailing in lustrous glory through the heavens, and shedding such a flood of light over the face of nature that the mountains and trees look as if some mighty hand had tinted them with silver. Our scene is a rocky pass amidst the stupendous Apennines, one of the wildest and yet most beautiful of that romantic region. At the foot of a tree, and on a spot on which the rays of the moon fall with all their power, sits a young man, who is evidently watching over what appears to be a dead body that lies prostrate at his feet. His head is resting on his hand, and he is regarding the form before him with mingled fear and determination. Hark! He speaks! What are his words? For full an hour have the rays of yonder luminary poured their radiance upon the ghastly features of my dead master, and yet there is no visible effect. Surely he must have been laboring under some fearful delusion of mind, and the dreadful compact of which he has spoken had existence but in his imagination. I certainly had some little faith in the existence of those scourges to mankind, vampires, but now I am inclined to think my faith will be terribly shaken. In God's name I hope it may. The moon rose higher and higher, until, as she reached her zenith, everything was so bathed in her gentle light that scarcely a shadow was thrown around, save by the tall pines that were scattered here and there upon the face of the rocks. Suddenly there was a movement in the form of the dead man, a spasmodic jerk of the whole muscles of the frame, as if a galvanic battery had been applied to it, and then the eyes slowly opened, though at first there was but little or no expression in them. The young man started to his feet with an exclamation of horror, and stood glaring upon the form with fixed and protruding eyes, his limbs trembling, and every feature distorted with mental agony. "Holy Mother of God!" he murmured in a low tone. "He moves! He moves! The terrible compact is too true!" At this moment, though there was not the slightest appearance of a cloud in the whole heavens, mutterings of thunder were heard, and the lightning was seen playing around the tree-tops with a pale and sickly glare. The young man, so intensely was his attention fixed upon the corpse at the foot of the tree, did not notice this phenomena, and he was at length horrified at beholding a ball of blue fire dart from the air and glide into the ground immediately at the head of him whom he had named as his master. Then there was a loud explosion and a glare of light so broad and strong that the watcher of the dead was obliged to veil his eyes with his hands, and he could scarcely tell for some moments whether he was deprived of his sight or not. When he opened his eyes again, it was with a start of surprise, for before him, with his arms folded on his breast, and regarding him with a calm and untroubled countenance, stood his master, while the moonlight streamed out upon the landscape, and as great a silence as when he lay in death upon the ground reigned around. "Oh, Signor," he at length stammered in broken tones, "my vigil has been one of the most terrible—" "Silence, Spalatro," said the resuscitated one in a deep and hollow voice. "Silence! Not a word, now or henceforth, must pass your lips respecting what you have seen tonight. Breathe but a syllable of what I am to a human being, and naught on earth shall hide you from my vengeance." Spalatro bowed before his master in obedience, while his frame gave a shudder of horror as he regarded the deathly appearance that still lingered in the signor's features. "Spalatro," resumed the signor after a slight pause, "you have rendered me great and faithful service, and your reward has been proportionate, but there is yet another service which I would seek at your hands. The Lady Oriana, for the possession of whom the Signor Francati and I have fought, and for whose sake I received the wound which deprived me for a time of life, is at Florence, and at present ignorant of the mishap that befell me. The Signor Francati and yourself are the only persons who are aware of it. He will carry to Florence the news of my death, and, on my reappearance before the Lady Oriana, what tale can I invent to satisfy her? No, no, he must not reach Florence. He must never look upon the Lady Oriana again. You, Spalatro, wear a poniard. You have a powerful hand, and you know well where to strike. Rid me of this hated rival, and wealth shall be yours." Spalatro stood rooted to the spot while the signor spoke, and an expression of mingled horror and disgust crossed his countenance as the latter proceeded. When the signor had concluded, he stepped a pace or two back, and in a tone full of indignation said, "Signor Waldberg, I am no assassin. My poniard is yet guiltless of shedding human blood. I saw you receive what was thought to be a mortal wound in honorable combat with the Signor Francati, and in these arms I beheld you sink in death. You had extorted from me a promise that after a certain lapse of time I would convey your body to this vast solitude, and lay it where the moonbeams should fall upon it, for that then life should once more revisit you. All this I have done, and faithfully. I feared to fail in my promise, for I knew the penalty you would pay if you failed to fulfill the conditions of your compact. But, Signor, I am now no longer bound to you. You have commenced a fresh existence, which you would baptize with blood. You have passed the portals of death, and I will no longer serve you. I will seek another service and another master, who will require less at my hands, though his pay may be lighter. Farewell, Signor, and better thoughts to you." Spalatro turned upon his heel as he spoke, and with a hasty wave of his hand was leaving the spot, when the Signor drew a pistol from a belt that was fastened round his waist, and exclaiming, "He knows too much respecting me to be suffered to live," fired it full at the head of the young man. The latter uttered a yell of agony which echoed loudly amid the awful silence, and fell lifeless on the earth. When the smoke from the pistol had cleared away, that lonely spot was deserted save by the body of Spalatro, whose blood, streaming upon the ground, reflected the moonbeams with a dull red glare. When the morning sun broke over the mountain tops, its rays fell upon the form of the still insensible Spalatro. It was but seldom that any footsteps, save those of the wolf or the goat, left their impress on those rocks, and it was almost a miracle that the body of the unfortunate man was not left a prey to the former. About an hour after daybreak, the bells of a string of mules were heard in the distance, accompanied by the cheerful song of the muleteer. A short time sufficed to bring the cavalcade to the spot where lay the body of Spalatro, and the muleteer, with a cry of alarm, brought his train to a stop. Finding that life still remained, the humane mountaineer raised him from the ground, placed him across one of the mules, and then hastened forward to the next inn, which, however, was at some miles' distance. On arriving there, he found that the only apartment was occupied by a signor and his daughter, who, however, when the condition of the wounded man was made known to them, instantly relinquished it to him, and, after seeing his wounds looked to, ascertained that no mortal result was to be feared, and giving orders that he should want for no attention that money could procure, they pursued their journey. It was many weeks before Spalatro recovered, and when he did regain his strength, he learned, with a feeling of deep gratitude, that the lady who had been so instrumental in his recovery was no other than the Signora Oriana. In an instant a vow was upon his lips that he would save her from the power of the fearful monster whose only mission now on earth seemed but to destroy the most beautiful of nature's creation. With this purpose fixed in his mind, he one morning bid adieu to the residents of the little inn, and set off on his self-imposed errand. Some days after the scene we have described as occurring on that lonely mountain pass, a report reached Florence, where the Signora Oriana was then staying with her father, that the Signor Francati had met his death at the hands of a bravo, and that his body had been discovered stabbed in innumerable places. The grief of Oriana was intense, for she held the Signor in great estimation, and she would have had but little hesitation in bestowing upon him her hand, if her father's consent could but have been gained to the union. Signor Vivaldi, however, had been captivated by the great wealth, personal appearance, and captivating manners of the Signor Waldberg, and he had fixed his mind upon him becoming the husband of his daughter. Weeks passed away, and the memory of the murdered Francati was gradually fading from the mind of Oriana. The respectful yet warm attention of Waldberg won upon a young and innocent heart that had always felt a slight esteem for him, and as she knew that her father's happiness in a great measure depended upon her consent to the union, it was at length given with a freedom that brought joy to the old man's heart. It was arranged that the ceremony should take place at a chateau belonging to Waldberg, in the neighborhood of Lucca, whither it was resolved at once to proceed, and for this purpose Signor Vivaldi and his daughter, accompanied by Waldberg, left Florence for that city. As they were passing through the gates, a monk, with his cowl drawing carefully over his face, stepped hastily up to the carriage window, and, thrusting a letter into the hands of Oriana, as hastily disappeared. With some surprise she opened it and read it, and then a paleness overspread her countenance, and she sank back in her seat, almost insensible. Her father snatched the paper from her trembling hand, and hastily glancing over its contents, with a look of anger, handed it to the Signor Waldberg. "See, Signor, what some meddling fool, envious of your happiness, has done to alarm my daughter's fears. Does he deem us so grossly superstitious as to believe in such children's tales?" The Signor took the paper, which he found to run thus: "Signora, a grateful heart warns you, wed not the murderer of Fracati, wed not him who, once returned from death to life, seeks but your hand to provide a victim for the purpose of prolonging a hateful existence. If you despise this warning, at any rate postpone the ceremony but for 7 days from hence, and then his power of injuring you will have departed from him." "Do you know the writer, Signor?" asked Vivaldi. "It is evidently the handwriting of a servant of mine, whom I dismissed for insolence some few weeks since," returned Waldberg, a shade of vexation evidently passing across his brow. "And he now takes this means of endeavoring to obtain his revenge, but I will take means of having him punished." They now endeavored to soothe the agitation of Oriana, but the incident seemed to have taken a firm hold upon her imagination, and in spite of all their efforts she found it impossible to shake off the effect it had upon her. The chateau, the place of their destination, was at length reached. Preparations were instantly commenced for the celebration of the marriage, which was to take place, by the Signor Waldberg's express desire, on the 6th day from that on which they had left Florence. As the day drew near, the spirits of Oriana grew gradually depressed, and a slight feeling of dread seemed to steal over her whenever she found herself in the presence of her lover. Her father questioned her as to its cause, and then she confessed that the mysterious warning she had received preyed deeply on her mind. It might be a superstitious weakness, but she could not repress it, and she requested her father, however reluctant he might be, to consent to put it off for at least another day. The entreaties of his daughter, though he laughed at her fears, prevailed upon the old man, and he gave his consent to her request. But when he mentioned the alteration in time to Waldberg, the countenance of the latter underwent a complete change to the hue of death. No prayer, however, could prevail upon the old man to recall his consent to his daughter's wish, and the Signor departed evidently in a state of the greatest despair. That night the Signora Oriana was missing from her chamber, and though the strictest search was made for her, not the least trace of her presence could be found. The grief of the father and the lover knew no bounds, and there seemed to be no hope of consolation for them. It is the night of the 6th day, that day against which Oriana had been so mysteriously warned. In a large vault, far beneath the chateau, and lighted by innumerable torches, that threw a red and smoky glare around, stood the beautiful Oriana and the Signor Waldberg. The former was pale as marble, and an expression of the most intense despair was upon her countenance. The Signor, resolved that she should become his wife before the expiration of the 6 days, had torn her from her chamber, and immured her in that fearful place, with the hope of forcing her to become his bride. But Oriana revolted at such usage, and feeling more convinced than ever that the warning she had received had its foundation in truth, had resisted alike his persuasions and his threats. The hour of midnight was fast approaching, and before an altar that stood at one end of the vault was an old and venerable priest with an open book in his hand. Waldberg drew Oriana towards him, and forced her to kneel at the foot of the altar. She entreated, she supplicated, she appealed to the priest. His only answer was a solemn shake of the head, and then he proceeded to read the marriage ceremony. Waldberg took her hand, but she suddenly flung it from her and uttered the most piercing screams that echoed fearfully amidst those cavernous places. Still the priest read on, and despite her emotion and her agony of terror, Waldberg regarded her with a cold and determined gaze. "Faster, faster," he muttered to the priest, "or all will be lost," and he glanced anxiously around the vault. At the moment, striking fearfully on the silence, came the sound of the turret clock telling the hour of midnight. On the first stroke, the most fearful sounds the human ear ever listened to filled the place. Strange, indefinite shadows flitted around, filling the air with a rushing sound, as if of mighty wings. The altar changed to a heap of human bones, the priest to a ghastly skeleton. Then came darkness, terrible and distinct, and Oriana swooned upon the damp floor. When she recovered, she found the day had broken, and the sunlight was streaming upon her face, while her father and the young man whom she had seen wounded at the inn in the mountains or stooping over her in alarm. The inhabitants of the chateau had been alarmed in the dead of the night by a terrific storm, which had thrown into ruins a part of the castle, and a vast chasm had been made in the foundations, disclosing the vaults, the existence of which had been until then unknown. Beneath the rich vestments of Waldburg, and lying in a heap on the ground, were the remains of a human skeleton, all that was now left of the guilty being who had thus paid the penalty for failing in complying with the conditions of the fearful compact into which he had entered with the unholy powers of darkness. It was many months before the mind of Oriana recovered its strength, and when it did, she entered a convent of Ursuline nuns, and endeavored to forget, in the consolations of religion, the fearful trial she had undergone. Twistle laid down the book which he had been reading, and fell into a strange kind of musing, in which the vampire, Waldburg, and the East India colonel were strangely mixed up together. From his reverie he was awakened by a rap at the street door, and then, in a few minutes afterwards, Mrs. Meredith entered the room, exclaiming, "Well, Mr. Twistle, you always come in luck's way." "Indeed," said Mr. Twistle, involuntarily thinking of what he had that morning undergone, as well as what he went through a day or two before, and for the life of him he saw not what might be called luck, unless it was that species known as ill luck. "Yes, Mr. Twistle, you are. You've just come in time to hear the news." "What news, ma'am? What news? If you'll be pleased to enlighten me upon that subject, I shall be better able to understand what you allude to." "Why, you see, the colonel has been so pressing, that my daughter has been induced to name the day. Yes, Mr. Twistle, she has named the day. Not a distant day, either. He begged and entreated you don't know how hard, which, at least, shows how much he meant it." "Well, truly it is news, Mrs. Meredith," said the attorney. "But at the same time it is just what I expected, though not just at this juncture. The fact is, there is but little can be said against Colonel Deverill, but at the same time there will be but little said for him. I am by no means sure that there will be any property found. If he were a man of money, he would not hesitate to lay his circumstances open." "He is too proud for that." "Well, it may be all very well to attribute it to that cause. However that may be, there can be no doubt you have a right to do as you please, and I bow to your decision. But still, I do so, having expressed my opinion to the contrary, being very suspicious of him. But, as I said before, you are entitled to do what you please in the affair. I have no right to do more." "My daughter and I have been considering the matter over and over again, and we have come to the conclusion that it should take place, and she has consented that it should take place in about 10 days' time, when we shall expect to have your company, Mr. Twistle. I am obliged to you, and assure you my opinions upon this matter are not at all personal. I will meet the colonel, and I will be present with you all on that happy occasion with much pleasure, and I hope it will be a fortunate and happy marriage." "I hope so too," said Mrs. Meredith, "and I have every reason to believe so." "That is good," said the attorney. "And now, Mr. Twistle," said Mrs. Meredith, "what did you do this morning at the South Sea House? I could not send to you as early as I could have wished, as I did not know he was going till the coach was ordered, and he went away almost immediately. I then sent Mary to you. I don't know at what time she came to you, but at all events she was not back here until late." "She must have got to my place in good time, if she only started after the colonel had left this house," said the attorney. "I am very glad of that, at all events, but what success did you have?" "Success indeed," said Mr. Twistle with a shrug of mortification. "I have only succeeded in getting myself into a very serious difficulty, and the colonel has eluded me again. I can't understand it all. I don't know what to think, but I am sure of this, that I have been in a series of disasters ever since I undertook to follow him about, and I have discovered nothing concerning him." "What has happened to you today, then?" inquired Mrs. Meredith. "Oh, as for that, what seems to be but natural in itself, and therefore it may be said not to be connected with him. Indeed, though that were really the case, yet there is so much concurrent action, I cannot divest myself of the idea that it is a fatal affair as far as regards looking after him." "Then don't do so any more, Mr. Twistle." "I'll never give in," said Twistle. "Well, but what need you trouble yourself more about the affair? I assure you we're all well satisfied that Colonel Deverill is Colonel Deverill, and that he had property. That being the case, I am sure you have nothing to trouble yourself about, or to blame yourself for." "I am conscious of that," said the attorney, rubbing his knee. I have done all I can, and I have given my advice. I hope I have done my part." "Yes, you have," said Mrs. Merideth. "I am quite satisfied. But what has happened to you?" "I will tell you, my dear madam, I will tell you. I have been assaulted, knocked about, robbed, and my faculties all confused, and no use to me. I have lost my handkerchief, watch, and purse, and I have had my trousers ripped open, and I can't tell what besides. I am safe, however." "Well, that is right at all events, but it is most annoying to me that you should be subject to these terrible accidents. I can't understand the meaning of it." "I can't," said the attorney. "But why should you, more than anyone else, be subject to these misfortunes? I can't understand it at all, Mr. Twistle. Perhaps you do something or other unusual on such occasions, which had been the cause of such terrible trouble." "Not that I am aware of," said Twistle. "But the fact is, I don't know of anything peculiar in my appearance or behavior that should cause this disaster. But I am sure of this, that there is nothing more singular about me than what there usually is, and why it should only attract notice on these occasions and no other, I cannot tell." "Nor I. Well, I suppose it must have been there was some other circumstance, independent alike of him and you, that had caused this disagreeable affair." "Perhaps there might be." "Well now, Mr. Twistle, there's another affair I wish to speak to you about, or rather, it's a thing my daughter Margaret should speak to your daughter Elizabeth and Miss Martha about. You see, as they are not very often together, I thought it right to speak to you first." "Yes, ma'am, go on, pray." "Well, my Margaret is to be married in a few days. Now, we don't want relatives at all, and I was advising her to beg your permission to have the two young ladies whom I have named as bridesmaids, and who will be of essential service to my daughter. I have no doubt but they will feel very much gratified with the proposal, and one could not have been better devised than this one to please them. Then will you invite them to come here and spend the evening with Margaret and yourself, Mr. Twistle, the first evening you find leisure and inclination?" "Well, I have destroyed today so far as a business day by drinking brandy and water early, and I may as well finish it in an agreeable manner." "That is very good. We shall expect you to tea this evening." "You may," said Twistle, "if you are not otherwise engaged. I may as well do all that is necessary so as to have as little to do by and by as possible. Has the Colonel come home?" "No, not yet. I did not expect him to come home so soon as this, but he will be back in a very short time now, I dare say." "Then I will bid you good-bye, for it will be unnecessary to meet him in this plight. Indeed, he might think I paid him no respect to do so, and besides, it will be better, altogether, that he should not see me so soon, lest he should have caught sight of me in the city, which indeed I think wholly impossible, for I only had a distant glimpse of him. Then good-bye, sir. I shall see you and the young ladies, both my daughter and her friend Martha." Mr. Twistle arose, and left the house to return to his own house, and get his daughter prepared for the visit, and her friend also, while Mrs. Merideth and her daughter Margaret consulted together as to what would be the best method of doing honor to the occasion of the forthcoming marriage. "You see, my dear," said Mrs. Merideth, "we cannot very well invite our own friends, because they are such a greedy, rapacious set. They would sooner spoil a good chance for us than let us have it unmolested. They are by far too greedy. No, no, they must not come. They will think themselves injured if they cannot share the harvest. And all will be lost. To be sure, and moreover, we could not shake them off when we wanted, and which we must do very soon, for the Colonel will never abide them. No, Ma, I think not indeed. They are decidedly low people, who are genteel only of a Sunday. It will never do to have such people about us." "Oh dear, no." "Here is the Colonel come back. See if that girl has got the water hot. He will like his tea early. I am quite sure he hasn't got it ready. What a provoking girl that is, to be sure. She does nothing all day. I must get rid of her." "Yes, but she is very ugly." "That is one great recommendation in her favor," said Mrs. Merideth. "One very great recommendation. It ensures domestic peace, to say the least of it, and there's not so many followers usually. Now, however, we must do the best until we have money. But here he is." At that moment the Colonel entered the house, and proceeded at once to the drawing-room, having first divested himself of his hat and cloak in the passage. Upstairs was a good fire and an easy-chair, with ottomans for his feet, and a comfortable, well-furnished apartment it was. Mrs. Merideth followed him up, and entered the room after him to inquire what he would like done next, and with her assistance he took his boots off and put on a pair of splendid slippers, and reposed with a groan of satisfaction on the chair. "I think, Mrs. Meredith," he said, "that the best thing I can have will be some tea. Where is Margaret? When she is at liberty, I wish to see and speak to her." "She will be here in a few moments, Colonel," said Mrs. Meredith. "I will send her to you." "No hurry for a few moments," said the Colonel. "Something about the jewels, I'll be sworn," said Mrs. Meredith to herself. "I wonder what he has in that parcel. A present, I dare say." Mrs. Meredith sought Margaret, and related what the Colonel said, with his desire to see her, and that young lady at once proceeded to the drawing-room. "Oh, my dear Margaret," said Colonel Devereux, "I see you are pleased to see I have returned. Your very eyes tell me so. Come here to me, dearest." "Ah, my looks, I am afraid, say too much." "Not at all, not at all," said the Colonel. "I love to see them, especially when I know they are sincere. When they come from the heart, you know. I love to see innocent and heartfelt satisfaction beaming from such a face as yours." "Oh, Colonel, you are really too complimentary. Not that I think you don't mean what you say, but your partiality is too great to allow you to judge as a stranger would." "I do not desire to judge as a stranger would. It does not give me any satisfaction. To look upon you with the eyes of a lover is a privilege I most desire, and very soon with those of a husband, and then my happiness will be complete. How I long for the days and the hours to fly by! They cannot go too fast now. By and by they may pass as slowly as you please. That done, then I am quite content, because I shall pass them happily, rapturously. Ah, you are so kind-hearted, so good, that I can never repay you. Do not seek to do so. You will only make me the heavier in debt. But come, there is a small parcel, with a few trinkets I have purchased. The jewels I spoke of are in hand, and they will be ready in time for our marriage. Nay, do not think about them. Do not disturb yourself, Colonel. I am quite content if I am dressed as befits the occasion, but I am really obliged to you for your present, whatever it may be, and I may as well tell you, I have thought, indeed I have said as much. I should like to have a couple of female friends to visit me on that occasion. Yes, my dear, you may depend upon it. I shall be the more happy when I know you are so too. But no matter, ask whom you please. As far as I am able, I will make them welcome and happy. I suppose, however, you are alluding to your bridesmaids. I am, said Margaret. I shall be most happy to see them, or any friend you may desire, added the Colonel. And will you have no one on the occasion? Inquired Margaret. Won't you have somebody to keep you in countenance upon the occasion? No, said the Colonel, I shall not. I have no friends with whom I am intimate enough, that I know of, at this present moment. There may be people in London with whom I have been in India intimate with, but I do not know for certain. But time and accident will turn up old friends, and I have not the desire to seek them. But if we must have someone, I do not know whether Mr. Twistle would not do quite as well, if he would come, and your mother had no objection. I am sure she would not. Mr. Twistle was an old friend of my father's, and consequently he would be no stranger at all to the family. Besides, it is his daughter and her friend Martha that I have invited upon this occasion. Have I done wrong? Not at all. It could not have happened better. I am sure they must be very worthy people, and anyone whom you please, or they know, that you feel disposed to invite, do so, with the confidence that whatever pleases you on the occasion will please me. At that moment there was an alarming rapping at the door, which caused them to pause a few moments. Then they continued their conversation until the servant announced to Miss Meredith that Miss Twistle, her papa, and her friend Martha were come. End of chapter 139 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 14 February 2010. Happy Valentine's Day. Chapter 140 of Varney the Vampire, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Varney the Vampire, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 140. A Pleasant Evening, The Bridesmaids. "I know how that is," said Margaret, before she left the drawing-room. "That was through my ma. I dare say she has invited them to take tea with her tonight. I should not at all wonder about that. I have not seen them for some time. They keep a great deal at home, and visit but little. They are playful, homely girls, but good-hearted, and that is why I prefer them to more fashionable friends, whose goodness of heart I cannot rely upon. They are insincere." "You are very right, but you will, I hope, let me see your friends, and unless you have family matters to speak of, perhaps you will take tea up here with me. I shall be all alone if you do not, so you see I am speaking from selfish motives, but do not think I shall be at all hurt if you do not see fit to accept the invitation for them." "I will accept it for them cheerfully, and shall be much surprised if they do not do so too," said Margaret, as she walked towards the door, and then left the apartment, to proceed first to her own room, and there to examine her present, before she sought the visitors to give them their invitation. The parcel contained some handsome laces and other matters, beautiful and expensive, such things as she could wear and excite the envy of others, which was, of all things, and usually is of women in general, the most enchanting thing in all the world, and gives intense gratification. After admiring for a moment or two the beauties of the laces, she could not help involuntarily exclaiming, "This will be beautiful, so very becoming, and so much above anything else that can be brought by my bridesmaids. I shall be a queen amongst them. Indeed, they will but set me off to the utmost advantage. I shall be the glory of the occasion." Having secured her new acquisition from inquisitive eyes by locking it up in her drawers, she returned downstairs, and then entered the parlor, where, truly enough, as she had imagined, there was Mr. Twistle, Miss Twistle, and Miss Martha, all of whom were dressed out for the occasion. There was some truth in what Margaret had said to her mother, that the two intended bridesmaids were not likely to induce anyone to fall in love with them. They were oddities of the first water. Miss Twistle had light brown hair, bushy eyebrows, a straight masculine nose, a mouth that turned up on one side, and one of her eyes had a gentle inclination to gaze at her nose, while her complexion was increased by a vast quantity of sun freckles. Then, as for Miss Martha, she was another beauty of a similar class, hooked nose, with one eye paying undue attention to the auricular organ, while the other was somewhat injured by a blank appearance. Her hair was red, and she was pitted by the smallpox to a fearful extent. Such were the two friends whom Miss Meredith had chosen for bridesmaids, with the laudable view of putting no temptation in the way of the Colonel, which Mrs. Meredith, her mother, most strenuously advised, as she had experience of the men. "My dear Miss Twistle, and you, Martha! Ah, Margaret, God bless me, who could have imagined, above all things, what I have come about? What can you be thinking and doing? Here you've no friends to help you. I see you have done it all yourself. What can you think of people? You have no mercy." "Aye," said Martha, "there's no doing anything while you are about. No one else has a chance, but you must tell us all about it." "Yes, yes, I will tell you all about it, and more than that, you shall see the Colonel, if you please." "That is what we should like above all things." "Oh, it is a colonel, then, a rich Indian colonel. Upon my word, you will have to be presented at court next." "Ha, ha, ha! You are joking me now. Well, never mind, I shall joke you some of these days. You may depend upon that. My turn will come next, and then I won't forget you. But seriously, there are more unlikely things may come to pass than that." "Well now, I dare say. Who would have thought of that now? But then, you are so lucky, you see. Only think what might have been the case if the Colonel had been a young man. Why, he might become as great a man as the Marquis of Granby. Why, you'd have been a Marchioness then. Why, bless my heart, how things do come about!" "Well, you had better come up to the drawing-room," said Margaret, "and see the Colonel, who is waiting tea for us all. Come, Ma." "Yes, my dear, I am ready. Mr. Twistle, will you come?" "If you please," said Mr. Twistle, "if you please. We shall now soon have the pleasure of seeing an end to this affair, for, as it is to come off, why, when it is over, it will be all the better. Expectation is always a time of uncertainty and anxiety, at least to most people. So it is, Mr. Twistle, so it is, and I am not without my share of it, for in the first place human life is short, and circumstances may alter cases. So I am anxious to see it over, and offer no impediment in the way of the completion of the marriage. Certainly, you are quite right. Having made up your mind to permit the marriage to take place, why, the sooner the better. They were all now introduced to the Colonel, who was very polite and courtly, which in some degree embarrassed the young ladies, who were compelled to put on, as they expressed it, their best behavior, and so did not become quite so familiar. However, that did not spoil the harmony of the meeting, for the young ladies considered there was more respect paid to them, and the less they were able to appreciate the politeness with which they were treated, the more they believed themselves honored. They were well enough pleased, and the conversation turned upon various matters, while Mr. Twistle was uncommonly attentive to the Colonel. Indeed, he watched him most narrowly, every turn and every expression, as if he were resolved to ascertain, by constant surveillance, whether there was any foundation for his half-inspired doubts respecting him, and also as to whether it were possible that he could have had any hand in the disasters which he had on 2 several occasions suffered. But yet he could see nothing, nothing at all that gave him the slightest pretext for persisting in his suspicion. He appeared the same easy, careless individual, who would not trouble himself to consider whether he was watched or not, or whether his actions were the subject of other people's thoughts, or whether they were unnoticed. It mattered nothing to him. "It is singular," he muttered to himself, "very singular, how it could all happen by accident, and only at moments when I was watching him. I can't tell, and yet the occurrences were of that character. To another they would seem wholly unconnected, and I am unable to connect them save by fancy. But he looks not a very old man, but rather like one who has the full use of his faculties. He is singularly pale, to be sure, and yet at times he does not appear so old, nor does his arm and leg seem quite so bad at others. Perhaps it varies according to circumstance, weather, the moon, or unforeseen changes." He remained cogitating very quietly by himself. He was thoughtful, and could by no means divest himself of the idea that there was something more than common about the Colonel. "He don't seem so blind with that eye as he might," he muttered. "But there is no use calculating about an Indian. They have got such luxurious habits and fancies, that if he fancies one of his eyes is in any degree weak, he will wear a shade for its preservation. Well, he is entitled to do so, but he ain't so old as they imagine, and that will be no detriment to him or to them, so much the better, unless they reckon upon the Colonel's death, which would hardly be an object to them, seeing that it could bring them no more. Indeed, it would diminish their income. But he is a tall man now, and if he did not stoop so much, would yet be a fine man." These thoughts passed through his mind, time after time, during the whole evening, while the Colonel himself was at times conversing in the most refined and courtly language, and doing much towards amusing them with anecdotes of the places he had seen and the battles he had fought. "You would be surprised," he said, "to hear that, in India, there are places so cold that they more resemble the polar regions than Central Asia, of which we only used to think of as being one of the hottest regions in the world, filled with wild animals and numerous serpents." "Certainly we hear more of that than anything else, the yellow fever, the cholera, and all these kinds of things caused by exposure to heat." "So they are, but it is only in the plains, and not on the high tablelands and mountains, where you gradually meet with more temperate climates, many of which equal northern Europe for salubrity, and further up you come to frozen regions." "Indeed, that is a phenomenon." "Oh dear no, the altitude of the plain and the exposure make the sole difference. I remember once I was sent with some other regiments to chastise some of the hill tribes." "Under whom was that?" inquired the attorney. "General Walker," returned the Colonel. "He was a very able general, and we performed some extraordinary marches under him, as well as some service. Oh, indeed, said the attorney. What might have taken place? I will tell you an incident that did take place, and not relate more scenes of carnage that we passed through in the execution of our duty than shall be actually necessary. We had, on one occasion, to storm a city, on another a fortified town. It was strong, and well protected by nature and art. Well, we arrived there, and the gates were closed against us. Guns were brought to bear, and men appeared on the walls. We expected, of course, a sharp time of it, and being only the advance guard, we halted for the main body to come up with us, and, after having summoned the garrison to surrender, we put posts and watchers for the night, not expecting to do anything upon that occasion. Nor did we expect the main body up with us till the middle of the next day, they having sent word on to me that they would not be up in consequence of some accident to some part of the train, which would have to be repaired. But a portion of the troops would advance a stage nearer to me in case of an accident, upon which I could retire for support, or send to them to come up as the exigencies of the moment should most require. But they did not anticipate any movement at all, nor did we. The fact was, we had made a forced march of it, and had got over more ground than we had expected, and our main body did not think we should have been so near the scene of action as we were. However, a council of war was held amongst the officers, and it was resolved that we should attempt nothing without the assistance of our comrades, as the place was very strong, as I have before told you. Well, sir, half the night was over, and we lay fast asleep, having had a hard, very hard day's work of it, so hard that we could sleep sound on the bare earth. We were all suddenly awakened by a loud explosion, which shook the very earth under us, and upon starting up, and rushing out of our tents, we saw the earth and air illumined by the explosion of, as we afterwards learned, and guessed at the moment, one of the enemy's powder magazines. In another minute we found there were plenty of falling missiles, with the debris of the magazine and the mangled corpses of the men who were near it. There was an instant order to muster the men. Everybody knew what was meant. They were all ready in a few moments. Indeed, we slept by our arms, fully accoutred, so it did not take long to be ready for action. We were ordered to form in divisions and bodies, and as there was ample breach made by the explosion there, I was ordered to mount the breach and enter the town for the purpose of assault. We did this. We marched down upon the breach after some difficulties, and were fairly in it, but had our commanding officer known any of the difficulties, he would not have incurred the responsibility of ordering us to advance, for the ruins we had to scramble over were dreadful, and had there been light, we could every one have been picked off by the enemy. Darkness was our friend, and we got into the town with a comparatively trifling loss, and when our men got together they began to tell a tale, for their volleys were well directed upon the enemy, who were drawn up in masses, and whose fire directed ours. We were not completely exposed to their fire, for the same objects that exposed our men, as they were surmounted before reaching the enemy, protected them from immense volleys of musketry. However, we carried the point, and at that moment another explosion took place in some other part of the town, which illumined all around for a moment or two, and then came masses of bricks and stones and timber, killing friend and foe. For a while we were staggered. We did not know what to think of this affair. We knew not whether we had an enemy to fight, or even where he was. We were completely at a standstill. But this did not last long. The defenders fled, and left us masters of the field. We remained under arms all that night, till daylight. Glad were we indeed when daylight came. We were fatigued, so much so that our men could scarcely stand in the ranks. Then parties were sent out to look after the wounded, who had been left in all imaginable situations. It was at such a moment that I was discovered my leg was shattered by a musket bullet. And you lay bleeding all night? Yes, not exactly bleeding, for I had some sense left to me to bind a ligature over the wound to stop the effusion of blood, which would have killed me in a very short time. However, there was no necessity to lose my leg, but it has made me permanently lame. I see you are so, sir, said Twistle. But do you never feel it worse at some times than at others? Yes, I do. There are times when I do not know that I have received a hurt at all, but sometimes I suffer a little, and am a little more lame in consequence. It was fortunate, said Twistle, it was your leg, for it might have been your head, you know, and that would have been a death blow to your fortune. Yes, said the Colonel mildly, I might have been killed, as you observe, but at the same time I should have done my duty, which in these cases is all we look to. I might have saved a better man, who had a wife and family. I had none. Conversation now ran on the forthcoming event, and Mr. Twistle was invited by the Colonel, and the whole party were well satisfied with each other, and parted very good friends, with the promise of meeting again before the propitious morning which was to unite the fates of Margaret Meredith and Colonel Deverill. End of chapter 140. Read by Richard Wallace, Liberty, Missouri, 25 February 2010.
of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Bynum. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest. Chapter 141. A New Character. Miss Twistle's Visitor. The Invitations. Nothing could exceed the smoothness and easiness of the course of things in the wooing of Margaret Meredith. All things appeared so well ordered. People were all of one mind, and it is needless to say that the young lady was elated. She was elated, and we might not be out of the way in saying she was elated overmuch, and knew not how to keep the exhibition of her joy within proper bounds. She could not help showing she was to be the lady of a colonel. Mrs. Meredith, too, was well pleased. What could she do but feel proud at the change that was about to take place? She would go to watering places in the summer, and remain in town during the winter. They would lead a very fashionable life. They would be of the elite, and all their acquaintances would be compelled to cut, or at the most only speak to them when they were unseen by any others. It is astonishing how a change of circumstances produces a change in our habits and feelings. How it happens that those who were considered respectable acquaintances suddenly become the objects of our aversion, and we begin to devise all sorts of methods for evading recognition, or of speaking to them when we can avoid it. This arises merely from a change in one's circumstances, which causes us to look for something much beyond what we have been used to, but unfortunately it brings ingratitude often in the train of its consequence. "My dear," said Mrs. Meredith to her daughter Margaret, "we really cannot know the people at the corner house over the way who invited us to their parties." "Oh dear, no, we cannot think of it, but we must get rid of them in the best way we can. You see, they will not be quite the thing for us when we come to have our change of circumstances, you may depend upon it. It will become necessary to weed one's acquaintance." "Yes, that must be done," said Mrs. Meredith, "and the sooner we set about it the better. For the more intimate we continue now, the more trouble will there be of getting rid of them afterwards. Certainly we need not accept their invitation for tonight." "Oh dear, no! I have dismissed the whole affair from my mind, and there is no need even of thinking of it any more. I shall not even think of sending them an answer. The consequence will be they will be angry, and expect we shall go and apologize, and when they find we don't, but that we try to get rid of them, they will be baffled, and the whole affair is settled." "That is a very good plan, my dear. Then you know there are the Morgans. We must positively get rid of them. It will never do to have those young men hanging about. The Colonel would do something dreadful, to say the least of it. Why, he would shoot them, and perhaps have a separation, who knows? But then I should be entitled to a maintenance." "You would, my dear, but unfortunately you well know that you have no property, and that, added to an early separation, would put it in his power to offer you and compel your acceptance of a very small sum, which he may pay as he pleases, weekly, monthly, or quarterly. I see, Ma, but we will run no risk of that kind of thing. Moreover, there would be those girls. They would be a nuisance, hanging about the Colonel." "No doubt, and the cause of unhappiness in the extreme. Better to leave all such people. You are a great deal better without them. Why, I can tell you what, you will be at no loss of company or acquaintances. You will find they will be sure to spring up. Property is sure to enable you to choose those whom you will have, and whom you will not. The reason is obvious enough. Moreover, like loves like, you know, and people with means soon find out people who have none. Yes, Ma, and those who have plenty, besides a colonel and a man of rank and standing, and everybody knows that a colonel in the India service is a rich man, and that would bring us all into the best society. Only think of my going to Bath, Bristol, and Brighton in their seasons. Of course, we couldn't keep company with people who can't afford to go to some fashionable place at least once in a year. Oh dear, no. Certainly not, my dear. But there is no need of our troubling ourselves about that matter. We shall go only when the colonel goes, and we shan't be seen without him, and he'll be a constraint upon them, and therefore, where they find themselves uncomfortable, they will not come again. That will be a very good plan, for it will appear as their own faults, but at the same time I do not trust to that upon all occasions. It might fail, and then we should have to take some unpleasant steps to get rid of them, which is certainly easily done, but unpleasant. Yes, yes, certainly, replied the mother, and then suddenly, as a knock and ring came upon the door, Margaret said, "Dear me, who is that? I hope none of these people whom I have been speaking about. It will be a dreadful nuisance to all, especially when I am to be married in 3 days more. You needn't be seen, Margaret. I'll see them. Do, Ma, and I'll go upstairs. But let's hear who it is first. Who comes today?" At that moment she heard the door open and her own name pronounced, and at once knew the speaker, and said to her mother, "Oh, Ma, 'tis Miss Twizzle, my bridesmaid. What an infliction! But then I must see her. She has come, I suppose, to consult me about some new gown, or the way in which she and her friend will have their hair done up on the occasion. Nothing more important, I dare say." "Very well, my dear, they had better come in. Send them in, pray," she added to the servant. "Oh, Miss Twizzle, how glad we are to see you!" "Now, really," said Miss Twizzle, "how kind you are, for I am sure you speak the truth. Oh, Margaret, don't you feel all of a flutter?" "I don't, indeed. I am very comfortable. I hope you are all quite well. Don't put yourself out of the way on this occasion. You need not, I assure you." "Oh, I have got my pa to give us new gowns and some lace, but I did not mean to tell you that. I and Martha had agreed that that should be a secret between us, that we should not say anything about it to anyone, but surprise you on your wedding morning. Ah, you really have been at a great deal of trouble and expense about this affair, I am sure. You really must not think I wish you to do all this. I really don't know how to scold you enough, for I shall be dressed very plainly indeed. Oh, but then you are the bride. We ain't, you know, and that makes the difference. Besides which, we have a visitor come up to London to see us." "Indeed! Some young gentleman, I suppose, whose heart you want to run away with, and so have another wedding, and upon your own account this time. And perhaps you are helping Miss Martha to a husband. What is he, a physician or a divine?" "Neither. But I will tell you he is only an old man." "An old man! What a sweetheart you have chosen, to be sure! But I dare say you have your reason as well as other people. But have you known him long?" "No, we haven't done so. But the fact is, Pa and he have had some business together, and they are very much in each other's company. He's a man, however, of great rank, though a very odd man to talk to, I assure you, but a man of rank and property." "Indeed! Oh, tell me, what is he, a lord?" "Well, he is not much short of it, and he is higher than a great many lords, I assure you. Why, he is no less than an admiral, only I wasn't to say anything about it." "Oh, will he be with you when my marriage takes place?" "Yes, he will, and I wanted to know, as he will be much with my father, and as a visitor, shall we be intruding to bring him here to grace your wedding?" "Oh, yes, by all means," said Margaret, who thought the presence of an old man could in no way interfere with any of her schemes. Besides, a man of rank such as an admiral would greatly increase the noise of her marriage. Indeed, here was probably a new acquaintance with whom she could be intimate. Besides, it was some one of consequence on her side that the great man was to come, and would, she thought, add some lustre to herself. "Well, then, I would not ask him until I had seen you. because it might turn out you would be displeased, and as I have not done so, I cannot tell you whether he will come or not. He's a strange man, and I won't ask him until the night before." "Very well. We shall be quite happy to see him. I dare say he'll come if you tell him who's going to be married. Indeed, if he's likely to come, I'll invite a few friends to meet him, but I won't say anything to anybody about it. No, let it be a surprise to them all, and let nobody know whom they are going to meet. That will be delightful, certainly, very delightful. What a surprise it will be to them to be introduced to the Colonel this and Admiral that! I declare I long for the day on account of the confusion that some persons will be in. I must now bid you good-bye, for I've got to call upon my dressmaker to give her some orders. Will you stop and take tea with us? Surely you won't run away?" "Oh, but I must," said Miss Twistle, and so said Miss Martha, and after much pressing and refusing they parted, and left Margaret filled by other thoughts than those she had so recently held. "Ma," she said, after a long pause, "do you know what I have been thinking of?" "No, my dear, I do not." "Well, then, it is this, that after all we may as well make a bit of a figure of it for the last time, that we will have some friends who will figure upon that occasion, and no other. What makes you think so, my dear Margaret?" "Why, you see, Ma, we are likely to have a distinguished visitor, and we may as well have as many as we can. Their number and dresses will look well, and as we shall leave town immediately, I don't see that we shall be at any future time annoyed by their visits. Indeed, it will be retiring from their society after giving them a feast." "Well, to be sure, I never thought of that," said her mother. "I never thought of it. What shall we do now? How can we provide for so many?" "Send an order to a pastry cook to provide breakfast for so many, whether they come or not, and then we need trouble ourselves very little about giving them time. If we tell them about the day before, they will have all in readiness for us." "Well, well, and as for the expense, it will be of no consequence." "None," said Margaret. "I shall be able to pay that and others, if we owe any. But now comes the job of inviting visitors, and we must only invite those who will make up a show, dress well, and pass off on the occasion for fashionable people. Oh, as for that, there are many people who never had a penny in their lives to call their own, may be very fashionable-looking people, and pass for men of 1,000 a year, to say nothing of a lord looking like a workman, and the like, which is common enough. Then we'll settle it at that point, Ma, and you had better superintend the invitations and the other affair, the breakfast, I mean." "Very well, my dear, you know that I have no objection. I have seen such occasions before, and I well know what they ought to be. Therefore you may safely rely upon my judgment in such an affair as that, at least." "And about the selection of friends, visitors, I mean?" "That you may also leave to me," said Mrs. Merideth, "and depend upon it, I will not invite one party whom we shall have cause to say we are sorry they came, though you know every allowance would be made for them by the Colonel or Admiral, if he come. By the way, I would not tell the Colonel a word about it, for sometimes the land service hates the sea service, and the latter often laugh at the former, so it will be safest to say nothing. No, Ma, I won't. I didn't intend to do so." Thus both mother and daughter had suddenly changed their views of what was to take place on the day of the intended marriage. They were now resolved they would have as many of their old friends as they could get together upon the occasion, to cause the affair to go off with all the éclat that it was possible. It would be the last ball of the season; that is, it would be the last she ever intended to give them, and that would be the last occasion upon which they would meet. Her respect for Miss Twistle was augmented by the knowledge that she had an admiral for a friend or a visitor, it didn't matter which. Who could tell what might happen? Mightn't Miss Twistle marry an admiral, as ugly as she was, as well as she should a colonel? But there were many reasons why she should. She, too, might have had some means of entangling his heart. Perhaps, after all, she only came there with him for the purpose of showing him off. "At all events," said Margaret to herself, "at all events, he is one that we can keep on terms with, and it will look well to be acquainted with some person of rank. I am, at all events, well pleased it has happened as it has." Mrs. Merideth, on the other hand, appeared to think her daughter's marriage with the Colonel ought to be celebrated by no common rejoicings, that indeed the marriage ought to go off with as much disturbance to the whole neighbourhood as it was possible to make. This could not be better effected than in the manner we have referred to. namely, inviting a number of persons to come and be present at the ceremony, and to take a late breakfast, and to wish the bride joy, to see her depart, and then to lose sight of her, as she hoped, forever. This purpose Mrs. Merideth ably carried out, and she succeeded in inviting about 2 or 23 persons together, and any person who had a carriage and would come in it was sure of an invitation. That was a passport to the marriage feast. "Well," she muttered to herself, as she reckoned up the number of persons whom she expected to be present upon the occasion, "well, I don't think I have omitted any one who ought to be present, nor have I invited any one who ought not to be here. I shall have a busy day of it, very busy day, but the result is everything. So long as the marriage takes place, and we are really married to an East India colonel, why we shall do, there can be no doubt of it." This was a consolatory reflection. There was but little else indeed that could be done. Little indeed. The cook had the orders for the entertainment the next day. They had but little to do in the household with that. Indeed, they had extra hands, lest there should be any need of them, as she would not have anything go wrong upon such an occasion for worlds. But there was one thing that gave her some satisfaction, and that was, Mr. Twistle had not been to them lately to give any doubtful counsels. Ever since she had announced her intention of permitting the marriage to take place, he had not been to express any doubts about the matter, but had been a mere spectator, doing all that was necessary. He had forgotten all objection, and never made one. He was perfectly quiescent, but would now and then look very hard at the colonel, but that was all. He never discovered anything, and all was smooth and pleasant. End of chapter 141.
(142) of Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Floyd Wilde. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott PREST. Chapter 142. The Wedding Morning. Disruption of harmony and the new acquaintance. The conclusion. Accident, strange to say, had taken our old acquaintance, Admiral Bell, to the house of a lawyer, there to transact some business, as well as to lodge at his house. The fact was, the old admiral hearing that a brother officer was in trouble, one who had shared with him the dangers of the sea and the fight, he came to town to see, himself, what could be done, and finding the affair beyond his comprehension, or at least beyond his power of personal interference, that, in fact, it required the aid of a third party, and that third person must, of necessity, be a lawyer, he determined to employ the man who happened to be conversant with the circumstances of the case, and this was no other than Mrs. Meredith's friend, Twizzle. However, the admiral's goodwill toward the race who follow the law, not being so great as his philanthropy, he determined to watch every stage of the proceedings, and to permit nothing to be done without his knowledge, and to see that nothing was neglected. Hearing from Mr. Twizzle the affair that was to take place, a sudden crotchet entered his head, that he should like to be present at the ceremony, and he broached it to Mr. Twizzle, who turned to his daughter to ascertain if it were at all possible. That young lady was desirous of shining among her acquaintances, as one who could introduce an admiral, and who did not like the idea of Margaret Meredith being so fine a lady as she now attempted to make herself appear. Indeed, she would have been willing to have assisted in raising her some species of mortification. She felt more than true pleasure in the disaster that would be the cause of such feelings. There was a very general dislike to Miss Margaret Meredith, and the truth was, she was much more than usually arrogant and proud, and took all imaginable methods of vexing and mortifying those around her. But there is little to be said about that. The consent was brought back to the attorney, who felt somewhat elated at it, and communicated it to the admiral, with some remarks upon the kindness and condescension of the persons who had done him so much honor. This, however, only had the effect of drawing from the admiral the word swab, and then he became silent, and did not appear to be at all taken aback by the knowledge that an East India colonel was the bridegroom on the occasion, and one of a very large property and singular behavior. The evening before the marriage was a busy one. The young ladies had to arrange and rearrange all their finery, and the bride herself had the task of seeing how she became her bridal dress, to do an infinity of other little matters, and to contemplate the change that was about to take place in so short a period. A few hours more and she would become a wife. The colonel himself did not in the least fall off in his ardor. He was particularly anxious it should on no account be delayed after the day fixed. A later day he appeared to have the utmost objection to. Indeed, he declared he would do anything if it came but a day or two earlier. However, this was considered impossible, and the young lady was permitted to have her way, though it was expressly stipulated that it should not be an hour after the appointed time, for he declared himself dying with impatience to call her his own. "Now, Ma," said Margaret, as she sat talking to her mother the night before, "now, Ma, I hope you will not give any of these people countenance when I am gone, and throw off their acquaintance. You will be firm on this point for my sake." "I will, my dear," said Mrs. Meredith. "I will. Then when I come back, I shall know more of the colonel's mind about where we shall live and how we shall live. He must let me have something handsome. I have no doubt but that he will. He does not appear to be a close-handed man, quite the reverse, and all things considered, we shall be able to make a very agreeable living out of it." "Why, yes, my dear, I cannot doubt it. He is no doubt a man of property, and can well afford us enough, and some sum as pin money, indeed. He is too liberal now to be otherwise by and by. Perhaps he will keep on this house, and pay for proper domestics, and keep a carriage. What a change it will be for us all, and how the neighbourhood will stare." "Yes, Ma, they will. But suppose we were to reside out of town. We should have our carriage driving into town, as a matter of course, and now and then sleep in town when we made up a party, or went to the theatre." "Yes, my dear. What time shall you see the colonel in the morning?" "Not before I am ready to go." "To church? Well, but you will have some breakfast with him." "No, he will be in his own room, I dare say, till late. He will scarce present himself before the time has come to start. You know his habits. He does not get up very early, and I do not expect to see much alteration. At 11 o'clock we are to be at church. We breakfast at 9, you know, so we shall have time." "Oh, he is sure to be down to breakfast. There can be no doubt about that, indeed. He must be called for the purpose. Of course, there must be some deviation from a regular rule upon extraordinary occasions like the present." "Well, well, there may be. But have you given all the invitations you intended to give? And have you got answers to them so as to ensure their attendance?" "Oh, yes, that is all safe and fixed. We shall have a good many here by 8:30 in the morning, at the latest. But you must contrive to let me have money very soon, or to send me some up, as I am getting very short, for I have laid out a great deal of money lately, and much more than I could, under other circumstances, spare or afford." "Of course, Ma, you will not lose anything by this. I shall take care of you. Not a penny that you have laid out but what shall be repaid, and with a handsome return. But do not think about this. It grows late, and I must to sleep." "Do, my dear, and I will wake you in time in the morning." The morning came, and some of them were about early. Mrs. Meredith was up, and so was Margaret. She could not lie so late as usual. She had done much, and yet she had much to do still. It was really astonishing to see what there was to do. No one would have believed it, and even Margaret became surprised. The morning was now fairly come. The servants were about in the house, and the neighbours were up and about. She could hear her mother chiding and scolding. She could hear the sound of her voice, and she began to believe there was now no time to lose. The hour of 9 was now gone. The knocker and the guests had been heard for the last half-hour at the door, and she could hear the voices of the guests below, some of whom spoke audibly enough. Then they soon after descended to the breakfast-room, which, by the way, was the drawing-room, as there was not enough room below. The colonel, at the same moment, entered the room, and a vast number of congratulations were given and received from side to side with the utmost urbanity and goodwill. The colonel, for the first time, had thrown on one side the green shade which he usually wore, but he looked remarkably pale, though he had still the looks of a hearty and healthy man. The paleness, which seemed to be constitutional, was very extraordinary, but that was explained by the colonel saying that he had been so ever since he had the yellow fever, which had had that effect upon his complexion. There was much rejoicing at the occurrences that were now in progress. Everybody praised the viands. Everything was of the best and first-rate quality, and there were many attendants, which made it so much the better, and the more comfortable, as everybody had an abundance of everything. Mrs. Meredith now shone in the greatest triumph. There was none so great and grand. She patronized everybody and appeared remarkably condescending, considering she was the mother of a daughter who was about to marry a retired East India service colonel. There were few who did not understand fully the nature of the condescension of the lady herself. Besides, she was the presiding goddess of the feast. Among those who had been invited was the Miss Smith and Mr. Smith. This was the young lady who had been so terrified at the attack that had been made upon her the first night that Colonel Devereux lodged there, and on the night he was so terribly vexed and disturbed. Mrs. Meredith had invited them because they were people of means, and Miss Smith could not now do any mischief, because the colonel was pledged to Margaret too far to retract, and as there were several young females, why, the more the better, because it would divert his attention. Miss Smith, however, came out of curiosity, and because it was a wedding party, which is the delight and admiration of all young females, and Miss Smith was no exception. Mr. Smith was civil and polite, and hid his internal dislike to the colonel, which he felt and could not account for it. Neither did his daughter. She had a great aversion to him, but at the same time suppressed it. The colonel was courtly and complimentary, and made civil speeches to such as spoke to him. Indeed, he never for a moment lost his self-possession. He stood in a less stooping posture than usual, and he was considered a tall and handsome man, a fine man. "Mr. Twizzle," said the colonel, "I am happy to see you, especially gratified to see you. You will be witness of my happiness today. You will mark my progress in this affair, and learn what lesson it may teach. That is the way we should pass through life, Mr. Twizzle, is it not? Gain knowledge by experience, and become, in old age, a wise man." "Why, yes, oh yes," said Twizzle, who felt there was something in the remark that touched him to the quick, and he winced under the smart, but he thought it might have been accidentally given, and the colonel was quite ignorant of his disasters, and yet it was a very home thrust, without any previous introduction to it, that made it all the more uncomfortable, and he merely replied, "I am happy to see you, Colonel Devereux, and to see you so happy, and the young lady, who I am sure deserves to be happy. In fact, I think you both deserve happiness, I am sure. I wish you every imaginable joy, and it gives me great pleasure in seeing it." "I am sure you do, sir, but you do not seem to eat and enjoy yourself." "I am so occupied in witnessing the felicity of others that I had forgotten it. Moreover, I expect a friend to be present who happens to be late. He is quite a stranger to all present, and therefore I wish to countenance him as much as I could on that account." "Then I will not press you now. Perhaps you will do me the favor of introducing your friend to me when he comes, yourself, and I shall be most happy to receive him." "Thank you, Colonel. You do me much honor. I will accept of your great kindness, and do myself the pleasure of presenting him to you, and to Miss Meredith, whom I hope to see soon changed in name. I hope the time will now be very short. What hour is it?" "9:30, said the attorney, consulting his watch. "At 11 we must be at the church. Well, if we leave at 10:30, then we shall be there in ample time. I would it were over, and that we were on our journey." "Ah, you are impatient, Colonel," said Margaret, as she came up to him. "My dear angel," replied Devereux, bowing, "how could I be otherwise when you are the object of my affections? It is not impatience to leave this good company, quite the reverse, but it is because the change of scene, travelling, and change of air will do you much good, and is, I can see, quite necessary for you." "I think it will do me no harm," said Margaret, "but here comes Ma, who really looks tired." "Well, my dear, I am a little fatigued, but you know I shall have ample time to recover myself. I shall have nothing to disturb my repose." "Indeed, Mrs. Meredith," said the colonel, "I am sure we must alter that. We must find some other kind of employment for you, and not suffer you remain hidden at home. You have catered so well for us this morning, that I am sure you are a most valuable acquisition to a household. With such a superintendence as yours, we should have everything in the utmost plenty, and at the proper moment." "Ah, Colonel, you are flattering, you are." "We shall soon show that we are not flattering, I hope," said the colonel. "My dear madame, you are the life and soul of the whole company. What should we have done without you? I hope all your friends are happy and comfortable. I do not know them well enough to pay them all that attention and respect they deserve." "Exactly, Colonel. They all know that well enough, and you are fully alive to the honor you do them in being present in the midst of them." "Who is that young lady who was looking here just now?" inquired the colonel. "Who? The young lady with the elderly gentleman by her side?" "Yes, I should like to be introduced to her," said the colonel. "Oh, certainly," said Mrs. Meredith, vexed in her own heart that she had invited her and her father now, for she had no wish that any one present should be future acquaintances. But there was no help for it. She must introduce them, and accordingly she went up, with the best grace she could put on, to them both, to request they would be introduced to the colonel, who desired the honour of their acquaintance. There was no hesitation, of course, and they at once advanced to meet him, and were introduced to the colonel as Miss and Mr. Smith. "I am most happy to see you, sir," said the colonel, "and the young lady here is your daughter, I can see, by the family likeness she bears to you." Miss Smith, however, could not repress a convulsive shudder as she looked upon the colonel. It might have been his complexion, or it might have been that his features brought some terrible recollections to her mind, but she could not for a moment or so speak. "The young lady is ill," said the colonel, who noticed the emotion. "What is the matter, Clara, my dear?" said Mr. Smith. "What's the matter? You are ill." "No, no," said Miss Smith. "It was a sudden dizziness that came across me, I dare say. I shall be better by and by. I am sorry it should have come upon me now." "Ah, my dear young lady," said Colonel Devereux, drawing up to his full height, and looking gravely, but speaking with the utmost courtesy, "you have nothing to regret respecting the occasion. The illness itself is a matter of regret to us all. I am sure, however, let us hope it will be but temporary, and that you will be able to wish me joy and my beautiful bride. You see, Colonel Devereux, ever since the night she was disturbed by the strange attack of what she believes to have been a vampire, or something that had the form of a man and a taste for blood, she has been affected thus." "Dear me," said the colonel, "what a shocking thing, a very shocking affair. I think perhaps the young lady is subject to illness," and he touched his forehead as much as to intimate an insinuation that the young lady might be somewhat affected in her intellects. "No, sir, quite the reverse," said the father. "I myself saw a tall, gaunt figure gliding away, which felled me in an instant, and I lay half a minute stunned." "God bless me," said the colonel, "this affair is quite romantic. If a German writer had such material by him, what would he not make of it?" There had been a loud knocking at the door, and someone announced, but nobody took any notice of it. Colonel Devereux did not hear it, but stood talking to Mr. Smith, while Admiral Bell was introduced by Mr. Twizzle, who led him towards the group, explaining what had happened. "By God," said the Admiral, "do you see how they are crowding about the poor girl? Why, they'd extinguish a fire, if there was one. Why don't you give young woman air? If you don't stand on one side, I'll put the whole broadside into you, as I would into a Frenchman." The singular address produced an immediate sensation, and many moved away. "Colonel Devereux," said Mr. Twizzle, "allow me to introduce my friend Admiral Bell to you. Admiral Bell, this is Colonel Devereux." "Eh? Oh, eh?" These later exclamations were uttered in consequence of the extreme surprise depicted on the countenance of both parties. Admiral Bell's surprise was nothing out of the way, but that of Colonel Devereux was a matter of consternation to many of them. He stepped back a pace or two, and his lips parted, as though he would speak, but he could not. He panted, his eye glared, and his nostrils dilated. "Shatter my mainmast, upset the caboose, turn my state cabin into a cockpit, and the quarter-deck to a gambling booth to the whole ship's company." "What's all this about?" exclaimed Mrs. Meredith. "Oh, that odious man! Who is he? What is?" "Why, ma'am, I'm old Admiral Bell, very well known for having beaten the French and the terror of all vampires. Why, look at the swab. But you ain't going to get off this time." "What is the matter, dear Colonel?" said Margaret. "You are ill. Speak. What is the matter?" "Ah," said the Admiral, "let him speak, and he'll tell you he's no colonel, and his name ain't Devereux, or, if it be, it ain't his only name. He is Varney the Vampyre." "A vampire!" said Miss Smith, starting up with a shriek. "A vampire! Good heavens! I was not mistaken then. That must be the man," and she sank back into her father's arms. "What? Has he been at any of his tricks again?" exclaimed the Admiral, and he made a stride towards him. But Varney, for it was he, avoided him by stepping aside, and placing some other person between himself and the Admiral, and then he said, "What this madman will say you will not listen to. You, madman? Well, I'm hanged. Call me a man, said the Admiral. I wish I had my sword by my side, and I would teach you how a madman can fight. But you are not going. I have something to say to you first. If he's going to marry that young lady, all I can say is, she will be food for him. She'll never live till tomorrow. Her blood will make his pale face ruddy. Varney stood no longer, but seeing many around him who appeared to have an inclination to stop his passage, he suddenly made to the door, which he secured for a moment on the outside, and then in another he was clear of the house. This was no sooner done than all present, who were staring at each other in mute amazement, and unable to account for what had happened, looked at the newcomer, the Admiral, who immediately began to relate enough of Varney that made it apparent to all present that he was not what he had represented himself to be. Amid the commiserations of their friends and their jeers, Mrs. Meredith sold all her furniture, and with her daughter retired to some little place, where they opened a small shop, to eke out a living by such means. They were unable even to pay many debts they had contracted on account of this marriage, and they were, moreover, ashamed to be seen by their former acquaintance. End of chapter 142. Recording by Floyd Wilde. Varney the Vampyre, Volume 3, by Thomas Prescott Prest, Chapter 142.